All right, we are reconvening the Clackamas County Budget Committee on this Friday morning, May 29th, 2026. Gary, I believe you would like to make a brief explanation of some of the stuff we've got in front of us?
Yes, Chair. Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Welcome back. So, you've all been asking about these documents, and I just gave them to you. So you have a copy of the memo from the sheriff a few months ago with the proposed layoffs of redacted names of the individuals, but the other information is here. This is what Commissioner West was referring to earlier. And the next is what we call the A-Post report. It's the position report of every employee in the sheriff's office. This is a big 8.5 by 11. Again, some of you had it, some of you didn't, so now you all have it. Taking away the employee names and the ID numbers, so they give some level of confidentiality, but you can see all the positions and their costs. The yellow highlight on the position report means it's unfilled and unfunded. Unfilled. I'm sorry, filled, thank you, filled but unfunded.
Say that again.
All right, Katie or Sandra, please help. Filled but unfunded means what?
So filled but unfunded means the position is basically frozen. It's vacant.
It's not vacant, it's a layoff.
Oh, I'm sorry, filled and unfunded, you're right. So somebody's in that position now, there is no funding in 26, 27, so they will have to be laid off, or they'd have to be moved to another position that had funding.
That's what's on here, these positions?
Katie, is it the yellow one? Okay, yes, she says it is the yellow.
On this,
They correspond
It's-
with the yellow.
I- we
These
don't have that
correspond with
yet.
the yellow.
Get a couple more of those.
They're coming.
The
They're
copies are
printing.
still
printing
coming,
them.
yep, sorry. But I just wanted you to all have the same piece, the same information in front of you. That's why you have those copies today. Thank you.
So there's 16 yellow lines there that match the 16 that are here.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
And then when you're ready, Chair, we can continue the conversation from yesterday.
all right, so in an effort to be a little less messy than last night, I'd like to just go through each of the pages without much discussion, just so we can kind of see where the numbers are and look at it, and then have a discussion on if we want to make adjustments at that level or not. But I think first we need to kind of just go through it and understand where the numbers are. The program level information that was in the budget binder. So I think we did the Office of the Sheriff last night, so if we could begin with, I think Finance is the next one.
Post this on the screen for you.
Chair,
Yes.
so we're going to we're going to look at each one and evaluate, but we're not at this time talking about whether we want to adjust it. We're going to go back
Correct.
a second time through. to
We're gonna go through them, make notes if you have questions or notes or comments, but I want to get through them, and then we can have a discussion about how we want to proceed after that.
Thank you.
I don't want to have dueling objectives, so we'll go through it first, and then we'll talk about what we want to do.
So we're actually waiting for it to be posted on the screen, so one moment, please. So I'm sorry, we want from the budget book, it's page, what is 61?
No, 69, it was Office of the Sheriff, so
Page
the next
69,
page will be
yeah.
70.
Yeah. Okay, one moment, please. We have a lot going on. Staff's doing an awesome job, fantastic job. We just need a moment to get to this point.
And we need to expand that, I guess, if we're going to actually look at it on the screen. There we go.
There it is.
That's helpful. Thank you. So, yeah, so next page, 70, that's 69.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rader, is your microphone on?
I was just noticing there are no layoffs in the finance department, as I understand.
Yeah, and the one thing about these pages we have to go back to the other sheet. It doesn't show the FTE count on these pages.
No, it doesn't.
So we have that from yesterday.
Well, we have it also in the spreadsheet. I mean,
have-
all
you
of the
have-
positions are
Yeah,
listed.
you have the detailed level on one of the spreadsheet outputs, and you have a higher level summary on this.
Yeah.
I want to give people a few minutes to look, make notes if they have any, then I'll see if we're ready to move on.
I have a question. So on personnel services, it shows we don't have a breakdown of the PERS contributions at all. It's just, the PERS isn't on the all position report. It's just health, dental, well, pension, there is pension.
No, the PERS is an individual cost, so it is on the APOS.
Okay, so the budget.
It's under pension.
Finance total is 1238.
So one thing I will just let you all know, because I'm going to bring it up later, and might just ask you all, I'm this one here, for example, I'm looking at materials and services. Looks like it's relatively, over the years, looks like it's, in that ballpark. So that looks fine, but I'm going to be looking at these, each of these pages we go through, I'll be looking at the materials and services as well, just as a gauge to make sure that they're, on track.
So that's perfect. That's the purpose of this morning and the approach. Is everybody ready to move to the next page?
Yeah.
All right, could we have the next page, please?
Yeah. It's finding that price this morning, or why there's a number one.
So just for clarification, question, as I'm looking at this with the FTEs, right? And the red, this is where, of the 16, there's 4 positions that are baked in, or not baked in, but are part of the 16-person reduction that are out of here. All right?
Yes.
Okay, just for clarification.
And Commissioner Savas, if I could point out, there will be some discrepancies based on timing differences, and we can work through those as we go.
Yep.
And am I correct to add up the total numbers to get a total financial impact of the loss of those jobs of 52,000, roughly 52,897? Is that correct?
So the value that you see for those highlighted positions is 1 month.
Yeah. It
So
doesn't
you have
show
to
it.
times it times 12.
Right, and we gave, I believe, did we give it yesterday or not? This detailed one? Oh, we did, the little print one?
Yep.
That one, it has a column that has the total value for the year for those positions.
Okay, well, now that I'm reminded, I can do the calculation
Yeah.
too, so thank you. I'm just trying to,
It's right here. This one.
Is everybody ready for the next page? Next page, please.
That reductions in personnel, is that what we're seeing?
Standard.
Does it say that?
No, total revenue.
Professional
and
standard.
personnel
The
is
Public
down
Information
50%.
Office
Yeah.
does have reductions.
And materials and services
I'm
were
not
down
seeing any.
19%.
What are we on?
Did we jump 2 pages? I think professional standards was next.
It was, yeah, we missed professional standards.
Thank you for noticing.
So what I'm looking at here on this one, I'll just make a comment. I'm not going to ask a question unless someone wants to jump in. But one position, and under personnel services, that position's costing, projected year end is $435,000. If you look,
What are you under? Are you under professional
right
standards?
there, you just,
Oh, right, where
Andrew
it's
just
highlighted.
circled it. So that one position's $435,000 for that one position, and then budgeted for next year is $375. I don't understand that. If it's one person, how does it move so much?
There, it may be one FTE and then other temporary or part-time. And there might be employee costs that are not full-time FTE that are in there. 'Cause I
Yeah,
know
but
that-
it's only one FTE.
Right, one FTE, but in the personnel costs, it reflects that one FTE, plus it's reflecting costs for part-time, temporary employees, that kind of thing.
Or like a contracted employee.
Yeah, well, I think contracted would come out of M&S, but part-time or temporary employees, they don't hit the benchmark for an FTE, but they still hit the line for personnel service. There's a cost involved with them, they're just not a full-time equivalent.
If you look, actually, excuse me, if you look at the A-Post report, that is the full cost of the single employee. Look at the number, they match.
Yeah,
It's the
they-
cost of a single
I
employee.
stand corrected, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the reason I say that is there's areas where, let's just say on this, you can see that there's a 0.8, so these are not all full. I mean, if there is a fractional FTE, it's displayed, but not in this case,
Thank you.
it looks like. So
So
thanks.
that is the full cost for one employee.
Yeah, so my question is I'll put a question here. If it is currently projected year end, one person, and it's 435, and then how does it go down for fiscal year
367, yeah.
Well,
26, 27?
Let's look into that after we get through the presentation.
So actually, I want to
Please-
apologize. So I
please
think what
make a
Mr.
note.
Rhodes was saying was correct for the current fiscal year. I'm looking at the proposed budget. Proposed budget number is for the single employee. You're probably correct for the current year. Sorry, Mr. Rhodes, I apologize.
James, how did you explain that?
So I know that, so there's FTE and then there's what would be partial FTE. So sometimes we're talking about the professional standards unit. There's a full-time assigned staff person there that runs the unit. The workload comes and goes, so sometimes they will bring in employees, they're detectives really, but bring in employees to help with an investigation. This is be a temporary employee and maybe work for just a few weeks, days, or maybe a month, and then they're not employed anymore. So and again, as Gary clarified, we're talking about past budgets now. But in the past, these temporary employees would come as the work was needed and address the work and then leave the office. And their costs will hit the personnel services line. But they don't, when you add them all up, they're not necessarily an FTE or even really a fraction of an FTE. So sometimes at least in past budgets, you can see that personnel services line increased again by temporary or part-time employees that don't hit the benchmark for an FTE. Does that make sense? So the personnel service, another way to say it is that personnel service line includes all the FTE, those costs for the FTE, plus the partial, part-time, temporary people, which may elevate that
Okay.
cost. Is that fair?
Yes, correct, yes.
All right, so one question for clarification on this big one here, there's an asterisk and there's two asterisks. What's the legend, or remind me what one asterisk means and what two asterisks mean?
That's non-represented Group 1, Group 2. It determines the level of deferred compensation they receive.
Okay.
2 stars is a higher amount, 1 star is a little bit lower amount.
Okay.
Just this, the salary, the full-time wages is 210 for next, 245 this year and 210 for next year. And the rest of that cost is due to PERS, taxes, workers' comp, et cetera. So that's one position.
Are we ready to move on to the next page? Next page, please.
Right, and this is an okay. Yeah.
Okay, just observation. This is one that's got 4 reductions.
3, I think, 'cause that was one, that, there were 2, there were typos on the red, so this one is 3.
Okay, this one's 3.
But those three.
Oh, yeah,
positions
three.
is almost $600,000 here. Not much.
Are we ready for the next page? If we could have City of Estacada up, please.
Are we going through the cities? I thought we were skipping them.
We're going through all of them.
Okay.
It's part of the budget.
Okay.
We're gonna look at it.
Okay.
Just be aware.
Okay. This must be for the body cameras, right? The capital outlay.
Yep.
Are we ready for the next page? All right, if we could have the City of Happy Valley, please.
They're flush. Or they can do it themselves. I know. I know. Yes. They're good guys. Hey, 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 hey. Now, if you could just get the e-bike riders under control. I know, it's bad.
Is everybody ready for the next page?
Can I ask, oh, go ahead. We're not there yet.
Okay.
I'm one page ahead.
Then if we could move to the city of Wilsonville, please.
On the city of Wilsonville, the capital outlay is up 325%. Can someone explain why it's so much more than the other two cities?
One second,
Well,
we
I
can-
think-
We can get that for you.
Happy Valley was also up significantly at 245.
Oh, it was, but
Is that body cam?
is that body cams?
They'll look into it and can hopefully have it ready for us once
Yeah.
we're through all the
Okay,
pages.
thank you.
Cars.
Yeah, those cars.
And staff is telling me it's vehicles.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
e-bikes.
So if you look at that line item, that's where you'll
So they
see
can
it.
catch the e-bike riders. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Are we ready for the next page? And if we could have critical incident response.
It's just one person.
Yeah.
So as on observation, on this one, it's one position, and it's 779,000 budgeted, and it was over a million projected for one position. Critical response.
I would assume that this is given the nature of it, it's one where you would likely see temporary people floating in and out, but I don't know.
We can get that
We can
information.
add that to the list of questions we'll ask
Yeah,
once we're
probably-
through.
Probably overtime.
And as well as the 24% bump from the year before and a 92% increase variance as listed under personnel services. So, yeah, we'll come back to that later. But
Because if this is supposed to be times by
Right.
12, it goes to almost 3 million. Does that make sense? 246.
The big difference is overtime. That's where the increase is.
but it's still one person?
May
Why
I-
are you timesing it
may I
by
offer
12?
some
Because it's not a
clarification? So,
position that's going
this-
away.
Are you on or?
Because,
I'm on.
let's look at
Okay.
this guy.
If I can offer some, just what I think might be clear, critical incident response, the program we're talking
Yeah,
about.
so see,
Uh,
the cost on this critical goes to 2 point, oh wait.
Are there incident
a million
responses from other agencies that come in that are?
I think critical incident response within the sheriff's office would mean a SWAT team, dive rescue team, perhaps search and rescue. And so like a SWAT team, these are deputies and so forth that work in regular positions. And then when there's a SWAT incident, they all stop what they're doing in their regular assignment and all respond to the critical incident, or a dive rescue or a search and rescue, right? There is one full-time employee that is probably a lieutenant or a captain that oversees all of these special units, takes care of the training and the scheduling and the so forth. But the employees of that, the team members, are off doing regular jobs and paid through everything. But when they all come together for a SWAT incident, for example, they're working that incident on overtime. And then that overtime should be billed to the critical incident program because that's the function they're doing. Does that make sense? So
Yeah.
you'll see a lot of overtime, and the truth is, that's when those other deputies are doing critical incident response on a particular event.
So the overtime goes from the budget of 84,000 this year to 371,000 for next year.
Okay, so just wondering here, so when there's no critical response, which is how many days of the year probably is there?
Well, they've spent
Oh.
year-to-date 232,000 in overtime. So the budget was 84,000, the year-to-date expenditure has been 232,000.
I guess what I'm getting at is that on a day where there's not a need for a critical response, I'm just wondering, just roughly ballpark, how many days of the year that might be? I know every year is different, right? I mean,
It's, the first responders working in an environment of emergency services.
Yep.
And
If-
critical incident can include,
If we could save discussion till we're
Okay.
done with this.
Yeah, perhaps, seeing what the days of incident responses were, I don't know if that's possible over the last few years to get a kind of a trend to see if it's, I don't know if there is a way of getting a trend or just averages, I guess, is what I amount to, just to see if there's something we can look at.
If we could move to the next page, please. Enhanced Law Enforcement District.
So I remind you again, this is now a new program, its own fund. You're just seeing a history here, so there's really nothing for you to discuss at this point on this.
so this is going to be looking different next year, right? The FTE, I think as we decided on Tuesday, it's 23 or 4 versus what's shown here on this sheet is 30. So the number of FTEs is different, just observation, and other observation is that this will be more of a contractual, how it looks in the books.
Yeah, similar to NCPRD or WES, it's now a quote contracted employee because they're a special district. Yes.
And if we could have the Family Justice Center page up next.
Question on Family Justice Center. It looks like the projected year end is 2.2 million and the budget's 2.3. And the 11 FTE, are those funded with the current 2.2 level? It's not, okay. Is it not nine positions then on that 2.2?
That's the Family Justice Center shows 2 positions that are being laid off. So this budget would not cover those. This budget would only cover the ones that are funded.
Is that, okay, that's what I was thinking, okay.
Yeah,
Well-
the observation here I'm making on that response that Cindy just provided is that, just looking, and again, we talk about it later, but the amended 25-26 budget or the projected year end is anywhere from 2 million, depending on which column you look at, to 1.8. So if it's budgeted for 9, then that fiscal year budget should be lower.
By 284,000 or something.
Just an observation.
If we could please have investigations up.
I have, am I on? I have a question
Okay.
on family justice. I'm still on family justice, sorry. On this, what is this report called?
Memo of proposed layout.
This one? So on this personnel document that we got this morning, and then, I don't, it must have changed, because I believe the sheriff told us that she found funding for one of those positions. Is that why we only see two in the yellow and not not all three that were in this document?
There were, as I recall, there were 2 in FJC and 1 in parole and probation.
Oh, thank you, okay. But one of these has had funding, is that correct?
That would not
One of
be
these two, the
reflected
yellow
in this
is-
budget.
she's- Sheriff is nodding.
It's,
Which one is it?
if we may, that's more of a detailed discussion I'd like to have after we've gone through the pages. All right, so if we could put up the investigate, thank you.
Question on investigations. The 36% increase in materials and services, just clarification on what that might entail.
You'd like a little detail later?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions, or is everybody ready to move to the next?
Just an observation on this one. As I'm looking at the column on this big one where the first column where the salary's shown for the first time, all the way to the left. I'm seeing that there's 7 on this. I'm seeing there's 7 vacancies unfilled. But when I look at the column in which I see the obvious reductions where it's just the base, it's like 8,000 for one detective and 9,000 for another, which is the allocated cost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, maybe there's a half point in there. Yeah, my point was it looks like there's more than 1 or more than 7 that are below, but that could be a part-time. Anyhow, observation to come back to that.
Wait a minute, that's kind of.
All right, if we could put patrol up, please.
Maybe a flag on this one on. Let's see, hold on. Oh, no.
Yeah, I do want to obviously flag this one as well. Just look at the personnel cost and the number of vacancies shown of 16 for patrol, and wanting to get clarification as to the personnel services line kind of inching up, but obviously that's calculated with remaining 16 vacancies and going back to what Mr. Rhodes discussed yesterday with the number of people in the sheriff's response as to the patrols fully staffed. So I just want to understand what, is it 16 more, or we're assuming there's going to be 16 vacancies? So that's come back to.
All right.
Yep.
Also, M&S is the increase mostly around, oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too, yeah.
Yeah, M&S mostly around, fuel or other things.
The 16 are frozen.
They're frozen. Okay.
Everybody ready to move to the next page? All right.
And this is the one that was eliminated.
That is my understanding. So I think because of that, we can move to the next page.
That's an increase, wow. Okay. What's a CCSO forfeiture?
Yeah.
I don't know if, I'm not the only one who doesn't know what that is.
We can discuss that afterwards.
And going back to traffic enforcement, is that just being absorbed by other deputies?
My understanding is that well, we'll talk about it after.
Yeah, just a question on that.
All right. If we could have civil up, please.
They're comparing with the personnel.
Yeah, I know we'll come back to this one too, but I know we talked about this quite a bit yesterday. And so Cindy, similar to my other question about the patrol deputies, are the 9 listed here that are vacant, are those frozen as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All the positions are under vacant frozen. But that, I mean, what I'm saying is anything in here is frozen. Vacant. Here, all of these are frozen. No, some of them are funded, some of them are
Services and subtract here.
Everybody ready? Is everyone ready for the next page? All right, if we could have PNP up.
Sorry, where are we? I'm behind.
Parole and probation.
What about parole and probation? That's 13, and then 3 layoffs.
Habits.
So just an observation on parole and probation, the personnel services from fiscal year 24-25 forward is pretty flat. So I'm assuming that those vacancies have been ongoing.
Parole and probation, 11 positions are unfunded.
I see in the column there's 13 vacant, and then on the other side, 3 slated, so. But my observation here is in 24, 25, the number is about the same. But we'll talk about that later. Just an observation.
So we're coming back to a lot of
Everybody ready for the next page? Okay, if we could have the jail up.
Observation for jail is, here is the material and services line, looks like it's dramatically increased. If I'm not mistaken.
We have answers for that. I
Yes.
asked Cindy about that too this
Yes,
morning.
we have answers.
And we can discuss that later.
Yeah,
as we should.
yes.
All right, if we could move to the next page, please.
The jail contract.
And just a little later, Kenny, if we can get an explanation on what this means. I don't really know what this means.
Are you talking about the safety training center?
No, the inmate welfare,
Oh,
just,
yeah.
it's not a large dollar amount, I just wonder what it is. I don't know. Because it's such a small amount, I'm wondering why
Yeah.
it's so small.
All right, and then if we can move to the Public Safety Training Center.
Why is my thing doing weird stuff?
For 24, 25. Well, we're at 25, 26 already, so that was,
Yeah, so where are we? Where's our loss? Oh, are we? Is that,
yeah,
am I looking at it? Where are the whole
it was
319?
probably,
Yeah.
or they used general fund balance. there was no beginning fund balance, so they must have used some reserves.
That's all right. Usually everybody has a beginning fund balance except for going in the hole every year.
Everybody ready for the next page? Okay.
Is that after or before we, that position's is that still?
Yeah, interesting.
Because this is the,
This is the variance.
right, but I'm wondering,
It says,
because they're laying off the manager of the facilities, is that before or after?
well, the budget should be, I don't know.
Can we just put a couple of questions about how personal impacts that, the loss in the public safety training center, maybe come back to that and just get clarification? I don't know who's putting a pen in all these things, but a pen here.
Yeah, check.
Thank you.
Cindy is.
Just clarify, and then maybe not understanding the plan to get to neutral
Yeah.
revenue into the future. But, yeah, just the questions about that. Okay, move forward, thank you.
All right, then if we could move to training and wellness.
It's a variance. It's just a reduction in the total expense.
Okay, okay. Okay. Oh, I see. But,
If it was in.
I'm kind of curious why there's a 36% reduction in materials and services, because I'm seeing in other areas the trend has been significantly moving up.
I'll get that for you.
Huh? I don't know.
This is in the training center, is that what you're
Yeah,
talking about?
yeah.
No, this is the training and wellness.
Training and wellness.
Training and
We-
wellness, sorry.
And we,
I
yeah,
was actually-
if you have, yeah, we can get that answer later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just,
Where's training and wellness?
I guess, so just curious why, an explanation on why it was $300,000 in the rears last year. And are we running a deficit here? I don't, maybe I'm not understanding what I'm looking at, but that's what it looks like.
Well, in most funds on that year, in both 24 and 25, they almost all
Have a deficit,
in
yeah,
those years.
including that. I guess it draws the same questions as that I am noticing with the training center and other places.
I think we're still on training and wellness, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Last one. Not in a deficit.
Is everybody ready for the next page? All right, if you could take us to the next one, or last one.
So observation, so everyone knows that this is a unique one because that funding amount there expires at the end of the fiscal year, right, of 27. And it's either going to go up or down. Hopefully, it passes, it goes up, right? Unless we change the model of that. But as Gary informed me, he was not able, I guess legally or properly, to assume that the levy would pass at a much higher rate. So the revenue line would be much higher, not for this fiscal year, but for next fiscal year. But we are looking at, I think those numbers are stable for now, but that expires is what I'm saying. So looking beyond 26, 27, those numbers would look different.
Under current law, it would go to zero, correct?
If it failed, it would go, if it failed, it'd go to zero. Yeah, that's right. And this is also where the expenses were most vivid in the sense that the dollar amount for the revenue line could not fund what is on the sheet here as far as positions, right? It takes a lot more money to fund that. And that's where the math we all realized the math needed to be adjusted, which is why the levy was more for the same amount of services. But just want to just make that note.
Why is the capital outlay so high?
Oh, and yeah, the other note, I mentioned this yesterday, and I know Patrick's in the room. I saw him back there a couple days ago, not yesterday, but I think the day before. I had asked for all the calculations that went into the levy that were additional or proposed to be additional, or the increases like insurance and all those things. So, you know, it may not relate to this year, but it sounds like from a materials and services standpoint or other capital outlay that it should, right, if it's actually gone up, that it should be in there somehow. So I want to be able to see that line of detail ultimately that shows insurance and everything going up for this year on this amount, I assume. And all the other factors that went into that calculation for the levy rate of 53 cents.
And then the capital outlay there, is that new vehicles? 132% increase
Vehicles for the levy staff.
for the levy staff, right?
Okay. So I think we've gone through this now. I'd like to have a discussion about how we want to proceed as a committee. If we're looking, I know there was concern about understanding where the money was. Hopefully, we've addressed some of that. I think some people are looking to do different things at this stage. So I want to have a discussion as a committee about how we want to proceed. Are we looking to budget at the program level, at the line item level, a total dollar amount level? And I think that discussion needs to happen before we do too much additional work. Gary, thoughts?
I would just like to know where you'd like to go with this, how much longer you'd like to focus on this. If you want, we have to want to answer the questions you just asked, but I want to be mindful that the sheriff's office already presented to you, so we're in deliberations now.
Yeah.
I would like to ask if the sheriff's team is willing to come and answer some of those questions, because you asked a lot that they know.
Yeah.
But again, I just advise you, please let's not spend a lot of hours and hours more going back and forth questions. Really, this is your deliberation now to make a decision. Thank you.
Cindy, did you have something you wanted to say?
Well, a suggestion, doing this at the program level, I think that I think of it kind of like a decision tree. So if you are satisfied with the budget at the program level, then done. If you want to restore funds at the program level, then you have a decision to make as to whether or not you want to give the sheriff new funds from the 3.6 million, or you want the sheriff's office to move money from M&S. You'll notice that all of the cuts in the sheriff's office are in personnel services. There's none in M&S. Now, there are a variety of contract obligations in M&S that have to go forward. But I think in past years, what we have heard is that maybe 5% of M&S is discretionary, which would be about 1.6 million. So the question is whether or not you want to add money from the 3.6 million, or you want the sheriff to move money from M&S to restore the program. So the first decision is whether you're satisfied with the budget and the positions gone for that program. And if you are, then you move to the next one and then say, okay, let's say Family Justice Center. If you want to restore those positions that were cut in the Family Justice Center, you can decide whether or not you want to give the sheriff new money where you want the sheriff's office to move money from within her budget. And then you would go to each one after that. So I think that's kind of a logical way to work through these, but just at the program level, not any lower than that.
Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, I'm sure we all put a lot of thought into this. I did coming here today, and so just listening to some of you yesterday, you know, as we discussed, I heard a number of our membership here say that they're reluctant to add 3.6, right? And if that is the majority consensus, then our job is much easier in the sense that all these numbers have that baked in already, right? So for us to, you know, add to, let's just say Family Justice Center, then we could just focus on that one program level line item and make that adjustment. And really, it's much simpler. The detail as far as where the cuts were made has already been done, right? It's already in here. So it's really simple, and from that standpoint, if indeed there's no adding to of 3.6, because then everything goes back to a different looking budget that we don't have before us. So there's that. So that might be a starting point, Chair, for us to say, you know, is it simply just adding back a couple things? And I know that Commissioner West, we only got to the point of the FJC and maybe another way, again, if there is that reluctance to take the gamble of 3.6 ongoing, and we just do add backs, is there anything else besides FJC from a program level we all want to add back?
All right, thank you. Mr. Caton, I think, was next, and then Commissioner West, unless I got it backwards, but that's the
Whatever.
Okay.
I appreciate Commissioner Savas's sentiments, and I agree that I think a lot of us would like to see the Family Justice Center kind of made whole somehow. And my looking through these numbers, and I appreciate Cindy bringing up the M&S pieces that might be adjusted in the budget to help fill those. And my numbers I ran through, I have a kind of a compromising suggestion or proposal, if you will, to consider for filling the Family Justice Center 2 positions with M&S dollars. And my suggestion is that there's a $4 million increase in M&S in the jail fund, and that of those $400 million additions, I know a lot of them are contractual, but I thought that we could potentially move $100,000 from the M&S budget in the jail and move it into the Family Justice Center to help fund the positions that are at risk. And also look at, from the Office of the Sheriff, moving $100,000 from the M&S budget into the Family Justice Center to help fill that gap for those positions, to fund those. And there's perhaps some other dollars in the family, or in the Office of the Sheriff, perhaps $100,000 in personnel and or other areas. But those would give us at least $300,000 from those areas, moving them into the Family Justice Center from that area to help fill those positions. And it leaves them in the sheriff's office, at least under certain current management. And I agree that we could look at then perhaps if we wanted to move those to the DA's office in the future, but it'd give us time for staff and others to look at those in a prudent manner rather than just moving them now. But at least it gives the funding for that now. It shows the public our desire for that important service to be maintained in the community for this budget cycle. And it gives us some time to look at if we want to adjust where those dollars go to and managed, in the future if it's in the DA office or some other way. But that would be my proposal or suggestion, is to move some dollars that manner. Within the current sheriff's budget, it would minimize some impact in some of those areas, but at least fund Family Justice Center, and it gives the Budget Committee an opportunity to share our desire, and I know the sheriff is interested in that, being made whole too, and looking into that, and then give an opportunity into the current budget to allow for that going forward.
Commissioner West.
Yeah, I like where the train of thought and the conversation is going. I agree with Commissioner Savas. I identify and agree a lot with what Committee Member Catton has spoke to. I know we haven't made a decision yet. Just so you guys know, when we're ready to hear it on this specific issue, DA Wentworth has been waiting online to address us. And you guys, I'd like to give him that opportunity to speak to his thoughts on this issue specifically. He is taking time out of his vacation and is waiting online to say a few words to us. But I wanted to let you guys know that when we think that's appropriate time to potentially hear from him. And then also, it just seems to kind of be a natural segue also right now since we are talking about the FJC. But I just want to concur with what I've heard so far this morning.
My turn. So my personal inclination has always been pick a dollar amount, give the sheriff a dollar amount, and let the sheriff or any other director or elected official determine how best to operate their office or department with whatever dollar amounts provided. So I would personally be disinclined to do a program level or a line item level budget. But if that's what the committee wants to do, then so be it. But that's my 2 cents. And I believe Commissioner Helm is next, and then Chair Roberts.
We just heard Cindy say there's $1.6 million of discretionary funds, right? That in M&S that can get moved around.
Estimated?
Estimated, right. And I think getting down to the moving, I appreciate what you're trying to do, Jeff, but I think trying to start moving it around for the sheriff, I think, again, I don't want to micromanage. We're here to say, here's your pot of money, work with it. Here's our priorities and here's our citizens' priorities. And this is what we hear on a daily basis from people. And that we put the onus on her or her department to fully fund the things that are important to the citizens of Clackamas County. So going to the program level is good. It's enlightening. We're seeing some disparities that concern us and we have questions about, but again, agreeing with Kenny that we are here to approve a certain amount of money and say what our position is, and then let the sheriff do her job. So I trust her to do her job based on our priorities as a committee and as a board. So I think we're getting so into the weeds on this that it's I'll yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Roberts.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Helm and the chair here. Sorry. I agree with Commissioner Helm and the chair that we are getting into the weeds, and we start shifting around M&S that, to be honest, we might not fully understand the impact of what that change is. I know it's wide, and there can be a variety of things that you do or do not want to touch. And again, I would believe that would be up to, the sheriff and her finance team. And so I do think we're at a decision, really. The point, I think, is simply put, are we going to give any of that $3.1 million to the sheriff or not? I really feel like that's the discussion item. And we've made the decision we're going to give $500,000 to the DA, so be it. But I really think that's the question here. So I wanted to kind of, boy, I don't know about a lot of you, but I didn't sleep very good last night. And it was really, I mean, in my 16 years as sheriff and being on the board, I've honestly never seen a budget that we've got to this detail like this, right? And it's really been up to the county administrator to really oversee, direct, bring it to us, and make modifications that are at the 60,000 foot level, right? So I do get concerned about getting into the detail that we don't know all the specifics about it. I also want to say I really care deeply about all the employees. This is stressing a lot of people out, right? And I really believe, that is the core function of this entire organization, are the employees that do the difficult work every day. And I'll guarantee you they're paying attention to what's being said. And I'm confident, hopeful, and optimistic that we can come together and do our very best to keep every possible employee that we can and not lay a single soul off. I mean, that is my hope. I think that yesterday, some of the members mentioned some concern about the supplemental budget process for the sheriff's office. And I actually want to address that concern because it's a legit concern. I think I heard Martha say it. I heard a couple other folks say it. And I just want to take us back in time, and that was a year ago. And there was a major disagreement between county finance and the sheriff's office finance. Gary and I, after that, it was brutal on both sides. And Gary and I had conversations after that, really wanting to set a plan forward to bring both sides together. And let me tell you why. The public expects this, right? To figure this out, to work hard, to come together, put our personal bias aside, and really understand where the differences were. And as I said last year, I felt like we were doing this. And I felt like we had to get to this. And county finance was saying, go forth and hire. Sheriff's office saying we don't have the money to hire. And as we really went on, it came down to, and I know Commissioner Helm and Commissioner Savas said on that committee, to look at kind of the finances. And it did come down to the APOS system and the add to pays and the issue that had to do with that. And it was, used as a roadmap the county uses for budget and personnel. And one of the things the sheriff's office did is actually financing put together an actual payroll information and determined the numbers were different. And so the sheriff's office conducted an audit using the paychecks of every single sheriff's office employee received in the month of December. And it did show that it was off, it was underfunded. And as you can see, as I've talked about, they've made significant cuts over the years. I mean, they've cut overtime 30%, they've held off on fleet, and I felt like they have done a good job at trimming their budget to every possibility. And so, anyway, getting to this, I really believe, and this is that we have come a long ways, and this is an important time to really recognize what I believe is a tenure between finance and the sheriff's office for the first time. And I feel like I'm very optimistic. I feel like, all right, we're getting to the bottom line here. And Gary had Dan help us work on this. I mean, this has been a year-long project. And I believe that, we deserve to give a big shout out to both of the teams that they've worked hard, they've come together on the APOS. And you know what? It isn't over. That you need to continue to work together to resolve any of these financial issues between the two. I mean, and that's the most important thing. And I think that, I wanted to really, as chair of the Board of County Commissioners, really, and this is from me personally, is I feel like really a formal apology to the Sheriff's Office finance team. And Patrick, you did an amazing job. And I'll be honest with you, he was ready to leave last year. And I was like, my God, don't leave. We'll get through this. And so people continue to come to the table. So if I was to ever say are we on a good path? Are we headed down the right direction? Are we getting our numbers accurate and real? I would say yes. And so, again, we're making huge steps. We have still another year to go. And that is where, and I expressed, I would love to see a significant portion of that 3 million go into the sheriff's office to help keep many of those employees as possible, right? And I feel very good that we will not be hearing from the sheriff's office coming back for a supplemental budget unless we have a forest fire, which I hope we don't have. So with that, I mean, I do want to compliment Gary, county finance, the sheriff's office finance, really for coming together and really saying, okay, we got to figure this out. And we are here. And that's just credit to really a lot of hard work over this last year. So I would just like to ask Gary if he has any comments, about that. I mean, it's been a long year.
The teams have worked very, very well together, and I thank you all, Sandra and Elizabeth and Cindy and Patrick and Lee, undersheriff and sheriff. They all have done incredible work collaborating together to support you and the public. That's absolutely true. Thank you. I also agree with the chair. Your question is, are you going to reinstate these positions or not? That's the ultimate question for you to make today. There's 3.1 million available. That does not impact the forecast. You know that. So that's your decision point. Thank you.
Commissioner Sabas.
Yeah. Well, I agree a lot with what Chair Roberts said. No, the changes that are in the budget, I guess reductions or whatnot, I don't know all the detail, and I agree that, and that was my reluctance late yesterday, was to make a lot of changes without having a clear objective or metrics or something to guide, say, here's a cut or an addition and here's why, right? I didn't have that late yesterday. I think that's why at least I was a little bit reluctant to jump in and get into the weeds any deeper than we are. I will say that doing a program level line item is not mutually exclusive as far as, making sure that everything's funded as proposed. So what the line item actually does, it assures that if these are the priorities and everything's programmed, it assures that those monies will be there and they'll be spent for those particular purposes. So they're not mutually exclusive. So it's a win. There's no disadvantage to essentially approving everything as is that's in this budget, right, that we've been looking at for 3 days, and doing it at a program level so that, again, all those lines are assured. And then next year we'll see, as these changes and improvements that both finance at the county and finance at CCSO, and the great working relationship and all the things they're revealing and uncovering and fixing, we can see those. It's going to take a while. This is not overnight. I don't think any, I know in my conversations and the conversation we had, Commissioner Helm and I on the work group, I think we gleaned, it's not just about any particular one thing, but we're getting there, right? And there's more progress to be made, and there's more work to be done, and fleet's one of them, as I mentioned that. So the relationships are good, and I want to give kudos. If there's apologies in order, I think there's apologies to go around everywhere. But I think just let's be positive and just say kudos. I appreciate Sheriff Brandenburg yesterday or the day before, I'm losing track of days. I appreciate her acknowledgement of the work group and the progress we made, and I appreciate the tenor of all of us here. I mean, it was difficult yesterday, but I still think the tenor was, just in the role of responsibility as members of the committee. That's our role, is ask hard questions. So the one question I have here, which came as a surprise, I need clarification. So I don't want to focus a whole lot on the 3.6 because, as I mentioned, I've seen 5 different forecasts in less than a year that went from red to black to red to black, and I don't have the security that, that the forecast in 6 months will look like it is today. And staff has said it's very dynamic, it's gonna change. So, and I also have some other information that tells me that there's a lot of attrition that's in front of us, that some of these folks, current employees that are currently doing the job, doing the great work out there, are some of them are going to retire, more than we see here today. So when that happens, there's going to be, money that won't be expended, that will be available to make those changes or fill those positions. So it's very dynamic. I think one more year of history and looking at it at a line item will give all of us better insight as to materials and services and fleet and so forth. What are those real costs? And, we don't know what the price of gas is going to go up or down. It's slated not to come down a whole lot for a long time. That concerns me. So that's why I'm reluctant to really make a commitment of an additional 3.6 and maybe not know what some of these numbers really pan out to be. I think that the add to pays and all the things we discovered, I want to get a better grip of that. It's going to take a while to see that historically and actuals from years past. We need to build this. It's going to take a while. It's not going to happen overnight. We're not going to be able to fix it all here today. But I want to go back to yesterday when it was revealed about, was it 1.2, Gary, or 1.6?
1.6.
1.6.
1.6. That one caught me by surprise. So I'm not looking at this 3.6 today. I'm looking at this as 5.2. And again, I'm taking the words and I'm looking at the budget, and we appropriated those monies last year, right?
Yes.
Yes. And so I presume that all along that they're baked in here in everything we've been looking at. And I think the responses by CCSO staff about civil, which is where the money went, and the positions and were filled, and looking at the historic aspect of it is that I didn't hear a call or a demand for 1.6 additional. Certainly I can see the vacancies, but so again, I'm looking at this as 5.2. And I think Mr. Rhodes' comments yesterday, thank you, number of them at number of junctures along the way were, a lot spot on. And I think his history and insight is valuable. But I think Mr. Rhodes, you did a great job yesterday. I learned a lot from that. And it has been this perennial extra 5, extra 3, extra 4 every year. And I don't see that. I don't see how we're be able to do that. If we can prove that 3.6 or 5.2 is something that we can stably fund, and when all these things pan out with inflation, with fuel, with some of the add to pays, it's premature to say and bank that these numbers, projections are going to be spot on. And again, I heard from a lot of you yesterday that your reluctance to just throw that 3.6 at it, but I'm considering the 1.6 as well. So I guess that gives us freedom. And again, all we have to do, and my main point here today, is that doing a line item by program without changes doesn't change anything, right? We're not changing priorities. All we're being able to do is get a level of detail and a level of history that we can see going forward. And if we want to make any tweaks, we can be more specific with it on the line item level if we choose to add. Mr. Cernak, I did have a clarification. You mentioned that you were reluctant to do anything. Was that add or cut or both?
I am inclined to approve as proposed at the top level, the sheriff's office level, not a program. That's my inclination.
Okay, but the dollar amount is what I was getting at.
As proposed.
Okay, with the
No
not adding
additional-
3.6.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
With adding or not adding?
Not at.
Not adding.
And it's actually
That-
3.1,
that's my
not
personal-
3.6.
It's
My-
3.1 now.
Yeah, because we gave away.
My personal inclination is to, Commissioner Schrader.
All right, so I'm seeing 3 trends here that I think are the elephants in the room, and one is The cuts all seem to be in personnel services, just looking at the trends. Material and services is all over the place, and in some cases incredibly high. And then the third elephant in the room is even when we fund, we seem to end up at the end of the year asking for consistently, how many supplemental budgets, Mr. Rhodes? It's been,
I think we went back 6, 7 years, and it averages between 3.2 to over $5 million
Yeah.
each year.
so I would be inclined to help, to do a 3.1, but I'm concerned that it's not going to matter, that in the end, we're going to have to come back and do another supplemental budget. So that trend really concerns me. And there's two routes we can take. We can either approve 3.
Martha, move your mic over. I'm
Oh,
trying to hear.
we can either approve 3.1 and assume that'll make things whole, okay, if we want to go there, or not. If not, we'll have to weather the cuts, which is up to the purview of our sheriff to decide where that happens, even though we may disagree where the cuts are happening, but there you go. One of the things I might suggest, if we decide to do this 3.1, which I'm not sure the consensus of this board is to do that right now, so I don't see that happening. Okay, I'm reading the tea leaves here. But the other issue is you've started a committee, Diana Helm and Paul Savas have been sitting in that. And I think that work needs to continue to find out the nitty-gritty. We're going down into these line items, nitty-gritty during these things. That needs to happen. That committee needs to be maintained. That committee needs to continue to dive down into it. And we trust our colleagues to give us, and just do the wonderful job they do. They're both numbers people and help inform, why we're kind of having these kinds of discrepancies and continue working with the sheriff collaboratively. If we can't get to 3.1 million today, which I'm not seeing, I don't know what to say. It doesn't mean that we can't come back at a later date and decide, if you continue your work, that as the year progresses, that we can reassess and then give them some discretionary money. But I'm not seeing today that this board is going to actually want to go there at this moment. I'm saying never say never, but I think we need to get a handle on what some of these trends are and understand, like, what are materials and services. I don't know, and I assume with the sheriff's office, it's far more expensive than what we have to deal with. I mean, I think of pets. They're thinking of like equipment. So that would be my suggestion. It's up to our folks. I'm not going to make a motion to give the money. If someone wants to do that, they can. I'm getting the feeling the consensus of the board is not there. But I do see the collaborative openings for the next year. If you continue that work, we may have our two colleagues say, okay, we feel comfortable coming back, doing a supplemental if necessary. But like I said, these trends it's interesting. I mean, my gut would to be cut more in M&S and not personnel services. I'd rather invest in people and not the stuff, even though I know the stuff is important. Okay, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Helm.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Gary. We gave a supplemental budget, a 4 million midstream this year and 1.6, right?
No, may I clarify this?
Yeah,
Yes.
can I
So,
clarify that?
back months ago, and Commissioner Savas, you were not at the board meeting that day, I proposed and the board approved a total of up to $4 million, which includes in that 1.6 million.
Okay, it's included. Thank
For,
you.
to search
included, it's baked in.
the rest of the payment for the courthouse employees. There was a disagreement between the sheriff's team and my team on whether that was funded or not. And because in my justification, I couldn't find the evidence it was, I said, let's just go ahead and give it.
Okay.
That was my decision. And justice court revenue, which before half of the cost of the traffic ticket goes to every other jurisdiction, that cities that use the traffic court, justice court, but not the sheriff's office. So I've asked that that now go off the top 50% to the sheriff's office, which was approximately 400,000. So that's two million there, and then the extra 2 million is up to of general fund if needed. That's the 4.
Thank you for that clarification. That's why I wanted you to hear, because you weren't there about the 4 million. So it looked like 4 plus 1.6 plus then minus no. So anyway, but let me ask a question too. If we were to give the 3.1, aren't we starting out with a supplemental budget already? I mean, isn't that technically starting out
No.
with a supplemental budget? No?
Because this is you're doing the proposed budget now, so you'd be giving her.
Adding it to.
Adding to
all
what,
right, okay,
to what I
all right.
proposed, yeah.
All right, so, and I just want to walk back something I said yesterday too, just for those listening. So when I brought up the add to pays and all that, the reality is those were done to level the playing field between our county and the surrounding counties who do make more than our officers here. So, and the budget or the pace thing is so complex with the sheriffs, as we found out during the working group, that, yeah, it's, I want our officers to be paid as much as surrounding counties, right? I want it all to be a level playing field. So I was schooled on that last night, so I just want people to understand that. And law enforcement is super expensive. We're realizing that it's so different than how it used to be with technology, with body cameras, with all the technology that's now part of what it never used to be this complex. So, and I'm going to go back to Mr. Cernak, where I think it's our job to say, here's the amount of money, and give board direction or committee direction to the sheriff to not cut personnel. Our people are really important, and to work on trimming the M&S, because if there's some discretionary in there, we can keep a lot of people on the books at $1.6 million. So that would be kind of the direction I'm thinking of going. Thank you.
Ms. Rader.
I kind of want to address a couple of things that you said, because, I mean, I don't think anyone in this room wants to micromanage the sheriff's office or even get into the weeds. But I really feel like we've been forced to, because these people have already got their pink slips. And, nobody wants to lose those positions. And the last thing I want to do is to sit here and go through little receipts. But I can tell you, we want to keep those people. And I think there's at least $1.6 million in fluff in the material services. And I can see that they've been deficit spending in almost every one of these programs for the last 3 years. So I want the sheriff to manage these funds. And I do think materials and services is where it's at. And I'm offended that I'm forced to make decisions on people's jobs because they're not managing within the money they have.
So just to respond to that, and my question would be back, do you believe that the sheriff has made any significant cuts to her organization?
It doesn't matter, we're still not balancing the budget. I mean, it's not, what do we do? And, the labor contracts are something, that's already done. The only costs that we really have control over is capital expenditures, is your materials and services. Unless those things are changed. And I've been harping on PERS costs for a couple of years. Everybody thought I was nuts. But, you know, some of these costs you just don't have control of. So, but these people are important to everybody, and I really am, I don't like to be put in a position where we're the ones to hire and fire. That's offensive.
I think, you know, if I could, I mean, because you bring up some good points about M&S, and I'm honestly not the expert on MS because I've been away from it, right? So it'd be nice if Patrick could come up and talk about MS, if we could just spend a few minutes and hear, you know, what is all included in some of the M&S and where the cuts have been made and where perhaps they can't be made. I mean, if the chair was open to that, I think it might answer some questions as to the M&S costs, which you know, you make some good points. So
It's
I
the only
just
thing
want
we can control, and then there's something really confusing to me because I don't understand the full cost, is the vacancies. And there's a huge cost to that.
Yeah.
And that's real money.
That's real money.
I'm open to the possibility, but I'm not ready to ask the sheriff's office up yet.
Okay.
Bottom line is, I'm just not inclined to vote for any money to go in.
Okay. Mr. Carr.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, related to the point that was just made by Ms. Rader, I think we do need to. I hope that does include more information is needed. So we are going to need to hear from the sheriff, in my opinion, as a committee member. My comment is of a different flavor. I don't want this to get lost in something that was said yesterday. But as a committee member and been on here for several years too, sometimes I feel, and maybe some of my other colleagues that are citizen members feel this way, that we have so much information that we have to consider, and so much of it, which was just identified, is hugely important. We are talking about the well-being of families and employees and families, which I certainly don't take lightly, and I don't think anybody on this commission takes lightly. But I also feel like sometimes we're rushed. We are rushed in this process, and that's what I want to speak to just real quick. Commissioner Savas brought up yesterday, you know, there were so many things that were surprising to him, and he is a current seated commissioner. And I don't think there should be surprises when we start to enter into this process. And so I'm not complaining. Please understand, I'm not complaining, and I'm certainly complimenting all of the hard work. My former employment included a portion of this, not at this level. I understand how much time and hard work goes into this. But if we get to this point where you involve the committee and now we're formal and there are lots of surprises, don't be surprised that we have questions that we're going to want more follow-up information on in order to make an informed, good, professional, well, rounded decision in this process. I personally don't worry about the amount of time that it takes, although I do know there's a timeline. I get all of that. But if there's something that could be done in future budget processes as it relates to eliminating surprises which will generate lots of discussion or needed discussion in the future, is there a way that we can accomplish that? Now, that would be something maybe outside of the committee and more or less within the commission and administrative staff. I think that is something that you should really look at in order for this committee to be the most efficient that it can be, to make the best decisions that it can make. And so it's more of a procedural thing. Thank you, Administrator Schmidt, for never in a million years couldn't pay me enough to do your job. There's no way. Never. And thank you to the finance team, too. Elizabeth being gone, but Cindy and Sandra. I know that hard work, and I'm not trying to add to that. I'm trying to create and maybe suggest if there's a way to make it more efficient so that we can make more informed decisions. And Ms. Rader then doesn't have the questions that she has that prohibits her from being able to make a, a well thought out, good vote on behalf of the public, because that's what we're here to do. So, thank you.
Cindy, did you have a response to something?
I wanted to respond to,
Is your mic on?
I want to respond to Commissioner Schrader. I would urge the committee to not give mixed messages. And to say.
Yeah, I saw your face and I thought, whoops, what did
Well,
I say?
but this is what's happened in the past, and this is why you've had so many supplementals, where the committee has said, here's your budget, but let us know if you need more. And,
Well, but there's a little bit of a difference. Can I
well,
just?
let me just.
You finish. and
Let
I'll-
me just finish. That has been what has been said publicly. The sheriff has, gets one message, you think you're giving another message. I would just implore you to give one message and not, if you open the door, then you're going to have a supplemental budget.
And one of the differences, I think now, just this one I'm depending on, is because we've built the relationship and we're having continuous meetings over the budget things, it won't, yeah. I was hopeful that that would give us more understanding and in-depth knowledge of what's really going on, and we
It's the
could
same
work
issue.
this out.
I don't think it's different, sorry.
No,
That's my
no,
opinion.
that's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I value your,
Just one message.
I'm
would be
just
good.
trying to, just trying to see where we're gonna get, but no worries.
Commissioner West.
Thank you, Chair. I could not have articulated any better than Committee Member Rader just did. That was spot on, and I share those feelings. Thank you for saying them publicly. I think it is a disservice to everybody who has spent a ton of time and effort with the right intentions and motives to get to common ground, to say, well, it's hard and let's get it done and move forward. When we signed up for this, we signed up for the work to do it the right way. Now, here's the really good news too, is that there is no other budget committee like this in the metro area, I swear. I swear this is the most functional, competent, ready to go, hardworking budget committee out of any city, out of any county, anywhere close to us. When people review back and look at this budget committee and there's headlines about it, it will be much different than the budget issues in Portland, Multnomah County, Washington County, or other cities, even Wilsonville or others. So I have a lot of faith in the motives, in the intent and the heart, along with doing the hard work and the math with this group. And so it's been an absolute pleasure to serve with all of you, and you guys are dynamite. I have been harping on these 16 positions, and I'm glad that Member Karn said these are real families in our community. And I also think the truth that lies with where we sit today is very much aligned with what Ms. Rader said. We have to make hard decisions now because these people have pink slips. And we also don't have the trust that we're quite there yet to give an additional 3.1 million. There's potentially 5.2. I think Commissioner Savas is correct in that. So when we look at real people in our community, real families here, especially I keep harping on at least the 3 that we have on this list that are attached to the Family Justice Center or Victim Advocacy Group. You know, what's going to happen is it's not our choice. We say, here's the money. And then we have been reminded over and over and over again that it is the constitutional authority of the sheriff to structure her department and to hire and fire as she sees fit. None of us made this list, and most of us probably don't agree with it. A lot of us have spent a lot of time in heartburn. The DA is waiting to speak to this, specifically to the FJC and the victim advocacy work and how to structure that appropriately. So we do have to get to a point where we think in the right way, in the most responsible way, and a fiducial responsibility that we are giving a pot of money to the sheriff, but ultimately it's up to her. Like we are doing a dynamite job on a skeleton crew and patrol. We need more, and And the taxpayers expect us to figure out how to relieve some of that really tough tension and the really poor morale within the sheriff's department, within parole, and how to give them the help that they need so that they can have a work-life balance, or they can have they hopefully can avoid a severe incident or emergency because they have the staff that they need. We have these like arbitrary like positions just hanging out there that are like unfulfilled and forever just like we're told that, you know, we're not going to fill those 44 open positions. That's not going to happen. But we probably need to fill some of them, and they do need some relief within that team. We do need to address that. We have seen immense growth outside of the core function of the sheriff's department over the last 6 to 7 years, is exponentially huge. That is a growth of government. We've never actually really, I don't believe we have actually, you can make the argument that we've really actually cut the sheriff's office. It's the only budget in the county that has continually grown year after year after year with supplemental budgets over and over and over again, like since, you know, we can all remember. And I can't get to the 3.1 million, but I do think there is, if we're honest, there's other money in there that we don't and we shouldn't have to. And no other department is having to do this. So, or having this issue. They're not having this issue. So, I don't know, just to be more like not waxing and waning, and we all have our, you know, our concerns around this. I don't know if we're ready to either say, yes, we're going to do some of what Commissioner Savas proposed with looking at it programmatically and getting a little bit more into understanding why we are where we are and spending the time to do that today or this weekend. Or I think we need to keep in mind the prioritization of these 16 positions. And then I tried yesterday to say, hey, if we can come up with some funding, can you also use your constitutional authority to help commit with us that you share that priority to get it done? I was never given a yes. It concerned the DA so much that he's still waiting online to say, how can I help? How can I help make that commitment within my department? And then we're looking at, you know, that's us being super creative in the effort to save real jobs. Wasn't our decision. Wasn't our decision to not appropriately like hire up and fund parole. It wasn't our decision to pick these 16 people. It wasn't our decision to not have a balance or a commitment or a collaboration with the person that makes that decision so that we can at least say, if we can't get to all 16, can we get to 10? Can we get to 3? Can you help us here? That wasn't given yesterday either. So I don't have a lot of trust that we will have any influence at all as elected commissioners and committee members on saving or influencing these people that have been given the pink slip by the sheriff, chosen by the sheriff. So I'll leave it at that, but those are the two things I think we should be quickly focusing on is these real positions and where we find it in the budget. And I'm sure every one of these positions would really appreciate us to look at every pencil bot and before they know that they don't have a job. We all have jobs. None of us are gonna have to worry about like putting food on the table or feeding their kid or putting shoes on their feet. 16 people are having to worry about that. And if we can't give them the 3.1, it's on us to financially help find the money to make sure those families are taken care of if we can. There's real people here. We're not allowed to say names, and everything looks very like, I'm sitting here watching I was like, every single one of those is an actual human being. What if they're watching this and they said, I'm more than just a dollar figure or a number? And we're looking at them as if, and we're told we can't even look at them as people, which is very dehumanizing. And we're looking at it, and I'm like, somebody at home is sitting there as a single mom that has this position and saying, I'm not just that on a spreadsheet or a ledger. And so that's what kept me up last night. That's what had conversation with Commissioner Savas and I up into the late hours last night trying to find the right moral way to do this. So let's look at it that way. Let's figure out how to like, if we can't get to the 3.1, where can we say, hey, we were able to find good adjustments here. Now, Sheriff, go make the decision, and please make the decision to keep these positions. Or we have to make a decision to listen to DA Wentworth to say, I can help save some of these, and here's a creative solution that I have. I think that's how we should look at it.
Commissioner Salas, is your comment brief? I have a couple of things I'd like to ask the committee, so I just want
Okay,
to.
well, they're important, and I'll be as brief as I can. So, I just want to clarify again, I appreciate Commissioner West's comments that my proposal yesterday, if you all recall, was to line item by program at a very high level, okay? Level similar to the pages we just reviewed, not in the detail weeds. And in my thinking about that, if we can't do that, we can't do that. But my thinking about that was, if there was material and services savings that could fill a position, there would be the ability for the sheriff to determine, let's just say, or staff determine they could do that within the materials and services. I think there's opportunity. Mr. Caton's identified that. Commissioner Helm has. Committee member Rader. And Mr. West. Okay, the echo's gone. I think there's opportunity, and I hear everyone saying no one wants to lay off anyone, but that's happening, almost everywhere it seems. I mean, our NCPRD director went through some very hard times last year, had to lay off positions. I mean, a lot of departments are. The sheriff, I'm going to give credit to the sheriff here. The sheriff's had to make hard decisions. She's chosen tough, maybe not to fill a position or so on. So she's already done the hard work. She's presented a budget with the 16 cuts that she doesn't want to make, perhaps, but is there. I mean, we're living within our means. I told everyone this, if the levy didn't pass, I would have a totally different approach about how we tackle this budget, because as Chair Roberts mentioned yesterday, we're going to be in deep trouble if the levy doesn't pass. So I look at this 3.6 and the 1.6 for a total of 5.2 as, oh my gosh, maybe that is really going to be money that I would like to have available to deal with that response. How do we respond if the levy doesn't pass ultimately, as opposed to having it all appropriated? So the other thing we talked about, and for a moment here, just grab this sheet, look at the top yellow line all the way to the left, or all the way to the right, and it says 34,170. That's the cost of a vacant position for that particular undersheriff, right? And the numbers vary. I think Chair Roberts used the average of 16,000. Well, if you take all those vacant positions, the frozen ones, all those vacant positions, and you actually eliminate them, suddenly you got over $1 million or $2 million that you can hire back. So there's money there. Yeah. Okay, it's there. There's, from talking to staff yesterday in material and services, whether it's $3 million, $4 million, or $6 million in material services, that fills the gap.
Right.
Yeah.
So
That's what we're saying.
if we can, Gary, I'm looking at you, can we just do, and here's why, do a line item at a high level, right, which secures that all these priorities will be funded as they're proposed, but giving the flexibility within that fund to use material and services or whatever savings, and the cuts, but eliminating the vacant positions, right, and gaining that money back. That's money that's being wasted. That could be employing people. So I just want you all to consider that. And I think also the upside here, in light of the challenge with the levy, is if we're seen as being responsible here, and I appreciate Commissioner West's comments about the stellar group of people and of this committee. I think if we're seen, and the sheriff frankly made these cuts, I think we can take that and say, okay, we've cut, right? And we've had this difficult discussion. And voters, please fill in the gap, because otherwise, here's what the writing on the wall is. But I think we we gain credibility by honoring what the proposed budget is, right? Finding ways to fill those positions, right, with existing funds, okay? That's the win. That's the win. That's where our expertise and insights help. From a public perception standpoint, it's a win. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. Chair Roberts.
Yeah, I'll be short. I know you want to. I think that, and this is, again, where I guess just because I've been on the other side of the seat, I'm just gonna give you my perspective, right? And that it's, and I don't know, like I said, I don't know all the details of the sheriff's M&S, but I do know that it looks like it's about 3% of her entire budget. She's reduced it to about 2%. And my caution to you is this, because it's like what we don't know, right? And what we don't know is, like, for example, I'd ask each of you, how much do you think a bulletproof vest cost? Right? Well, it's just under $1,000. So you got 350 sworn, right? That's the materials and services. And guess what? You have to replace it every 5 years. So if you can cut one thing and thinking you're going to add a patrol deputy, but you don't have a vest, I mean, under the contract, you have to replace it. And so a lot of times we think we can take materials and services and take them from one place to the other, but when you really look at, okay, what does that actually fund? That's why I don't know what other things fall into that materials and service, which would make me nervous about cutting unless I really knew. And that's where I keep coming back. I feel like we've made a lot of progress. They got 44 empty positions, overtime's cut, and I agree with what Cindy Becker said. Cindy and I don't always agree. You turned your head, didn't you? She goes, oh, he's talking about me. And this is why we have to send the right message to the sheriff, right? And the message that I believe is if we give her that 3.1 million, the message is we need you to live within your means with that additional 3.1 million. And that we don't have the ability to have you come back. We're getting away from these supplemental budgets, and then unless there's some sort of crisis. And that's how you have transparency in budgeting, right? And that was one of the big issues when I came, is that, oh my gosh, we're doing supplemental budgets all the time. And it's unclear. And this is where we really want to be, and that's why under the Department of Revenue, Chapter 13, I read it, I talked to the folks down there, and there are specific guidelines on supplemental budgeting, unanticipated, right? You get a grant that comes in, that wasn't anticipated, that's supplemental, right? Income. But if we know going into that, they were going to have to fund her in 6 months, that's not allowed. And so I would much rather just say, look, Sheriff, this is a new day, this is a new time, and what we expect out of you is to live within your budget. We'll fill this with whatever closest to 3.1 million, and let's see how this year goes. And because we are making progress, and I agree. One of the things that Jamie Carn brought up, which I totally agree, is, and I mentioned it already to Gary, is we got to have meetings earlier on, presentations about overall budgets. If we identify there's so many unanswered questions with the sheriff, I agree. Let's start that process earlier and have her and her team present on all of those elements. The unfortunate thing is we're down to the wire for this year, and I have a whole list of recommendations for next year for Gary that I wanted to bring up, but I'll end there.
All right, thank you. So I've got 4 questions I want to just ask the committee and do a quick go through and have everyone answer it, so I can get a feel for how we'll continue. So the first one I have is, do we want the committee to discuss now potentially moving positions for the FJC? My personal inclination is we ask, if the BCC wants, they can ask staff to investigate that possibility later, but that we not do that now. But I just want to get the feel of the committee, so I know if we can release the DA or if we want to have that detailed discussion. So I'll start with Commissioner West.
I think we're having the discussion. We've already had discussion around it. I think that perspective from the DA himself, since his name has been invoked quite a bit during that discussion, and he's passionate about it, I think that that's a fair thing to do. I think that Chair Roberts is also correct. There's some questions around M&S that it would be good for the sheriff also to come and address, or Patrick. I agree with Chair Roberts on that. So I would find it informative. He's taken the time and waited for a while. I think it'd be respectful to let him address that issue.
Ms. Rader.
Oh.
What are you
So my question is, do you want this committee to seriously consider recommending moving those or adjusting funds to do that, or shall we table that and let the BCC and staff discuss that at a later date?
Yeah, I mean, I'm concerned about taking it out of the sheriff's office and out of that control. I mean, my mission is to make sure they're kept. But I thought that I heard her say yesterday that there may be some funds, given some shifts, that would be available. So, I mean, I'm bottom line is I'm conflicted. I mean, I just don't, I don't want to lose them. And we can't get a commitment from her. So my propensity is to move them.
Commissioner Helm?
I'd like to hear from DA Wentworth.
Hear from what? I'm sorry.
DA Wentworth.
Mr. Caton?
Yeah, I concur with Commissioner West's thoughts that we should hear from DA and get some clarification about some M&A as well. M&S, excuse me, from the Sheriff's Office.
Chair Roberts?
Move forward.
Yeah, my suggestion would be to table it, have staff work on it, figure out logistics, bring both parties together, figure out the path forward. It's kind of like the grant program I brought up. There's, I think our task at hand today is to kind of get this budget. This is a whole nother issue at hand, which I think needs a deep dive to look at all the impacts.
Okay. I would also be in favor of tabling and letting the logistics be sorted out. Commissioner Schrader?
I would agree with your assessment. I think tabling and looking at that, but I'm not getting the feeling there is a consensus right now to move additional dollars to the sheriff's office. I don't think we should put each other on the spot right now. I don't.
Mr. Karn?
I believe more information never hurts. And if we can get more information that helps us make an informed decision, then I believe that's the right thing to do. And what that looks like, so be it. Whether DA Wentworth comes up, I'd like to hear what he has to say. I'd like to hear what the Sheriff's Office has to say, and helping maybe answer some of the questions that we still have that will impact how we vote on this budget.
Commissioner Savas?
I agree with those who have the position of, hearing and kind of help determine what the DA has to say with regard to this, and also hearing what the sheriff says. I think I gleaned yesterday, like some of you did, that maybe she can actually fund one of those positions, and is that enough? And other information that's come about, from people that have contacted me that maybe it can actually function with one position versus two. So I just want to just share that, and again, just remind everyone, if we follow this budget and we add, we're not cutting, we're just adding, right? So we only started with one, which is the FJC, but there's others I want to talk about. So my answer is I'm amenable to adding if I hear from both parties, that being the DA and the sheriff, that one or two is the right move, and it's getting security. I think that also, by doing the line item at the high level, which Gary, by the way, just conveyed to me, that we can do the high level, not the line item detail, but not that heavy detail, but we can do the high level to assure that that function, that program is funded. So that's my intention yesterday when I made the motion, and I think we can get there and not get in the weeds. Thank you.
Mr. Rhodes?
I'd like to hear from the DA and the sheriff about the subject, and then table it for staff to do the research on it. But the information is important to me.
Okay. Next question that I have is, as a committee, do we want to look at the program level approval or a general level approval? Commissioner West?
Revisiting this again, I still want to do that program level, as Commissioner Savas articulated, and has got confirmation from Gary and from Cindy Beckert that that is completely possible and doable and reasonable and not in the weeds. So I would like to still move down that path. That has not changed.
Ms. Rader,
Well, I'd like high level.
Commissioner Helm,
High level, program level, yes.
Mr. Caton,
Yeah, at the high level, like I had proposed earlier, looking at moving some dollars from one place to another to help these positions be retained.
Chair Roberts,
Yeah, I don't want to get to the program level.
I'm also personally inclined to do high level. Commissioner Schrader,
I prefer high level.
High
Mr.
level?
Cohen, Commissioner Savas,
High program level, yes.
so program level.
Program high level.
Oh, but program level.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
But there's two program levels. There's high and there's detail, high level.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're all nodding to yes to.
No, some of this- I
Okay,
don't think that's
so
what
let's,
you're saying.
let's,
what everybody was nodding to.
No.
That's what
So,
everybody said.
so,
we're-
I'm gonna go around again. Do you want to talk about it at the program level or the high sheriff gets this many dollars level? Because that's what I'm asking.
Program high level.
No, one or the
No.
other.
They're
Don't-
two different things, please. Two different things.
Yeah, high level is we give the sheriff X dollars, period.
And we're done.
Part-
So
Program level
program
is-
level.
Okay. Ms. Rader,
High level.
high level, okay.
We need
Commissioner-
clarification. I'm sorry.
I know.
Now I'm confused.
You saw my face.
How about high level within each program?
It's
So that's
department
program level.
It's
Yeah, that's
department
program
level.
level.
Or department level.
Or just looking at the dollar.
There's three options. So there's three, right? It's high level. We don't do program level. There's program high and there's program detail, right? So
So let's say high level, program level, line item level.
High level is department.
High level is sheriff's office level. Don't say program high level because then we've got two high levels. So program level or line item level or the sheriff as a whole.
fair
So
enough.
we'll start over.
I'm still
Oh, my
confused.
goodness.
Hold it.
Commissioner
I'm still
West.
confused. I'm sorry.
There's confused. I'm not going to vote until it's clarified.
Okay.
So I guess what I want to know is, I guess I see it differently. That's why I'm trying to understand
Okay.
it, so we know what
Okay.
we're voting on. And that is one decision I think is, do people want to just look at the dollar amount and either appropriate some, yes or no? That's kind of one decision I think
Yeah.
is where we're at. And the other is, do you want to dive down into the program level? And I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
Okay, I'll attempt to be more clear. So when I say high level, so let's just not say high level.
Don't
Let's
say high level.
Sheriff's office level, program level, line item level. Commissioner West.
Program.
Ms. Rader.
Program.
Program.
Mr. Caton.
Program.
Chair Roberts.
Sheriff.
Or,
You said
Yep.
there's three. You called it sheriff level.
I did. So
Yeah.
I would vote sheriff level. Commissioner Schrader.
I do sheriff level.
Mr. Karn.
Program.
Commissioner Savas.
program.
Mr. Rhodes.
Program level.
Okay.
We're on the same page.
Would,
Does that mean?
that's just me getting information on how to proceed.
Okay.
You're doing a great job.
Yeah, you really are.
Yeah, I feel like it.
You don't get paid enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gets a raise.
So the next question that I have
10 times.
is, never mind, that's irrelevant now.
You want to ask Gary?
No, I think the current results answer the other two questions that I have. So I would like, since the committee would like to hear from the DA, I'd like to bring him on, let him address the issue, bring the sheriff up to address that issue, and then take a brief recess.
Sounds good.
District Attorney Wentworth, if you could just test your audio for us.
You bet. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much.
So, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. There's something to be said for quitting while you're ahead. And by that, I mean, I am so grateful that this committee is committed to making sure that the FJC stays a viable option, that it is a resource for victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. So I do want to share some of my thoughts about that. And so if you'll just indulge me for, I won't even go 10 minutes, but I kind of want to put things in perspective. For those who might be watching who don't understand why we're talking so much about the FJC, and also for those of you on the committee who are wondering why we're spending so much time on it. Unfortunately, I'm going to go in a little bit more detail than maybe you're ready for, but historically, in my career as a prosecutor, where I spent about 20 of my 30 years as a domestic violence prosecutor and another 5 prosecuting sexual assault outside of domestic violence situations, I was heartened when in collaboration with the Sheriff's Office, we created what was then called the Domestic Violence Enhanced Response Team. That was created with the assistance of Chair Roberts. He and I and others collaborated with other partners to bring a model from Boulder, Colorado to Clackamas County. And Chair Roberts, at the time, led that team. The idea was to co-locate community partners, to improve collaboration, improve communication, and to provide better service to crime victims. And then Chair Roberts became the sheriff. And through his efforts and the efforts of Melissa Earlbaum at Clackamas Women's Services, we brought to Clackamas County Oregon's first Family Justice Center. That's the center we have today. Sheriff Brandenburg served as its director for 5 years, and I know you've heard that, but I mention that because there is no question in my mind that Chair Roberts and Sheriff Brandenburg are committed to serving victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. This model differed from the divert model in that it just didn't co-locate community partners. It served as a center for victims of crime who could come and receive services that they felt were necessary for their safety and survival in Clackamas County. We saw increased partnerships. There weren't just individuals as there were in the divert model, individuals from different agencies. We actually brought entire agencies to co-locate and collaborate and work together for this common mission to protect victims of sexual assault and domestic violence. The truth is now we have outgrown our center. We need to expand. Statistics from last year are that there were 781 survivors who accessed the Family Justice Center for the first time. There were 3,875 total in-person visits for services, and another 4,000 survivors called the FJC seeking services. As I mentioned earlier this week, 50% of all protection orders are completed at the Family Justice Center. And for those who come into the center, there's an 80% success rate in having those granted as compared to those who just go to the courthouse. Those are granted at about a rate of 60%. What's important to me also is that 26% of all the referrals that come to the Family Justice Center come from law enforcement. The center is seen as a resource for law enforcement to help those that they come across who are victims of domestic violence and sexual assault. As I've mentioned, our community partners in Clackamas County we've met on several occasions to create what we're working on as the gold standard for the nation in our approach to addressing domestic violence and sexual assault. The Family Justice Center is the gold standard model for multidisciplinary services to victims. There are now 2.5 in Oregon. Washington County has one, and Yamhill County is developing one. That means there'll be 33 counties in Oregon that don't have a Family Justice Center like we do. And that is paying dividends. We are the only Family Justice Center in Oregon that operates Camp Hope, which is a model to break the cycle of generational violence. There are, in fact, only 150 Family Justice Centers in the entire country. It's the foundation of any attempt to provide the best services to survivors of domestic violence and sexual assault. When I started in the prosecution of domestic violence, we'd receive about 550 reports of domestic violence in a year from law enforcement. Over time, that number went up to 700. And in the last 2 years, we've seen over 1,000 reports that come into my office seeking prosecution. I don't believe that means domestic violence is up. I believe that that means people who originally would not have sought the assistance of law enforcement now have a trust that we can't break. We have to maintain that level of service. When I met with the sheriff to discuss the impact of the layoffs on the Family Justice Center, she was genuinely surprised that laying off the 2 operations staff would result in the closure of the FJC. We are that shoestring away from everyone's resources being tapped. We're that close to not having the FJC. We have to maintain this resource. I don't mean that as a criticism of the sheriff, by the way. I think I just mean there are well-meaning people who they're working their butts off to serve the people that I was just telling you about. The Family Justice Center cannot fail. I'm not trying to get into the sheriff's business, but to develop the nation's gold standard approach to addressing domestic violence and sexual assault, a goal that all of our law enforcement partners and nonprofit agencies who serve survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence have signed on to, we must have a Family Justice Center. And if those positions go away, someone has to step into the breach. And that's why I have offered my assistance in making sure that those services are maintained. As for the community corrections advocate, there hasn't been a lot of talk about that, but crime victims have rights under the Oregon Constitution that have to be provided. The county must provide these services in some way. The real work, as I've mentioned to the Board of County Commissioners not that long ago, begins after conviction. Once a person is convicted and they're sent to prison and then they're released on parole or they're placed on probation and they have a number of conditions that have to be met, it's the correction staff that ensures that that work is being done, that no contact orders are being followed, that batterers intervention programs are being maintained, that fines, fees, and assessments are done, that home visits are completed, and sometimes that someone ends up in jail. This is a dangerous time for crime victims. Those who use violence to gain power and control over others become more dangerous when the system takes that power and control away. So communication with the offender's victim is critical to their safety. In my opinion, the best model is to have that person embedded, the victim advocate who works with those crime victims post-conviction. The best model is to have that person embedded with parole and probation with the officers who actually supervise the offenders. But that is one of the layoffs that's being proposed. That's why I'm offering my help. I have a victim assistance program that will do that work. This is another area, this is a non-negotiable. When we talk about statutory authority, this is a constitutional right that victims have, and this county can't risk violating those rights. There's no other choice. There's no other option. There's no other department that can handle the work that I'm talking about. The DA's office is the appropriate model if the sheriff can't or will not do it. I hope that provides you some guidance, some background. Again, I'm not trying to get into the sheriff's business. I don't want to be in the sheriff's business, but there are things that have to be done. There are programs that have to be maintained. And in my view, to protect the 7,000 people who are contacting the FJC either by walking in or calling, we have to have a Family Justice Center, and to do that, it has to be fully staffed. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board, and I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Mr. Karn.
Thank you, DA Wentworth, Committee Member Jamie Karn. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. You did do a great job in letting us know that, you know, this program must stay. So in a perfect world, and let's pretend that money wasn't an issue, would the oversight of this program be best maintained in its current model under the sheriff's office, given everything, and we didn't have any problems, is the oversight of that program best under the sheriff's office umbrella?
In my opinion, no. The best model, and the model I think even the sheriff would like to move to, is to have the Family Justice Center become a nonprofit and to maintain those operational needs through a nonprofit model. We don't want to be in a position where there are cuts that from the county level, and I'm not being, again, I'm not being critical. I'm just recognizing, as I said before, revenue doesn't keep up with the costs. I would rather have that be a nonprofit model. So again, it's that's not, there's no shade towards the sheriff. That's not my point. I'm not going there. My point is we just need to have a more sustainable, predictable means to maintain that center.
Thank you.
Commissioner Salas.
Yeah, thank you, DA Wentworth, for attending here today and holding while we had our deliberations earlier. The question came up yesterday about is it best or is it an option for the DA to actually take on that position that's or two positions that are in question versus it being operated and overseen at the Family Justice Center by the sheriff. And I think that was what Mr. Karn was asking, I believe. But you heard us yesterday wrangle about that. So the question is it adding the position to the DA's office, even though the functions at the FJC, or it sounds like the current model where that position stays in the POA under this particular, as it's structured. Just, can you give us some insight as to that conversation yesterday? And do you think that you would be willing, is a functional way, do you think it's better for you to take over those positions versus keep it in the CCSO?
It's better in this way. Ultimately, I think you could have a model where, and I don't know this for sure, but I'm sure that there are DA's offices around the country that they are providing that operational support to their Family Justice Centers. So that is a potential model. In other models, it's the sheriff's office, and in yet others, it's a nonprofit entity that runs the center. So does it make a difference from can the DA's office do it or the sheriff's office? Yeah, I think it's the same. I would say this though, your DA, your current DA, I would not lay off people who are operationally necessary to run the center. That's I will say that. So I don't know if that gets directly to your answer that you're seeking, but we have to have those positions. We just do.
Right. I just sense my colleagues around the table here want to make sure that we keep the Family Justice Center operational and whole, and I think that's why we're looking at an add back.
Thank you.
Mr. Caton and then Chair Roberts.
Yeah. Thank you, DA Wentworth. So I appreciate your time here. You mentioned a nonprofit model potentially going forward. Are you familiar with a successful nonprofit model for this in the country that could be looked at or investigated, not necessarily during this time, but down the road with a committee to look at?
Oh, sure. There are many around the country. Washington County has a nonprofit model. And to make a plug, I'm going to encourage all of our county commissioners, if we can do it all together, I would love to go visit the Washington County Family Justice Center. It is what we should become. So yes, that's a very common model around the country and easy to follow. And I think we're all interested in accomplishing that, but we've got to get through this process to make that happen. And I'd like to see it done in the next few years.
Well, that's good to know. We have one in the neighbor next door that we could look at then. Thank you.
Chair Roberts.
Yeah, fine.
Oh, all right. I don't see any other questions, so thank you.
Thank you.
Gary, before we bring the sheriff up, is lunch,
Lunch
what
is-
time
lunch-
is lunch?
Lunch is
for?
here already.
Okay,
It's in a room across the hall.
All right.
It's not quite here yet.
all right. Then let's bring the sheriff up, have her, if she's willing.
Can we, are we able at this one to also ask about M&S questions?
No,
Or is this just solely on this topic?
That's gonna be after lunch.
Okay.
Okay.
No, just to discuss what we talked about with the DA.
FJC.
And we'll, yeah, the FJC, and we'll talk about detailed level stuff after lunch. I don't wanna start that.
Thank you, Sheriff Brandenburg. I agree with everything that DA Whitmore said. So we meet regularly with our partners at the FJC, primarily Clackamas Women's Services, the district attorney, our operational support folks, that our director who runs the center at the Family Justice Center. This is a case of where, I mean, this is just the beginning for all of us to make these tough decisions. You know, we're looking at levy, and if that levy does not pass, it is going to be catastrophic for this county. These are hard decisions. And, you know, and I see the people that come before you and they're, hey, we need an advocate, defender, you know, for folks who are facing civil commitment. And I sit here and I think, gosh, I don't want to be in your shoes, because I would want to fund every single thing. And I know we all want to fund and keep things going, but unfortunately, this is just the beginning for this body to decide, for me as a sheriff to decide, and it is tough. You know, this is where, yes, I agree, you know, talking with the DA, and, you know, that's why that position's a priority. It's why I found some money for that assistant director, basically, program folks to run the center, okay? The other position is office specialist position. It's a second office specialist position. I think Commissioner Savas alluded to, could they get by without that? Probably. Is it ideal? No. And, you know, folks have language skills, and we have a lot of folks that come through and they don't speak English. And it's tough to do services through translation, okay? And so is it ideal? No. To fund that, yes, I advocate you funding that for sure. But this is just the beginning, just so you understand. And I want to talk a little bit, and I know we're not talking about M&S, but the materials and services and decisions to, you know, it's the left arm, the right arm for positions. And we looked at everything. I don't want to lay people off, but I only have so much funds. And I have to have guns for the deputies that we hire. I have to have vests, as Chair Roberts talked about. Every 5 years, it's expensive. And my materials and services are going down every single year. A couple years ago, we were here, I had a pie chart. It was 5% that I 75% are my people. There's the non-discretionary, the contracts with jail medical, all the things that we have to pay for, right, your bills, right? And 5% is what we call discretionary. Well, it's not really discretionary. That's the line that we use for guns and vests and training and keeping people in uniforms. And that pie chart is shrinking. So 5% a couple years ago, 3% last year, 2% this year, $3 million for my entire office. So it is, how do we do more with less? What do we prioritize? And everything is a priority. Every single thing is a priority. Just like when people come to you and go, please fund these things, and this is the why. These are difficult times we're in, and we are just beginning. Just beginning. And we have a levy that we're going to ask the voters to fund positions. I am 44 positions frozen. I told you the impacts to my office. And the money that we received from you, thank you very much, in February, when I built our budget, I asked you for 11%. That was the county administrator's recommended budget for this current year. It was, you decided 4%, fine. But that, I was very concerned because I didn't think I could get to the end. My team said we can't get there. Every quarter, first quarter, give me the numbers. Met with the chair, met with the county administrator and says, I'm not gonna make it. We need to start on layoffs now. We took a second look at the budget. Thank you, DTD Director Dan Johnson, a difficult position to be placed in, because who is right with our numbers? And where are we? I saw that we were gonna be underwater, and this body told me, live within your means, right? And I couldn't. So when I came to you and said, this is the trend, Director Johnson affirmed, and in our meeting with the chair, with the county administrator, he said, oh my gosh, you have to lay off people yesterday to make it under this budget. And so thank you for funding me. We did that and we're on our way. That was a one-time funding. And I know, Commissioner Schrader, you mentioned, what did we do with the money? It went to the personnel line. I can tell you, I believe that the finance team is looking at all of our expenditures and would be the first ones to raise the flag that we were going on trips to Hawaii or doing something. We are not. And so because it's people or things. People or things, and we know. And when I look at my budget, people are things. I would love to, I totally agree with you. If I could not have things over people, that's what I tell my people over things. Do you really need to purchase that? You don't need those types of pens. Get the cheaper pens, right? Don't print your paper in color. And people are like, okay. I mean, our detectives went downtown this last week, and the undersheriff went with them, and they were going to use their own personal money to pay for parking. One, because the P card process is awful, I must say. It's terrible.
It is
And so I don't use my P card because. But this is where we are at. I just want you to understand that, and this is just the beginning. So I know I've rambled on, and I'm so sorry.
Commissioner Salvis?
Yeah, so Sheriff, thanks for coming here today, being here today, and addressing this. So you found money for the one position, and then for the office specialist that you mentioned, which maybe has some language skills, communication skills. If we were to, it sounds like our opportunities is to backfill, or not backfill, but add back funds for that position, and you've got funds for the other one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so it's one position.
It's the office
The office
specialist
specialist.
position, yes.
Okay.
Then there is the parole and probation victim advocate that the district attorney was talking about. That is a general funded position at parole and probation.
Right. I do want to make just an overall comment with regards to the Family Justice Center, domestic violence. I have friends of mine that have served in different counties doing domestic. It's a tough job, right? And I know that a number of us are pretty passionate about it. And Chair Roberts and his background and, him being the lead on getting that Family Justice Center up and running. And I can think of cases that have made the newspapers over the years and I shared one of those with Commissioner West last night. That was a pretty big deal. My point is this, is that what I have learned is that when economic times are tight and families are struggling, the cases of domestic violence go up because of that internal stress in the family goes up. So it's aggravated by economics. So I don't think it's a time to reduce anything as far as that service provision. I think is prepared for, as DA Wentworth mentioned, whether that increase is people becoming aware or that increase is due to economic times or whatever it may be. The numbers aren't going down, they're going up. Thank you.
And I'd like to add really quick that I agree, and this is an appropriate time, and I appreciate DA Wentworth talking about this, but after the initial investment into the FJC has been coasting. And we, as a group there, have been meeting. And this is where we agree, is that we know there's tough economic times coming for the county. And how do we have that important work be not subjected to these, layoffs and defunding, because I see the train is coming. And how do we move that off into a nonprofit? And I've mentioned that already to Chair Roberts and County Administrator Schmidt. And I know this is killing Chair Roberts, because this was his passion to bring this with Melissa Earlbaum and actually this board at the time. It is coasting, and we're not serving the community well. We really are a emergency stop-in center. It's not what it's supposed to be. Washington County is amazing. And so we have lots of things, and we're working as a group that way, but we really need your support and to do that work. And so that's the direction we're going. We understand, as the DA and I, as leaders in the county, is that tough economic times are here. And how do we protect that? So we all agree that the Family Justice Center is important. It is a priority. Thank you.
Mr. Kern.
Thank you, Sheriff Brandenburg. Actually, you just answered my question. It sounds like you certainly agree that oversight for the FJC under a nonprofit model would be better than what we're seeing today.
I think it'll be sustainable.
Sustainable.
And that's where we should go. As far as, thank you for bringing that up, as far as oversight, it is a sheriff's office program, right? So I would advocate to leave it here. It is really about the funding piece. The oversight, I have a director there, done that job. It works, but we need a sustainable model. And what does that look like? And that's going to be the work of partially of the Board of County Commissioners to support that work and be partners and make it successful, and not have it subjected to, the limited county funds that we have, and is just not going to get better. And that's where we're at.
Thank you. I'll finish with a comment. Though what we do here today as this committee, this body, is really, really important, in light of the fact that the levy did fail, and by the margin that it failed, I've got great concern that it doesn't matter how great of a campaign that might come forward, that it still might not pass. And I've had discussions both with you and some of your staff too about the impact of what that might look like. And is it fair to say that, that could be one of the most devastating service delivery problems that the sheriff's office will have ever seen in its history?
I can tell you, law enforcement services in Clackamas County will be devastated. Devastated. The levy funds 36 patrol deputies, and we talked about those numbers, right? I had 73 on the bump, right? My staffing study said the minimum should be 67, right? That'll give you an insight into what that is, right? We know that the ELED, there's less deputies in the ELED. It is going to be catastrophic if we don't get funding, a separate funding.
Thank you.
Chair Roberts.
Well, thank you again for coming here. I don't want to call it the gauntlet, but it's not, it's tough questions, and I appreciate you being so willing to answer all these questions. I think that the one thing I want to talk about, first of all, is the Family Justice Center. And I know that with some of the issues federally, that we would rely on VAWA grants, other federal funding. It's my understanding, also some of the state funding has been cut, and I'm not 100% sure, but it's my understanding even CWS lost advocates. Is that correct?
I can tell you, CWS are obviously our main partner. has been here in the county for over 30 years now, and does fantastic work. Amazing partner in the Family Justice Center, Melissa Earlbaum, and I, work together closely, and we all still do. They have taken a 40% layoff of their staff. It is tough. And we really rely on Clackamas Women's Services to help get those grants, to bring that money in, to benefit the center. And it is challenging times right now. And that is, kind of a double whammy.
Right. The other thing, I wanted to kind of also highlight this issue and that is, when we first started Divert, right? I will say it was a challenge. And the reason is because you're bringing all these diverse groups together with differing opinions and trying to focus on the most important thing, which is the survivor. And everybody and I will say we had challenges. And when we finally formed the Family Justice Center, we continue to have challenges. We worked through the first challenges, and I can just tell you I had a person assigned there, and it was failing. I'll just say it was headed down, and I had reached out to Angie and said, look, this is not going in the right direction. I need to step in there and fix it. And the reason I kind of highlight that is that if there's change in there, they develop these relationships and leadership and respect, and that's what I'm saying is do a deep dive if you want to make changes, because you can really upset the apple cart. It is a very diverse group of individuals that have differing ideas, and the goal is to constantly bring them together for the best interest of survivors. And I know if he's still listening, he can remember it was a challenge, and we've come a long way, and we still have a long way to go. I think that it is important service, and I don't want to. I heard some comments too about switching to a nonprofit, and that's one of the models that we've seen out there. But I also want to remind everybody that that even though it goes to a nonprofit, you have to fund the public safety piece of it, because they are on the front lines as far as responding to these cases. And one of the most important things that I'm very proud of, which it was a collaboration, is prior we worked as a team to make strangulation a felony. It was just an assault prior to that, and it was really the team that came together. We got legislation passed and gave us ability, because those offenders are the highest risk of killing their partner. And so it was really kind of sad to see that we couldn't hold them accountable. So the reason I bring that up is that center helps those survivors through it. And so I know Angie's been committed to it and wants to see that move forward as well. So I think that's all I have at this point. Thank you.
Cindy?
Just talking about the numbers. Okay, talking about the numbers, if you were to restore funding for the office specialist and the parole probation person, that would be $760,000. Now, if you take the 1 month and all those vacant positions, if you move that over to help fund that, that's $375,000.
That's how much?
$375.
And when you say all those vacant positions, what all?
In the vacant positions that are in the general fund, and remember,
For the entire sheriff's department.
Mr. Rhodes, can I have your
Yes.
microphone on, please?
just the general fund, not for the levy, not for ELED, just for the general fund. Remember, we talked about that 1 month that's funded in a vacant position to keep it. If you remove that and eliminate those positions, then that adds up to $375,000 that you could put against the 760s. So it's about half.
No, Cindy, these are filled. These are filled. You asked me to do filled.
Okay, no, you told me the basic, I'm sorry, wrong column. But the 760 is the nut, if you will, to, assuming that you find the funding for the management position. The other two positions, the office specialist and the parole probation, is 760.
Thank you.
Could be funded with the filled
We're
positions?
we're recalculating that number now.
Okay.
Very briefly, Commissioner Savis.
I just want to say, so it's really, really clear, we have added positions that have never been filled way back, right? I think there was a number about 50, right? They've been vacant. There's no foreseeable way in the future for those 50 to fund them, right? But they're costing us if you use a $16,000 number, it costs us $800,000 plus, right? That's $800,000 that can be applied to actually either reinstating or hiring or whatnot. So that's real money that I feel compelled, again, as a budget committee member, to apply towards providing service.
So just to clarify, the delta of what would be needed is 180,000, because if you take the money from those vacant positions and apply it against the 760, you need 180,000.
She's got that.
Commissioner West, briefly, please.
Thank you. Sheriff Brandenburg, respond to. We have 44 positions. I think it's correct that it's not likely that we'll get those filled. You know, we have phenomenal outcomes within law enforcement. The data is super clear. I spoke to it yesterday. Even nationally ranking, your department is exceptional safety outcomes. Thank you for that and your leadership. My question, though, is it's hard to know. We talk about this as a committee. If we can't fill 44, and we know we're not going to fill 44, but we know that there is real pressure on patrol. And your lived experience with, as probably a leader would say, you know, we could definitely use more deputies in patrol. What is like a realistic, legitimate number? Like, I feel super comfortable, I could get 10 hired, and that would alleviate, you know, less overtime or less pressure or improve morale, or I feel like when we just eliminate 44 positions, it doesn't mean that we actually have solved the real angst and issues on the ground with the parole deputies. But I have no idea what the right number is, or, hey, this year give me 10. I'm confident maybe in the year after I can fill another 10, and to tier it up and to gradually build up that team would be, I'm trying to get to a workable space here besides 44 positions that are frozen and unfilled, which I don't think we're not getting anywhere with that. So I don't know if you can speak to my concerns or questions about that.
Well, I think that 44 are across the agency. It's not just patrol. And I know we gravitate towards patrol because we think patrol is the sheriff's office. But you hit on parole and probation, on the jail, on civil, and it's across the board, right? And so I think patrol, don't quote me, 12, 13, something like that, positions. And so right now, actually patrol, and I know people will come and say, no, we need more, because I would love to have more. The data shows that we are doing okay, right? I am concerned if this levy fails and we have 36 positions, that is catastrophic. We're okay right now. I mean, if you ask the cops on the ground, they would love to have more people because that shares the burden of calls for service. But our data shows that our ratio of calls for service versus proactivity is good. We're fine right now, right at this very moment. 73 deputies bumped. We would love to have 100, right? And so, because that does spread the wealth out, right? And it's certainly easier for us. Actually, overtime would increase the more people you have, right? Yes. And so managing that, right, is also, it's all kind of a balance. But patrol's one side, the jail's the other. Our staffing study recommended positions that we actually wanted to add and that we couldn't. And they would love to have more folks too. They would love to have what's called a floater deputy and other deputies, and having less deputies in the jail means more overtime, right? Because we have to shore up these different things. And so it's all a balancing game. And so for now, the data shows that we are doing okay. Would we love more? I would love more.
Chair.
One last question for it. So we talk about eliminating positions that are frozen, and some of these issues of like not filling them, even if we had them open, there are real challenges probably in the market, just in general about hiring somebody, training them up. And that's a whole nother issue of barriers and challenges that are beyond just even if we had money, right?
I could fill those positions. People want to come here. I have laterals right now.
They wanna
that are
come
waiting
here.
for positions. Yeah, and we are holding positions because I have, I'm balancing, right? I'm looking at ELED. I had to move ELED deputies. I'm not laying off a deputy, right?
Right.
Because we've invested too much money.
Over years.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And also, we don't want to be that agency that we are laying deputies off. We want to be hiring because you can never, that's the hurdle. If we ever got to that point, that we were not hiring at all. And then because we become that agency where it's like, oh, we're not going to go there, we'll go over here, right?
Yeah.
And so this is all a delicate balancing act, but I have people who want to come here because they're told when I swear in deputies, when I meet with every single deputy that gets hired, every person that gets hired, and I ask them, well, why here? Why do you want to come here? Because I was told by other law enforcement officers throughout wherever that Clackamas County is the place to be, right? And it is, I mean, it is, we have great cops, and, morale issues. I mean, it depends on what work group and quite frankly, on which shift, right? Talked about third shift. Third shift, we took people from third shift, right? And that's not going to make people very happy, right?
Right.
But our data shows that we can move our resources around. So I hope that answers your.
Yeah, I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Chair Roberts?
Yeah, it just followed that note real quick. I was always amazed when a police officer at another agency had his son, he wanted to go into public safety, and the father would say, go to Clackamas. And they had worked at other agencies. I was kind of always surprised. But one thing I wanted to point out and come back, I know, Mr. Rhodes, I think you took a break, but the point I wanted to talk about is the bump. And that can be a little bit misleading. And the reason I want to highlight this issue is because, so that number looks at the bump. And one of the things that it doesn't also look at is, for example, Happy Valley. Happy Valley has grown tremendously. So when you look at those bump numbers, you also have to understand that they're geographically not covering the same responsibility because Happy Valley has taken it over. Happy Valley was annexing so quickly, it was hard for us to even keep track of like, okay, this is in the city now. And so, and that's why really Happy Valley went out for their own bond because they were absorbing that. So when I'm trying to make sure we're all comparing apples to apples, and that is also one reason why when you get to the bump, those numbers can be going down because they're being shifted to Happy Valley. The other thing about, and this is just kind of my personal belief, is instead of eliminating those positions, which would be sending a message where we're cutting a lot of public safety positions in the county, which I realize we might not be able to fund now, but there might be opportunities in the future in cutting those off the books. I was in this very same position where I ended up cutting a ton of positions. And the reason is because I was caught paying that $16,000 for employees I didn't have, right? Just that regular cost. And I would suggest that if we have vacancies and we believe it's going to be vacant for a year, we don't charge the sheriff in our budget that $16,000. We're taking money that that position is not being filled. So anyway, that would be, go ahead.
I just want to say that we need every single deputy that is vacant. Let's be clear. And if I had the funding, I could hire that in a year, less than a year. But we need those positions. And so I think eliminating those positions sends the wrong message. I know that Gary can wave his magic wand and create the position fairly quickly. So the allocated costs, because I was always under the understanding, I think maybe that's why Patrick came up, and I'm going to turn to County Administrator Schmidt, but those costs would still be allocated across the organization. I mean, those costs, it's complicated. So it's not just looking at that going, hey, there's a savings here, we can fund this over here. Those allocated costs and indirect costs are paying for services, right? And so I'm probably speaking out of turn for you, but I see you going, ugh, because it is complicated. It's not an apples to apples comparison. And
We'll go to Gary, do you want to, or let Cindy? go
Just
first?
quickly, so first, as you heard, an allocated cost formula is prior 2 years, right? So if you have a vacant position, I totally understand the reasons, but if you were to suddenly fill it in the middle of the year, there's a cost to do that internally for human resources and payroll and all of that. That's why we charge the position, whether it's filled or not. Sorry, that's just how the formula works. Thank you.
So, sorry, we recalculated the numbers, and to restore those two positions, the office specialist and the pro and probation, if you quote-unquote eliminated the 1 month for just unsworn, that would cover the cost of those.
Can I address that really quick, Cindy? That money is actually going to be used to pay for inaccurate incentive calculations on the APOS, so that money is not available.
So it's my understanding that the dollars that you needed for the add to pays, the additional dollars that you needed to the add to pays were put in your overtime budget. That's what you told, sorry.
Not all of them.
Okay, well, that's where that should have been put, so, yeah. So I think that we've got, there's
We
some
can work that out
technical issues.
offline, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Really quick, on those positions, am I right, Commissioner Savas? I think the number is approximately 300,000 for a fully loaded deputy,
That was the average, that was.
right? It's about 300,
That
is
was
that
the
right?
average, but there's a chart that has the levels.
Yeah, but that includes a lot of fixed costs as well.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So if we were to hire 44 deputies, approximately each one would cost 300,000, right?
No,
No?
no, because
I want to make sure before I make a statement, my math is right.
sure, no, because a lot of those costs are they're a specific number: CCOM, C800, cost allocations, indirect
What's
costs.
the number, what is the number for like an average deputy if we were going to hire 44 of them per deputy?
So it would be their salary, their benefits, and likely the cost of
What is
quartermaster
that?
them.
And do we know what that
It's
number is?
220, 230.
Okay, so 230.
Actually, it's about 250, let's say. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to go
And to
250.
be clear, 44 is professional staff and sworn.
Okay, so we're talking like approximately $11 million, right? I mean, and we're squabbling over $1 million to 5 to, and I hear you. Like, I wish I had the magic wand to just boom. Here's $11 million. Let's all go home. Hell yeah, we got the best department. Let's go. I mean, hoorah! Let's have a drink and celebrate. But I can't But we have these. It does cost money, and we have 44 of them out there, and there is no way any of us know where another $11 million is going to come from. 11. We're squabbling over 3.1 after we just gave the deputy 5. So that's my. But if I keep them open, I feel like I'm just like putting money into the ether, and it's evaporating away from me. When we're trying to like get down to the nitty gritty, and I agree with you, and then I also feel stuck. There is no $11 million. And so what do we do with the public's money then? They probably want us to not have evaporating $800,000 in vacant funds when we go out and ask them for a levy, and they're like, well, you already have all these vacant funds and that costs money. Why are you coming and asking for additional levy fund? That's how they'll perceive it, right? So I just think that people are looking. Oregon has made an economic environment that has just been tough. And Oregonians did this to Oregonians. They say that all the time. These issues in Oregon are Oregon issues. And now it all kind of is, we're seeing the effect of that. And I don't know where we come up with $11 million. So I would love to like have a real conversation. It's like, Commissioner, okay, we know it's pinch, but can we scrub for another 5, another 10, and then come back next year and be like, okay, we weathered that. What's next? That's my concern, because I just don't think we can keep 44 open.
All right, we'll go to Chair Roberts, and then we're breaking for lunch.
All right.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
I went ready for a break too. Just quickly, one of the things, Ben, you and I've talked about is urban renewal districts, right?
Yeah.
And they can be good and they can be bad.
They siphon money from
right?
this.
And from schools, public safety,
Yeah.
right? And one of them, which I had told you, when I was sheriff, one of the issues is when they went to make the debt service for the green line. Well, that green line is going to be paid off soon. And perhaps could some of those dollars, which I would rally for, go back into public safety, because they have not gotten those dollars. They've taken it for years. And so I'm always optimistic. I'm looking at ways we can find money to fill some of these things to keep up with the growth, and that's all I want to say. I know you and I've had conversations about that. Okay, that's it.
All right, let's recess until 1:15 for lunch.
Thanks.
All right, and we will reconvene. I guess I would just, before I turn it over to Administrator Schmidt for a moment, I'd like to note, if we are hell-bent on going down the program level, that could take a long time, and I'm considering time limits. So, Administrator Schmidt.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So I want to, of course, thank you all for your incredible work and service. You are greatly appreciated. For a time check, you must finish your work by Monday, June 1st. You cannot extend beyond that date, otherwise we will miss our deadline of publishing the time for the budget adoption on June 17th. So that means if you don't finish today, you have to meet tomorrow or Sunday or Monday, no later than Monday. You can't go beyond Monday. So just wanted to clarify that for you all. Respectfully, I'm observing a lot of swirlage and distraction from your main purpose, which is to approve this budget or to modify it with respect. So please, I encourage you, please stay on target. Stay on target. That's a Star Wars reference. Stay focused on your mission, which is to accept or modify this proposed budget. Those are my comments. Back to you, Chair. Thank you. Yes.
All right, so I think we should address some of the questions that we had about why certain numbers were changing in some of the programs, and then make decisions about if we want to make adjustments or not. So I think we may need to have the sheriff come up to help understand some of these numbers, if you're willing, or
Definitely her staff, Mr. Patrick Williams, the finance manager. And if we could start with the question you asked just before the recess about the materials and services. What room is there or not?
Yeah, that would be great.
Thank you, Chair. I actually do have some information on the note that Gary said that it hopefully will clarify why the materials and services, or why the
your mic
materials
on?
services budget is what it is.
Just
Yeah.
make me bring it closer, yeah.
Pardon me. Yeah, thank you. So I'll try to be as clear and brief as possible. As with everything with the sheriff's office, it's fairly complex, okay? So when this current fiscal year's budget was adopted and since amended, our materials and services budget was the same as the previous fiscal year. I want to pause for that, okay? Costs were going up, and we knew we did not have enough funding to cover known materials and services expenditures. Contract increases in CCOM, C800, food, fuel, medical, everything, okay? Cost allocation increases, but we had the same number as we did in the previous fiscal year. In order to keep our budget balanced, it was very clear that that was our direction, as it should be every year. We knew we would have to hold additional positions vacant. That was the only way we were going to save money. So by keeping those positions vacant, we would be able to pay for our known materials and services costs, okay? That this personnel savings or the salary savings was going to cover the deficit in the materials and services. So what you see this year, we're over budget in a lot of categories, and that's because we could not sufficiently budget for those categories. When we had a day to balance, or a day or two to balance when it was adopted and getting it into OpenGov. So we had to go to our material expenditures because they were the only ones big enough to make an impact to balance the budget. Vehicle repair and maintenance, food, things like that. So that's why you see a big over budget technically in those line items. So when developing our budget this year, we started with M&S because we did not want to play the game this year of how many positions do we need to keep vacant in order to keep our budget balanced. And you will see big increases because of last year's budget was not sufficient to cover the known expenditures. Plus, increases across the board in many known expenditures, and notably a $2.3 million increase in our jail medical contract. So if we respectfully, if we look to cut materials and services, that will likely force us to keep more positions vacant. This budget this year is based on our actuals, based on our contracts, based on the increases in those contracts, based on the increases in CCOM, C800, cost allocations, just all of these expenditures. And we talked about the discretionary expenditures. That's not the best term to describe those, and I think the chair described those very well. Those are really necessary things. We're just not contractually obligated to buy them. Those are for needs. And Lee mentioned that we've deferred and delayed a lot of expenditures this year, as evidenced by our materials and services budget is trending to be $800,000. Our expenditures are trending to be $800,000 less than what our budget was. But that's only because we deferred and delayed things that we need to buy, that impact safety, impact risk, impact a lot of different things, and the ability of our staff to operate and do what they need to do. So I do want to note, because it's come up, and I'll be very brief here, we still had to request a supplemental budget, even with all this effort, cutting overtime by $2 million, keeping, reducing a lot of expenditures across the board. But the reason why we had to do that was because of personnel expenditures that we weren't able to accurately budget for, and the related cost to those PERS obligations, PERS obligations, tax, payroll tax, et cetera. We also had a mid-year, so the insurance premiums change in the mid-fiscal year, so the calendar year. Our insurance premiums increased 10%, which was a $2 million. We had no idea that it was going to increase that much. So we made every effort to balance our budget this year. Those efforts were not successful. We do, as most of you know, we have invested a lot of time determining what our actual personnel expenditures are going to be, and we've built an actual materials and services budget that covers our needs. There's no fluff. Our costs are rising, and we invested a lot of time. And I want to acknowledge our financial analyst, Kayla Adolfo. She has gone through a lot with the sheriff's office, and she has stuck with it, and does a tremendous job. And she's the person behind the scenes with this work, and she knows the sheriff's office. She's been there several years, and she's very skilled. So I am really confident in these numbers. Unless a disaster or something really weird happens, we've invested a lot of time building a budget that you've requested us to do. And I think, I hope I'll stop there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Briefly, please, Commissioner West.
If we look at, there's a line item here, it says 41,130 overtime, and we know that jumped from by almost $3 million is those allocated, not allocated costs, I'm sorry, the add to pays, correct? Mm-hmm. And then you we learned quickly, like as we were going on to lunch, that there was some additional allocated costs that, I'm sorry, I'm getting my terms mixed up. Add to pay, don't forget, no allocated, add to pay. And I guess it just seems a little not ideal to have some of these things slammed into M&S or added here on overtime. It's hard to understand when we just see on a line item this, an increase. It's hard to fully, and I'm just wondering into the future if it will be a little bit more transparent, or how are we going to show those? I know you've made a lot of changes, a lot of progress, don't deny that, but in that next step of what we got to do next, would we see it a little differently in the future?
I wish we could show it differently, but the county's budgeting software will not allow us to do that. And I'm not using that as an excuse. But let me provide some context behind that. Okay. So every vacant position, we cannot count it vacant for 12 months when we submit our personnel budget. We have to show a month's worth of salary. Okay, those are the requirements of our budgeting software.
Sorry, the budgeting requirements are when there's a vacant position, that you have to estimate a vacancy savings. And particularly because we were running into budgeting constraints. So as a way to capture savings, we built in a vacancy factor. Meaning, and particularly in CCSO's case, it takes, and I want to say the average for them is 9 months of recruiting to bring an officer on board. And then they've got 18 months of training before they are considered a deputy. Before that, they're in recruit. So there's quite a bit that goes into that, and we've required that of each of the departments. So there is a vacancy factor. The 1 month is only for the system to count the FTE. So that's very different than.
Well, let me re-say so planned vacant positions, we could not submit no salary, okay? Ones that we plan to keep vacant all year to balance our budget, we cannot submit zero salary. The least amount we could submit is 1 month worth of salary, okay? So we didn't tell you that the increase in overtime is covering all the incentives, PERS, and taxes. We shared that was additional. So let's say we have 44 positions that we plan to keep vacant. That's 44 months, if you're tracking, of salary that we're budgeted for, okay? We calculated that, hoping that would cover the additional incentives, PERS, taxes, holiday pay, other things, that we were not able to enter into OpenGov. It did not. So the only way we were able to enter it into OpenGov was adding it to that overtime line. So I wish we could be more transparent, but there's limitations on
Within
what
the
we can and can't
software,
do.
just see it and not have it look weird.
Yes.
Because it looks weird.
Yeah,
right?
no, I agree.
Yeah.
It was
okay.
very challenging to figure
I
out.
don't know, that's
too.
not sophisticated counting language, but that's how we all think about it.
Yeah.
And I have to push back respectfully. I understand that from a budgetary perspective. However, it shouldn't be what we're seeing in actuals. Because if that was in fact correct, what we would see is that the overtime budget would be larger than what is actually happening. Because on the actual side, the add to pays are going into salary. They are going into the correct account line, and PERS is going to PERS, and taxes is going to taxes. But that's not what we see. When we look in the system, we've got overtime of about 3 million, and the actuals are like 6 and 7 million. So that is not what's happening. I'm sorry, but
No,
those are the discrepancies that we've been trying to fight, past.
Well, there's a long story there. I'm not going to share it. I disagree with you respectfully. But I'll just close.
Thank you.
Does that make sense how I answered the
It
question?
did help me
And
kind
how
of
we're able to
understand what
budget.
we're looking at, so I thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Briefly, please, Commissioner Samas.
So early on, Patrick, you stated that due to that the O&M,
M&S?
yeah, M&S,
Yeah.
yeah. The M&S, that you had to keep a vacant position vacant. Was that,
I'm sorry, can I clarify? We had to keep additional positions vacant.
additional positions vacant? So you did not have to create or lay anyone off.
No.
You just simply kept a vacant position vacant.
Through attrition, when somebody would retire, leave, whatever.
So
yeah.
really, through attrition, you have savings.
That was the only way we could
Balance it.
save. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. If I may ask Administrator Schmidt, a clarifying question. If we choose to budget at the program level or a higher level of program level, that would remove the flexibility of the sheriff's office to cover, somebody retired earlier than we expected and we had material and services expense we didn't. if we're locking them in at those levels, anytime any of the programs is going to break any of those, that would require a supplemental budget with the BCC. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
So that would be a reason that maybe we don't want to do it at that granular level.
It does put a more of a constraint on in this case, the sheriff's office, if you were to budget at that level. You have the authority to do it, but it does put a constraint, and that any change would have to come back to the board for a supplemental budget.
All right, thank you.
Can I add something really briefly to that too? I think as you're all aware, at this time, we're required to budget at the department level, which allows us to go over in some programs and under in some programs. And I think Gary's point there, just to kind of illustrate, if you budget at the program level, every time a program may overexpend something because something happened in that program, we now have the ability to underspend in another program to make it up. But if we budget at the program level, every time somebody goes over, we're going to have to come for a supplemental budget for that program, which I think is very, very unusual.
Even if it's just to reduce one program to shuffle money to the other program.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Commissioner
Yeah,
Salmas.
what I would like to clarify is that what would be even more constraining if we did a program line item, that would be even more constraining, right? And I think that from the conversation we had is that by doing this at a program level, not the line item detail by program, but at the program level, whatever M&S and things inside that could where they have some flexibility. And at the same token, we have the I think somewhat security that the funds that we budget here today are there, will stay there, that program is funded, right? And without that, essentially, as an example, if the sheriff chose to wipe out the Family Justice Center funding entirely and move it to somewhere else, we couldn't stop that unless we actually funded the program. And so now we're funding the program and all the positions within it. So that was what I was trying to get to make sure that and same thing with patrol, right? We make sure that patrol is got the funding, as is the jail, as all those other programs. So that's a security I have. And, in the interest of time and being expedient, and so we can, hopefully get to a solution pretty soon. I mean, I would love, but we don't have the time. I would love to just build on what Mr. Rhodes had talked about yesterday with his experience of some of the probably jail and patrol being fixed at this level, right? And then the ads, about 157 positions, that upper level, is there trimming there that can be done? Well, in a way, I think that the sheriff at least now has done some of that trimming, right? And if there's anything else, I think to make things go faster today, I would just ask, is there anything else that we want to add back out of the 16 it's in this budget, already cut, already proposed? If there's no add backs, right, and the only add back is the FJC, I'm ready to make a motion.
Commissioner West?
Just stop me if you're out. Just stop me if this isn't applicable. When you said add backs out of these 16 positions, there's a number of them that I hope we don't lose. There's some that I'm like, well, maybe I'll have to concede and realize we just don't have the money for that. Ideally, I'd like all 16 of them to be filled. Doesn't look like that is an option. So I'm trying to get to that balance piece where we can do our best to save as many positions as possible. So I do have a few where, in my opinion, I'd like to maybe see us not lose them, but that's beyond the victim advocates or the FJC positions too. So I'm willing to share those and go through the list. I don't know how we start it, but I don't know if anybody else has even looked at it with that lens yet or had the opportunity to. But
You're looking at page 2 of the handout.
page 2 of the
16 positions.
Yes, thank you. And do you want me just to take a stab at it based on the positions in front of us, or I'm willing to do whatever I'm just responding to the thoughts of Commissioner Savas, but that's just two of us.
Well, I'll start. I'm not prepared to support additional funding for any program. I'm happy if you guys want to. More power to us, and we can do it. But I won't be personally supporting any adjustments to the proposed budget. I don't feel like I know enough to be comfortable cutting anything, and I think it's important to maintain the available funds as a contingency. That's my position. I'm happy to hear motions and discuss them.
So, really quick, I thought we already made a multiple times program high level look at this. We've all already. I'd like to start doing it. We have reiterated that multiple times that that's what we want to do as a majority of the committee, and then, but if we look at that higher level piece, these are positions where we need to maybe address, like Commissioner Savas just said. There is the majority of the board that already wants to deal with the victim advocacy piece of it.
I don't know that we need to look at specific positions. That feels to me more detailed than is our purview. Certainly, we can talk about the programs and whether we think that they need additional funding to avoid cuts or for any other reason. But I don't know that we need to look at individual positions. I think that's to me, that feels outside the scope of this committee. I'll go to Commissioner Schrader next.
I don't want to make a motion because I don't want to put people on the spot, but I'm getting the notion that there's no consensus here of that this board is probably more in with Kenny. What Kenny just said, keep it as contingency. I'm just trying to speed things up a little bit, but I just want to clarify. I'm getting the sense that there's not going to be support for giving $30 million. Well, no, let me finish. $3 million. Gosh, I'm drank too much coffee. $3 million. That seems to be the direction we're going, and I'm just trying to get a sense of that. So what I'm asking is then, should we just? I think, Kenny, you've kind of expressed where people seem to be.
Well,
At least that's my
seven
sense.
people already said opposite of that. 7 committee members have already. I respect and I totally understand where Kenny's come from, and I'm with you in many ways. But 7 people, not the majority of the committee, have already said we wanted to do it a different way than that.
Okay, so that's my question to you then, my friend. So what you are talking about is specific add backs that we can suggest, but we can't dictate. Am I correct?
Well, I'm just expanding on what Commissioner Savas said. It does, and his assumption I think is correct, that there is a lot of concern and want to
Right,
protect
yeah.
the victim advocacy piece of it and
Yeah.
the FJC. And then he talked about the program level. Then he said, and we have never talked about the others potentially that are also on the same list. And I just am bringing up the fact that I have thought about that if we had to have that conversation. That's it.
Are you good, Commissioner Schrader? Did you have more? you
Yeah,
wanted to say?
I just am trying to get a sense of where the room is right now. Because this is very difficult. On one hand, I can see, okay, should we give the $3 million? On the other hand, I know that there's heartburn over how the budgets have been going for a number of years, and the fact that we usually seem to, before the budget meeting, continue to give supplemental budgets. That's, to me, seems the 2 big hurdles that we're dealing with. So can we, if we wanted to make the Family Justice Center whole, right? That seems to be the way we want to go. We as this body can't dictate that. We can only suggest it. Or can we allocate dollars specifically for that? That's my question.
My understanding, and I'm assuming that it will be corrected very shortly if I'm wrong, is that we could decide to allocate additional funding to the FJC
Okay, that's what
and lock in program level funding to the FJC.
Okay,
But that is no guarantee as to how the funds will be spent. Is
Right.
that correct?
That is correct. Yep.
yeah, okay, that's clarifying. Right.
But doesn't that in effect increase the sheriff's budget?
If we don't reduce it somewhere else. I'm unsure who's next between Mr. Caton and Mr. Savas. I'll go with Mr. Caton, and then we'll go to Savas.
Yeah, I'd be open to entertaining the 16, looking at those 16 positions and seeing where they fall under the categories in the sheriff's office to see if they're positions we want to say, look at funding additionally or not. Are they important enough to keep or not? And do they currently have a function that we want to maintain or not? Just to look at
Commissioner
those.
Savas.
Yeah.
So just to clarify in the last comment, so someone, I think it was maybe you, Chair, that said, Chair Cernak, that said that there's no guarantee the funds will be spent, but they will be locked in the program level, right? So that's where they
To help
stay,
fund those
right?
positions at least.
So, yeah, as long as that's clear. As I mentioned yesterday, early on, that I wanted to go over the program level. We kind of did that this morning. Thank you, Chair Cernak, for leading that. I had, as I mentioned this morning, when we did do that, I'm focusing on materials and services. I think what we learned and what Patrick explained educated me that maybe those monies that we're seeing there are maybe monies that are not going to materialize in the end, okay? So if that's the case, then the only other bucket of money I saw to help backfill, absent just giving 3.1, would be the vacant positions that are costing average of $16,000 per vacant position, positions that have never been filled since they've been created, but they're just vacant. So there's an opportunity for savings, and I don't know how they mathematically apply to each of these program levels, right? So if we can find an expedient way of a quick overview of these positions, not programs, but how these positions, in which programs they are in, and maybe get a short, brief, time-limited explanation what function they serve at a program level, I'd be interested in doing that. What I don't want to do is get into a program level discussion at length like we did the FJC, because that probably took 6 hours, I'm going to guess, of our time between today and yesterday, at least.
Chair Roberts.
Yeah, and once again, I like to turn to Gary at times here. Again, I believe we're getting granular, and I really have a lot of concern for the employees as we go down each one of those positions. If this board wants to make a cut to a program, so be it. Let's talk about that cut to the program, because, I mean, I've never done it this way, and maybe Gary has, I don't know. But to me, representing employees that are gonna hear us talking about this, and we don't know all the ins and outs of their job and how important it is, and having somebody come testify before us, and that's really what I feel is, as a commissioner, we delegate Gary to meet with the directors to come up with it, to sort all that out. And I guess I just have some angst for these employees as we sit here and talk about each and every one of them, and are they important enough to keep? So Gary, you have thoughts?
Thank you. So the memo I shared with you, if you read further, it talks about each of the positions, which program it's in, and the impact. So it's in the memo you already have in the following pages. So I want to be clear, on a layoff memo, in this case, the sheriff made a proposal, the human resources director approved it, and I approved it. This took a lot of thorough work by a lot of staff. So this is not brought to you haphazardly, with a lot of very thoughtful and careful consideration. So again, with respect, I remind you, your question for your decision, how much money do you wish to give to the sheriff based on these positions, yes or no? She gets to make the decision how to fund her office. You don't dictate which position she funds or not, you just decide how much money based on what she's proposed
Right.
of reducing by 16 staff. Thank you.
Commissioner Helm.
I am not qualified to decide
Yeah.
which positions are worth keeping or not worth keeping. They're all worth keeping. It's a person, it's a family. I'm not qualified. I don't run the sheriff's department. She knows the sheriff's department. That's her job. I don't want to do her job. You can have your job. This is a hard enough job. I agree that what my question is, and maybe the language is that these positions are identified as impacted under the staffing reduction plan. Now, are they going to be impacted? Are they really going away? Are they really getting pink slips? That's the kind of the question I'm looking for. You're nodding, yes, okay. Okay, I am not qualified to decide. I don't think that's our job to say what job is worth keeping. Are they duplicates of another position? She's already made that decision. She's already kind of done that and taken it to Gary. So I'm not comfortable going through and picking that apart. Sorry, just not.
Ms. Rader.
Can't we just give a number and say you have to budget keeping these positions, utilizing the sources that we identified of either vacant positions or materials and services?
Yes, you decide the dollar amount, she decides which positions to fund. So again, 3.1 million funds all 16. If you say you get 2 million, the sheriff decides which of those she's going to keep or not. That's her call. Your only call is which number to give her, please.
Commissioner Savas.
That's not accurate if we stay with the program level, because who determines what program those dollars get dumped into?
We do.
And I want to, so that's my first comment. I would just want to go back to what Chair Roberts says. I need to make a correction here. We're not cutting. We have a budget in front of us and we're considering adding back. That's a big difference. That's a 180.
He's right.
We didn't create this list. The experts created this list. We're not in the position of cutting anything. I agree. We're not qualified to say what to cut. That's already been done for us. We have an opportunity to stay. If no one wants to come up and make the case that fund code or whatever, 210, 207, and that position of a management analyst is not important or is important, then great. I'm inclined to make a motion to fund the one position in the FJC, in that program, and keep at a program level and approve the budget and not do the add back until the case is made why these are important to fund.
Ms. Rader, is your card still up?
Oh,
or
no,
up
I'm,
again?
oh, I don't-
Cindy?
The sheriff was asked to bring forth a balanced budget, which is what she did. And she told, as part of that, she said, this is what's going to need to happen to make the budget balance. And so the question really is whether or not this committee wants to add any dollars to that. Excuse me.
But we can't dictate.
And whether or not you give direction to the sheriff, whether or not those dollars have to come from within the budget or you're going to add dollars. And that's it. And I think you're getting down to a level here that it maybe reflects trust. It's reflecting other things. It's not reflecting the budget.
Right.
Right.
And so I think maybe if we get back to that budget itself, because you're right, the sheriff said these are the positions. They went through this horrendous process. And I can tell you that every one of them will be justified to bring back. So having them come back and say which ones, they would all be justified. So the question really for you is, on the budget level, she did what she was supposed to do. What do you want to do about that?
Say it, Vince.
I'm just trying to figure out a way to word it exactly or a little bit clarity, because I agree with Commissioner Savas.
We're not talking about specific positions when we basically bring security by funding at the program level the priorities of the budget. That's not the same thing as like what's being articulated. I mean, I don't know how much more clear Commissioner Savas could have made that. We're not asking us to redo this list. We're asking to look at the program level, fund a program level as appropriately, and if there is enough funding that could be added within the program that could allow some of these positions to not have to go anywhere. That's ultimately the sheriff's decision if there's additional money within a program level. That's not us making that decision. So it's kind of a logical fallacy to continue to say that. Some of these positions are, it's my understanding, are not actually current. Somebody's already been repositioned, and that position you may not know is already vacant. Some of the positions are empty. Some of them, we already know that this is publics all say that Under Sheriff Eby is not going to be refilled, and he's retired. So even with, we need to know priorities within the budget, because if it's duplicative potentially, then maybe it's like, okay, we hate to see that cut, but there's other ways to bolster that from another way to make sure that job still gets done. But we're looking at the program level is a lot different than what I keep hearing. And we've already made a decision. We're just like talking over and over again. Like, we voted twice on this already. So I think we should take a look at the program level, because 7 of us twice have already said, let's take a look at that program level.
Mr. Caton?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the comments, and my intention is to see, is there a prioritization of the positions that are at risk, and what the dollar amounts might be associated with that if we wanted to add some funds back into the programs to help those positions to be maintained in the next budget cycle, so through this budget process. So that's my thought process, is to understand what these positions, where they lie, their importance. We do have some information around that. I have some ideas around that myself in terms of which ones to add, where they lie, and where to add some dollars potentially into the different business lines to help preserve some of those positions going forward that we think might be important to be maintained going forward.
Commissioner Schrader?
I just wanted to make a comment, but we don't have the purview to do that, do we, Gary? I don't think we do. It's the sheriff that decides where it goes with whatever we give back. We can suggest that she puts it towards a certain area. Am I correct with that?
All right, so please listen very carefully. This is
Again, one
semantics.
more
You
time.
can, you can budget to the program level. As an example, you could give the funding for what would be the reinstating a staff member for the Family Justice Center in the personnel line, but the sheriff doesn't have to rehire that person. She could decide to fund it, use a different position entirely in that personnel line. It's a semantic, but be really clear. You are not reinstating a position, you're giving her funding in the program, but she gets to decide how to hire and fire within that program.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Commissioner Savas?
Yeah, a better way to illustrate this is that, for example, program level 210-402 is the public safety position at the Public Safety Center. And you could ask yourself, is that less important than a parole and probation position that's on here, or 2 or 3, or less important than the jail, I believe, was the other one. So those are the kinds of basic questions. Prioritizations is pretty basic. And I would say, okay, good decision. Maybe if there has to be cuts, and following the prescription given by the professionals, the sheriff's office, that are laid out in front of us, we're not creating these. I would surmise that maybe the 210-402, the public safety, is less important than parole and probation or something like that, for example. So that's the kind of discussion I think that is, I'd be willing to go down. I think that we've been trying to drive towards. I don't think we have to, but there again, then you can look at the business and say, okay, well, is it boots on the ground, or is it, again, some of these are like management analysts, okay? That's important, but is that as important as another position? I don't know. If we don't want to go there, I get that. I'm ready to make a motion or direct staff to bring back the exact wording for a motion with the millage rate. that fills that one position in FJC, absent us wanting to endeavor any farther, because it will be a prolonged discussion, but I think it's not as complex as it could be.
All right. I see no other.
Craig.
Yeah. Is it really, really fast?
Yeah, I'll make it fast. You tell me.
Okay.
I'm good at that. Just real quickly, I think that what you're talking about, is each job in this entire county has a job description. And within that job description, which is very detailed and articulate, they also have other assigned associated duties, much of which is not going to be in that job description. We try and get close, and when you start trying to say, is this one more important than this one, that is where I kind of get back to the issue is the very best person to make that decision is a department head that runs that department. And I really will follow up on what Commissioner Helm said, is that I don't even have that ability, and I was the former sheriff, because I don't know what all those positions are doing right now. And so I could not do that in good faith, right? And I, again, would say, following up what Gary said, is focus on the amount of money you want to give, and if you want to change that amount of money, so be it, and then let the sheriff decide how she wants to run her operations with those dollars.
Hopefully quickly, Commissioner West, because then I may want to take a brief recess.
I would encourage Commissioner Savas to make a motion. When you do, please consider the fact that there are 2 FJC positions. One is under parole and probation, and the other one is like an office specialist, but they're both in the FJC. So there's 2 actually, I believe, specific to the FJC. And the other one, I believe the sheriff has already found funding for. Are we covered? Is that? And the sheriff is nodding, which I, in good faith, will believe, even though we didn't get a public commitment, that she is on board with us at least trying to make a first stab at this with the FJC. She's nodding. Good. Everybody loves each other. Can we get a motion from somebody on the FJC?
I intend to take a brief recess so that we can work on wording.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, before you go, staff needs direction. Are you funding those 2 positions or not first? And then we'll do the master motion for the county.
The sheriff said she finds
has
funding for one. She
and
only
then
needs
there's
funding for
2
one.
No, there's
She
2
said-
more.
She only said she needs funding for one.
But then we have the parole and probation position in the FJC on this
Right?
list, and we
Am
have
I
the other
right?
one. It's just funding for. We have funding for and she has funding for one. There's 2.
There's 3 positions. She has funding for 1.
Yes.
So for 2
let's
positions.
You
hear
help
it.
us offline figure
Let's
this
hear
out.
it from the horse's
Thank you.
mouth.
If I may, I would like to take a recess so that Commissioner Savas and I can discuss with staff the nature of what he wants the motion to read, and we can come back with a motion.
Thank you.
Very good. So.
And we are reconvened. Commissioner Savas has the floor.
There's a number of things going on here that have been brought to my attention, and some are really good ideas, and so the staff have put together a motion. I'm not making the motion. I'm just going to read you what the motion says, and then there's not one here with the millage rate. Is that correct, Gary?
Correct, because we're not doing that until we have all of your discussions on what you want to fund or not. Then we'll do the final motion.
Okay. So, Mr. Cernak, Chair Cernak, I apologize. In this last 10, 15 minutes, some other ideas have come up, but what the direction was prior is before me. So this is not the motion I'm going to make. I'm just going to read it what it says. When it comes to the FJC, the one motion reads, I move to add the personnel services categories, or to personnel, start over. I move to add to the personnel services categories 107,152 to the Family Justice Center program and $267,146 to parole and probation for a total of $374,290 of additional general fund support. That's what the motion says. I'm not making the motion. And then to complement that, and again, I want to get your understanding of this. The other motion is I move that the sheriff's office must remain within the adopted program and category level budgets throughout the 26-27 fiscal year, and any adjustments must be approved by a supplemental budget. So that's our earlier decision to keep at a program level, budget at program level, to make sure that the dollars that we appropriate stay within that program, whether it's jail, it's patrol, it's FJC, all those other things. That's really essentially, as I understand it, our budget authority to appropriate those dollars in those breakdowns by program, okay? And the other motion that's been suggested because of what's been conveyed and the work that's being done with CCSO and Patrick and talking to our finance staff is that some of the numbers that we were looking at that were materials and services and so forth, and as Patrick earlier explained, the reason that's not clear is going to take some time to develop that. So there's a suggested motion. Again, I'm not making the motion, but here's the suggested motion is that I move that the sheriff's office report their budget to actuals by program on a monthly basis to the Board of County Commissioners. Additionally, they need to provide an explanation for any differences in revenue or expenses from the budget by more than 10%. That way we can monitor the transition into actuals that are comprehensive and transparent. We're not there yet. And that's what gives me discomfort here today, and that's why I wanted to get. I spent the weekend, like probably all of you did too, going over the numbers. I found a number of discrepancies and things, and I'm not saying that it means that there's anything nefarious. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just saying that there's things that just don't make any sense that we didn't even get to, and I know that's at the weed level. So all I want to do is fix this ultimately and get a progress report. So those are the three motions. And Chair, if I may, I just want to maybe ask if Mr. Rhodes might want to speak to his idea that he shared with me in the hall.
Thank you. I was one of the 7 that was interested in looking at this at a program level. Let me clarify what I meant by that. What I was interested in doing is looking at each program with just and only the specific question of per program, those programs which had positions to be laid off, terminated. What would the cost be to the personnel cost to add back, to reinstate those positions? And I wanted that number per program. Since then, staff quickly did all that work for me. And so I don't need now to go program through program. However, I have that number and I'd love to share it. Thank you. And I'm not sure who originally put us all together. So perhaps when I'm done talking about it, we can put this in some form that we can actually share with you. There were 16 positions. From those 16 positions, I removed the one that the sheriff already found funding for. And then 3 other positions, for example, the undersheriff position, because it's empty and not going to be reinstated. So, and then 2 other positions that are empty and not to be reinstated anyway. So taking those out, the actual occupied positions, if you add up the cost for the salary, it's really $2,058,224. This is important to me because the sheriff's office initially said, well, I need 3.6 to be whole. And then we gave 500,000 to the DA's office. And then the answer was, well, 3.1 million will do it. I believe the real answer is 2,058,224 would do it. Correct. So this would reinstate those, this would cover the reinstatement of the parole and probation position that does the victim assistance work with the FJC. This would include the other office specialists for the FJC and all the other folks that are laying off. I think it's important that we know this number, right? Because when we're considering whether we want to add money to the sheriff's office budget or not, this, by my estimation and the quick work of the staff, is the real number if our goal is to reinstate all of those positions that are going to be laid off, that are really truly occupied. I'm not advocating and not making a motion that we do this, but we should know this number. And this alleviates at least my burden of going through program, but it's done. So I'm satisfied personally. I can't speak for everybody else. I'm satisfied having to go through program to program. I have the answer that I wanted, and I just wanted to share that with you. Was that your intent?
Yeah.
If I may ask a question, was this county or sheriff's office staff that gave you the numbers? County finance staff.
Finance.
So I'm assuming that the sheriff's office may disagree somewhat on the number, but I don't know that we want to bring them up and get into that.
It was based off this list,
Okay.
and I verified the positions that are not they repositioned or not being refilled or whatever.
Administrator Schmidt.
I need the finance staff to work with the sheriff's finance staff, because it does include add to pays. We need to have the full amount, please. And Sheriff Brandenburg would like to speak, looks like.
Yes, so we are focused on the 16 people in positions. Additional to that, as I had in my opening statement, is a patrol deputy position and a jail deputy position that will go unfilled to meet that shortage to submit our balanced budget.
Okay, hold on.
Yes, and as I understand it, the number that was provided does not fill any vacant positions. It would just be to keep currently employed staff. Is that right?
Yes.
Sheriff, really quick question, because we have the 16 here, and then you just added 2 sworns. When did we learn about the 2 sworns that are unfilled?
So they're not on a layoff list. They're empty positions. So to balance the budget, 2 positions
They would stay,
would be they're vacant. We would freeze those as well.
and they would just have that monthly cost associated with them if the
Yes.
position existed
Yes.
continuously.
Yes, and that's in my total when I did my opening statement.
You,
Yes.
Okay, I vaguely think it's a lot's happened.
I understand. I
And then
understand.
if we could get, Administrator Schmidt asked about add to pays and fully loaded. I'm assuming that was not in the total, is that right?
It is not. Well, let me back up. Again, in finance, we do costing by individual. Then the sheriff's office goes through and adds things like the overtime and vacation buyback, any of those that we would not know about. They go through and do that. So our number is at an individual level. They do theirs at a bulk level and add to it. So there is always going to be some of those discrepancies. The sheriff and I spoke briefly in the back, and we said, we know that there's going to be some of those
Okay.
small differences. We think we can still get there. It'll end up coming from materials and services.
Most of these positions on this list do not get add to pay. Only the patrol positions would.
Okay.
Okay, so how much is it to fill the badge positions that are now gonna go unfulfilled? That's a little, we never talked about that.
I just want to, because I was very specific when I talked to the sheriff earlier. Those positions are vacant, and they're going to remain vacant. This is, as she said repeatedly, this is not an additional vacancy. That patrol position
Okay.
it's 15. It's in her budget message. It's there. I mean, that number, because I asked her, that's currently what's vacant. Under Sheriff Eby answered that question. Those positions are currently and are going to remain vacant. This is not, we're not laying off another position. We're not, there's really no change.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
So
Does anybody want to make a motion? Commissioner Helm.
So by doing what James is suggesting.
I didn't make a motion.
Well, no. I said suggesting. I didn't say motion. Words.
I don't know that he suggested anything so much as provided
Well,
information.
he provided the information. Does that make the document or the motion that Commissioner Savas brought up for those 3 positions is included in that, isn't it? right? So doesn't that make that document a moot point?
Again, well, I'm not arguing with Commissioner Savas, but that number would include, that's those positions
includes that.
plus roughly 12 to 11
Right,
others.
okay, so
From
we
an
wouldn't
intent
need that.
standpoint, yes, it would do the same thing and then X amount of positions as well. So that's why again, it's a alternate approach. But I do think it's important. I think there's one we can knock out now just for expedience, and that is, so I'm going to make the motion that we kind of already discussed and made, which is really the program level. If the wording's not right, we'll fix the wording. But this is what staff gave me for the wording, not my own wording. So here I go. I move that the sheriff's office must remain within the adopted program and category level budgets throughout the fiscal year 26-27 fiscal year, and any adjustments must be approved by a supplemental budget.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Gary, I understand there could be some concerns.
We're concerned about the legalities of this motion, and County Counsel, Mr. Williams, is here to talk about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Just to remind you of the statute that I referenced yesterday, ORS 206.210, and this is all new to me, so I've been hearing a lot and being educated to a lot to the complexities of this, that I can't admit that I understand a lot of the complexities on the math end. But on the legal end, you set the budget. You're like the banker. The sheriff is it's her shop. It's her responsibility and legal authority to be the boss of the sheriff's department. And I think Commissioner Helm highlighted that earlier. She gets to decide how to allocate funds within the program. And so my concern with the drafted language is you specifically say, and any adjustments must be approved. I mean, my reading of that is that it's not within the statutory authority of the statute that I just referenced. So it doesn't mean that, you know, the supplemental budget would be a different issue that would have to be approved if that's the process that's followed by the board. So I mean, if there's a way to come up with the language that whatever you all set the budget, that's your statutory authority, set the budget, whatever that math is, but the sheriff gets to run her shop. That's what the law says.
Commissioner Schrader.
Yeah, so I see.
Hi.
I'll put this on. I see what you're saying, Billy. Maybe we don't need a motion for this, but we can agree that this is an expectation that we have as a colleague and working within the sheriff's framework. Like I said, would that solve the issue? Because we can state publicly in terms of legislative record that our expectation is that the sheriff will remain within the adopted program? Is that a way to not take a vote, but to agree that this is an expectation that we have?
Mr. Chair, Chair Roberts has his.
Yep, and so does Commissioner Savas. I was unsure. That sounded like a question for.
I'll start. So I have some latitude as the budget officer here, as long as I remain within Oregon budget law, which I always do. And up to this point, I have allowed departments, as long as you stay within your department level adopted budget by the board, you can move money between personnel and materials and services, as long as you don't go over the number the board approved. So all departments are currently allowed to do that. This would be basically you're giving an exception where the sheriff could not do that. She would have to stay exactly within a program line. And Mr. Williams saying that may not be legal, but I'm worried about the flexibility that other departments would then have, but the sheriffs wouldn't. So I'd probably say do it for everyone or do it for no one. And doing it for everyone would be really, really complicated.
Briefly.
So I interpret, and I actually, when Gary, you brought this to me, I said, I got a problem with it. I mean, and you said, well, you explained just what you explained. So I don't necessarily disagree. I think, and I'll read it differently, but I think when it says "and any adjustments" as legal counsel, I think that's still sticky because that could be a simple adjustment, right? So I think that way that reads, I could interpret that as being too restrictive. So I don't disagree with legal counsel's concern. So I think if we strike, it's up there on that screen, if we strike, just put a period after fiscal year and strike the remaining words, we're done. That I believe is legally legitimate.
I'll wait for county council to give any thoughts he has on that change, if that makes a difference, or you're not sure. Okay.
No, I appreciate Commissioner Savas, what you're suggesting.
Is your mic on?
Well, it will be. Again, if you're being consistent with what your authority is in terms of setting up the budget and not in any way interfering with how the sheriff runs the shop, if you will. So, I mean, I see other people, I think it would be helpful to hear from Chair Roberts on this, having been through this process.
All right, Chair Roberts, and then we'll let Cindy.
Yeah, boy, this is beginning to give me another long day. And I know Diana Helm wants to get out of here.
Oh,
too.
yeah,
So-
I'm not the only one that wants to get out of here.
So I'll try and be speedy here, but I think that, again, this is how I look at it. Gary is the chief financial officer of the county, correct?
Chief Administrative Officer.
Yeah, okay, administrator officer, and
And the budget officer.
Budget officer, yes,
Yes,
yeah.
and responsible for overseeing that throughout the year. And I know he meets with department heads and throughout the year. And I feel like I'm getting into his job, to be honest. And that's what we expect to hire him and have the finance team really having that oversight. So I think that that I'm sure if the sheriff has a issue and wants to talk about moving stuff, it's always good to have that conversation and make sure we're all kind of seeing off the same sheet. I don't, again, don't feel like that needs to come back to us. And I never said this as sheriff, but I know another sheriff said it, and he didn't make people happy with it. That was a guy named Bernie Justo, and he said, "You guys are my bankers, so don't tell me what to do." And it didn't really go over well, because it is really, as I always said, it's about working together, right? We want to work together on this, and I guess this is what I'm going to throw on the table. And Cindy touched on it. You did. And I'll just say this, is
Sorry.
there's an issue with trust, right? That's been brought up, and it's kind of the elephant in the room, right? I'm going to talk about it. And at some point, we have to say, all right, there's been bad blown under the bridge, I didn't trust you on this, or misunderstanding on that. But I'm just asking us all to kind of say, okay, take a deep breath, and let's try and move forward and give the sheriff a chance this next year. And in my recommendations to Gary as we move forward, this is not it. I believe this budget committee needs to come back. The sheriff needs to come and present on some of these issues that I've heard from a lot of you, and we'll be better prepared for next year. And I feel like that's really a step in the right direction. So I'm not in favor of this. I think that, again, it's kind of getting into the weeds of the sheriff's job, and would really like to say, okay, let's give her a chance. That's all I have.
Cindy?
I want to make sure that people understand, I want to make sure that people understand the different levels, because you've got the department budget. Let's say the department budget's $100 million. Then you have a program budget, let's say FJC is $3 million. And then you have a category budget, which is within the FJC, there's personnel, M&S, and capital outlay. That motion said anytime there's movement within those three areas within a program, they would have to come back. So that is I'm not sure that you all understand that's what that meant. By program and category, that means not only if the FJC made any changes, if they made any changes between those three categories within the FJC, they would have to come back to the board. And that would happen for every single program. So I just want you to understand what that language means.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioner West is next.
Okay, I just want to say it's a little insulting to quote Neil Goldschmidt, mobster sheriff, who was ripe with like fraudulent activity, jail mismanagement, budget mismanagement. Of course he wanted the elected officials to give him a blank check. Are you kidding me? Are we invoking Bernie Gusto and Clackamas County Budget Committee today? Are we sitting here and pretending like that's actually something we should use and just be the bank? Last time my son said that to me, I didn't give him gas money. That budget, listen, like that is us being a good steward of the budget. I move that the sheriff office must remain within the adopted program and that the categories and levels throughout the budget, she has to stay within our budget. It's not a blank check. We're not saying she can't manage her department. This is a little bit of kabuki theater right now. Like this just says stay within the budget and the boundaries that you were given and the money that you have. Now, if you have to come back to us because you're gonna be outside of that budget, you do have to ask for more money. So I don't see at all where this is somehow encroaching on anyone's constitutional authority to do or structure the department as they want. And then it's just a total logical fallacy that we should be following the example of Bernie Gusto.
I never said that. I just tried to.
Well, you've said it multiple times that, a sheriff, you're just the bank.
I said
I'm
that.
sorry, we're
I
not
said
just a
that's
bank.
not the way to do
But Chair, we have spent all week talking about maybe going into Saturday. We're not just a bank, and we shouldn't be
And I
referenced
never said
as
we
such.
are. I said that's not the way
All
to
right.
do it.
I'd like to move to Commissioner Savas now.
All right, so I have a question, and I'm going to amend the motion. So Cindy, as you just stated, I just want to make sure I understand. Are you okay with this language?
I think it's one thing to say, I'm sorry. I think it's one thing to say that the sheriff must stay within the budget for the program. If you go down to the category level, you are constrained, it is the ultimate constraint to not allow the sheriff to move money within the program. That would be, they'd live here, they'd live in front of you all the time.
Right.
And so, I think initially you were just talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
at the
that's what I-
program level.
Yeah.
But when you add category, that means any movement between personnel, M&S, and capital has to come back as well. And I'm not sure that you all understood that's what that meant.
Which, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna, I don't disagree, it reads that way, and that was not, again, I didn't craft this, so, I'm gonna amend the motion to say, Andrew, I know you're always on top of this. I move that the sheriff's office must remain within the adopted program throughout the FY 26-27 fiscal year, period.
Program budget?
Program budget.
How
Yeah,
about I move the sheriff's office must remain within each adopted program throughout fiscal year 26, 27.
Again, do you want the word budget
Yes.
after program?
Budget, yes, yeah.
Okay, so
Within each, I
put
I
the
would
word
say
budget
each.
after program, Andrew. Does that satisfy everyone?
Does that look right to you? I believe Commissioner West was the second. Does that look okay to
I
you?
want to hear from Sandra. She's
Let me
got-
read
Oh.
it again. Is there another change coming, or is that that we're reading?
Hold on. Okay,
Hold on.
Sandra.
Yeah.
If you will allow me, that will not only impact the sheriffs, but it will impact finance very negatively. And not just myself, but our staff. That would take an intense amount of monitoring on our part. And I personally have to oversee every override that comes through the system. And it's not when they go over, it's when they get close. So our system, when it gets within like 10%, I have to override every single transaction, every single penny. We really go, I mean, it's very labor intensive, and it wouldn't just be, like I said, it wouldn't just be on their end, it would also be on finances end, and it's multiple of us. So I just ask that you would please reconsider that. And I have an alternative for you that's going to be a higher level that you may want to consider. Rather than by program, if you flip it and you said fund and then category, it would allow them to work through their personnel across all of their programs, but maintain their personnel within a fund. So general fund, all their 22 programs, and then materials and services, so they could shift materials and services any which way. And I believe that that would work as well. And I'm just throwing that out as an idea. But I just want you to know that to do it by program just technically is very
So,
restrictive.
really quick, since I made the second,
I
didn't
thought-
we have wording similar to this last year? That we were, like, we had wording around not going over your budget, staying within the budget that was allocated. This
Yes.
isn't new,
It was just within.
but it wasn't by
within the budget.
program, but it also, but we, if we have, I mean, I have a second, we can discuss it, right? I don't know.
But my understanding, and Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, he's amended his motion. The second needs to
I'll
agree to
second
the.
for the
amen-
purpose of discussion.
Okay. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
I believe Commissioner Helm had her card up next.
So I believe the sheriff's office needs to remain nimble with their money based on whatever is happening. I don't believe we need to lock it in at category level. I'm not even sure we should lock it in by program level, and I'm really interested in your wording of what it is. I was going to say she should remain within her adopted budget, period. But if we've done that and it didn't work, then maybe it is pointless. But I will say over the last 2-3 days, we've made it abundantly clear to her where our priorities lie. And I really feel there is a trust issue, and I think we need to try to give her the opportunity to work with the budget we're giving her, whatever that is today, which is less than she wants, regardless, it's less than she wants, and give her that opportunity. They have to check in with us anyway. They have to, we'll get reports, we'll get whatever we need, but I think that in some cases, we might be locking in things that we're not aware we're locking in, and that worries me. So we don't know what, catastrophic event might happen that is going to affect their budget. And if they're not able to move money out of one into another, that's on us then for locking them in. So it just worries me a little bit that's
Chair Roberts.
good intentions gone bad.
All right. If I was in bad humor, I apologize, because I really don't believe that's the way.
I know.
And so my heart is in this, what we're doing today.
I agree.
Right? So I just want to make that clear, because everybody's input is critical. and
Bernie
valuable.
Gusto
It was
chair.
kind of a bad joke, okay, all right. But I think, and this, I'm going to come back to Gary again a little bit. And the one thing I can just tell you from experience is if you want to do this, you do it for all. You can't just pick one department or one section of this organization and go, okay, I want you to do it like this. You set a practice that goes across the board. So if you want to do this, you do it for everybody. And to me, I wouldn't want to work in finance because this is a huge.
That's finance.
Yeah. So again, when you're implementing things like this, you really want to look as a holistic approach. What does benefit the entire organization as a whole? And I feel like this is just specific in one area, and I wouldn't support it.
All right, and I have a vague idea of the order for the remainder of the cards, but I'm not positive, so I'm going to do my best and ask everyone to be brief. Mr. Rhodes.
Yeah, as mentioned before, I do think we're really talking about a trust issue, and we're driving towards accountability and transparency. But we've been warned repeatedly by senior counsel about the legality, about how restrictive we really can or can't be. I respect your motion, but I think that you may have another motion that talks a little bit more about timely reporting and transparency. And I I find that motion that we haven't heard yet. I look forward to that motion because I think that one addresses more of the transparency, timely reporting and stuff, and really gets at the trust and transparency issue that this is trying to address. I'm just not convinced that this is the best motion for that. And I believe you have a better one.
Commissioner Savas, briefly.
So I just want to just say that what's different here, Chair Roberts, and Mr. Williams stated it yesterday, the law is unique for the Sheriff's Department. The controls, that's why this is unique, and we don't have to do it across all departments because the law doesn't apply to all this. That unique law only applies to the Sheriff's Office. We didn't prepare this budget. The Sheriff's Office was part and parcel of the programs within it and the money within it. I'm trusting that it's accurate, it's good work. I don't want to restrict. If they need to move some M&S personnel within that total budget line of dollar, fine. I don't want to restrict that. I don't think that this restricts that, right? This might be more work, right? But I think it's worth it. What we spent 6-7 hours on the FJC, making sure, and we got the votes to support if that money stays there, okay? You know, I want to see that go on in perpetuity. This gives me the assurance, and the public the assurance, whether it's jail or whether it's patrol, that those positions that are budgeted stay in patrol, stay in all those different programs. So I'm gonna stick with this, okay? As well as the other motion that was referred to. So I want to just talk about trust for 1 second here. There's two versions of trust that I believe. You either trust someone because they're dishonest, or either trust them or not, whether it's dishonesty. And then there's another one, whether it's an issue of competency or ability, right? And again, kudos to CCSO staff. I know that Under Sheriff Eby's not here, Patrick's here. The sheriff, these folks work under Sheriff Brandenburg. I trust that they're making big progress on cleaning this up. I trust that the competency levels in the Sheriff's Department are improving on the finance level. Only at the I know that the guys out there, the boots on the ground, are doing great work, right? This is about cleaning up something that Mr. Williams inherited, right? So that is how, and I don't think it's an elephant in the room. I think that the elephant was in that room during our work group, right? And
Yeah,
I think we solved
was.
it.
I think so too.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, we had the best tenor with the sheriff and our staff budget meeting that we've had in years. So I don't think it's really that bad. We're having really an honest, difficult discussion about budgets like any other jurisdiction. So I'll read the motion again. I move that the sheriff's office must remain within each adopted program budget throughout the fiscal year 26-27. That's my motion.
I still have a second.
Yeah. Mr. Caton and then Commissioner Schrader.
Could you repeat that motion that we were just?
It's right there.
Is that's the one there? Okay, all right. I wanted to speak, I don't want to speak to this. I want to speak to getting to the, I appreciate Member Rhodes coming with and the staff coming up with the information about what it would take to fund those positions, open positions that I was hoping to get to
Yeah.
with some of my questions. That $2 million helps cover that and restore those and make them whole. I want to talk about, I want to get to that and say, do we as a committee want to go ahead and to do that, fund that, or not? But with the motion before us, I'll yield to that.
Maybe I will say something. Okay.
Super fast.
I agree with Mr. Caton on this. That's all I really want to say. I think this is an expectation we have that we're making clear on the legislative record. I don't think it needs a motion. So I'll probably be no on this, just because I don't think we need a motion to do it, but we need to make it clear that this is our understanding as a budget committee.
Final comment I have.
Does it relate to this motion? Okay, Mr. Karn first.
Mine is a quick question to Mr. Williams. On this language, do you see any problem? I know it's uncharted territory.
Yes. it appears to be uncharted territory. I'm no historian on this subject, but the law reads the way it reads. And I agree with what Commissioner Schrader just said. It's aspirational. I understand it. My goodness, with the sheriff sitting in the room for the last couple of days, it's very clear what the expectation is. And in some ways, trying to put it into a motion that to me seems inconsistent with the law, is that where you really want to be? I mean, is the underlying purpose a message to the public of mistrust? Because it would seem like to me, with the information the sheriff's office has been trying to provide the last 2 days to help alleviate the concerns and the budget issues are what they are, do you need it?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Caton, hopefully very fast, and then I'd like to go to vote.
Yeah, thank you. I think these are important questions to raise. I'm not sure this is the proper place for them. These appear to be operational questions and issues that belong with, the commission, the sheriff's office, and administrator to talk through on a month-to-month basis, perhaps, rather than at a budget level. And it's important that we have people holding their feet to the fire to remain in the budget. But the duties of this board is to look at the dollars to approve for those departments to have, and that these are operational questions that it seems at a month-to-month level that could be addressed at a month-to-month level by administration and the board and the sheriff and the other departments. So I'll decline on this motion at this time. Thanks.
Commissioner West, fast, please.
It is, yeah, we're supposed to be skeptical. This is public dollars. How many headlines do we have to see in the metro area? We just found $100 million for housing. We just did, we're in a giant budget shortfall. Surprise press conference. We need more money. Our job is to be skeptical and to not blindly trust, maybe trust but verify. And the public just said no to us because they didn't trust us with more money for the levy. And there is reports all throughout government of waste, fraud, and abuse that's really real. That's not here. I'm not even applying that here. But yeah, there's a lot of trust that that needs to be reestablished, and it's reestablished through good parameters that bring transparency and accountability in a way that is easily followed and easily explained, and has and it shows that every effort is being made to be a good steward of those taxpayer dollars. It may once again be uncharted, but I think that we are overdue for some uncharted, aggressive accountability and trust building, not just with those in this room, but with the public. This is what good local government should look like. We're doing it. And so I'm okay. I'm going to vote based on those realities in which everyone in the world is seeing and facing, and all of our neighbors are also seeing on their TV and newspaper every day. We can be, once again, the absolute highest example and standard on what good local government and trust building looks like, and I think it involves a little more verification. I'll be supporting the motion.
Commissioner Savas.
So, we're the budget committee, the Board of County Commissioners will approve the final budget, and we'll have 2-3 weeks to find out, and I'll do my research, and I'm sure legal counsel do his research, but I'm comfortable doing this, knowing that if we are in error, then we can correct it afterwards. So this is not the final. I think there's a spirit of good intent here, and that's what this is about, and I call for the question.
Ms. Rader.
I just want to make sure it's really possible to do this. Is this manageable? Like, is it possible for you?
No, it's not manageable.
See.
And on that note, clerk, please call the poll.
Mr. Rhodes.
No.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Karn.
No.
Commissioner Schrader.
No?
Mr. Caton.
No.
Commissioner Helm.
No.
Ms. Rader.
No.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
No.
Chair Cernak.
No.
Motion fails 2-8, Mr. Chair.
So, Chair, I want to ask staff here, if we are trying to budget at the program level, are we saying essentially we can't do this? It's not possible? I mean, I find that hard, I find that hard to believe.
You can budget, yes, you may budget down to the program line penny of every office, yes. But to me, that motion is not what that
Well,
says.
again, I didn't write the motion initially, and I was trying to have collective brilliance in this room to craft it. So, correct it so that we can do what we intend to do. This
I
board.
apologize, Commissioner. I wrote the motion, so your fault is with me.
Okay.
You were
Please
not,
help
I
me.
was not clearly understanding what you were asking. So what are you asking? Please, one more time.
Just what I just said. Can this budget committee budget by the program level?
Yes. you
Okay,
may.
then write me a motion that does that.
Yeah, but this is,
It has to be manageable. I mean, it has to be doable. It has to be accomplishable.
That's why I said, is it possible? And
So-
possible means doable.
Before, Wendy, is your card down?
Oh, sorry.
Before I go to Chair Roberts, I'd like a straw poll on if, before I asked if we wanted to take a look at things by the program level, I'm going to ask now if we have an intent to try and hold the sheriff, whether it's possible or not. If we want to try and actually lock down her budget and try and craft an applicable motion. Commissioner West.
I mean, my intent is not to lock anybody down. My intent is not to lock anybody down, but I do think maybe a 5-minute recess to figure out the motion that's appropriate to get where we're trying to get might be appropriate.
Before that, I want to find out if, as a committee, we do want to try and get there. So, Commissioner, or Ms. Rader.
He's doing a straw poll.
What I am hearing council say is that we have to let the sheriff manage within their budget. So I am inclined to not try to interrupt that because I think it's problematic to manage.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Helm.
I'd rather just go to a motion like James did, which is whether we're going to fund the 16 positions or not. I don't want to get to this program level
Excellent.
budgeting.
Mr. Caton.
I kind of concur in that respect and hearing from staff that trying to manage this logistically, system-wise may be a challenge to manage it at that level. And so I'd like to look at focusing, can we agree on a $2 million additional to the sheriff to fund the positions that were at risk and move forward with that.
Thank you. Chair Roberts.
Yes, I completely agree with what he just said. We just took a vote. People don't support this. I say we've got a lot of work to do. Let's try and finish this budget. And I am very interested because of the information that Rhodes brought forward and would like to combine it or with the FJC or whatever, if there happen to be a motion, because I think they go together.
Thank you. I'm not personally in favor of trying to lock them down at the program level. Commissioner Schrader.
I concur with that, and I concur with Mr. Caton. If we have numbers that we think that we could add that makes more sense, that would move us forward.
Mr. Karn.
Mine was a question to Mr. Rhodes on.
Sorry, but if you could answer the straw poll question.
And repeat that question.
If we can, do you want to try and craft a motion to lock the sheriff into programmatic level limits or not?
No.
Okay.
But I
Commissioner
did have a question to Mr. Oh, I'll let you
As soon
finish
as we're
the
done,
poll.
yep. Commissioner Savas.
Well, I'm going to flip the question. Because what you're saying is, do we want to allow the sheriff not to fund something and move the money around despite the intent and the budget proposed, right? So you got to look at what you're really saying.
Correct.
If you're not going to follow the program that you present as the sheriff's department, and we're going to fund it, and yet we're going to say, but it's okay to move it around anywhere you want, then we wasted a whole day trying to fill, or whether or not we're to fill the position for FJC without any security that any of those positions will be funded. Frankly, if you want to make a motion for 2 million, how do I know? How does the public know that it's going to go towards those positions? Because you're saying you don't have to guarantee it.
Thank you. Mr. Rhodes.
I am more interested in having visibility, timely, repeated visibility at that level than I am with restrictions at that level.
All right, thank you. I have the feeling the committee as a whole is not interested in trying to recraft this motion. Mr. Karn, then Commissioner.
Hold on. I don't really, too bad if the committee doesn't want to have the ability to recraft a motion. A member and a commissioner of this committee wants help crafting a motion. He should get his motion crafted, and then the committee will decide on its merits. There is no, we all decide somebody doesn't get to speak.
That's fair, and he can work on a motion, but I don't want to take a recess right now to do it. Mr. Karn.
Mine was a question to Mr. Rhodes. I believe that he said he had alternative language that could be a motion that you might read later. Is that correct?
May I
You
steal?
go for it.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Chair, could I speak? I've been here 6 years, and this is hard. Today is hard, and yesterday was hard, and it was long. I just want to say, I think we are getting better. I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but I said to my team, anytime you're in reduction mode budgets, they're so different than a balanced budget. They're night and day. When you have money, you can just trust that the directors are doing what they're supposed to do and that things are flowing. And it's when you have to cut and you have to prioritize that it starts to get really ugly. And unfortunately or fortunately, the sheriff has the largest budget in the general fund, and there's a lot of scrutiny with that. And unfortunately for her, she came at a time when the budget was escalating at a much faster rate than we were able to fund. And so those are really tough things. I will tell you though, and I wish Elizabeth were here to hear it because she really was the linchpin in this. She's made fabulous changes to the organization. All from chart of accounts consolidation. We would never have been able to get here with different charts of accounts for all of these agencies. The system upgrades, the budget program implementation. Gary did the one county where we're all structured very similarly, and you all can get reporting. We got general fund support. I know the doubling is really hard, but that's how we're able to tell you what the subsidization is for different departments. The cost allocations, as painful as it is, it's transparent. The subsidy that the departments get is we're headed towards better transparency. Every year, we're able to give you better and better reports than we were the years before. So we are headed towards good things. It's just, like I said, right now we're in cut mode, and so the discussions are painful. So I say all of that to tell you, I believe that the sheriff's office, it has gotten better over the years, and finance has gotten better at being able to hold them accountable and bring reporting to you. And we thank you. We thank you for listening when we've raised issues. I really appreciate that. I think that doing regular reporting, they're going to have to answer to those. And the budget law says that an elected official is held to the budget. So those are really high standards, and those are things that we can bring forward. So I just say, I think we are headed towards a good place. I don't know that it has to be as restrictive as program level. I think, again, that would be really hard for others to manage, and my fear would be that the entire county would be headed that way. And we don't have the staffing, not at any of the departments, to be able to manage that. So I understand that the oversight is very important to you, but I think we could get there with just timely reporting. And finance could move to sending you those monthly, if that's something that you wish.
Thank you. Commissioner Helm.
So is it possible to do a motion that hones in on the FJC so that we make sure just that?
You have one in front of you.
But
No one has that but you. And
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I'm not aware of that one.
We can put it up on the
Oh.
screen.
How can we do that?
I'm sorry. You can't, you're just being told
You can't do
that you can't do that. And-
No, I didn't, no.
No,
my-
not you, not you.
No, the question is that motion that protects the Family Justice Center.
All of us just said we can't do that.
We,
Yeah, the only way we can be assured that those dollars go there is to have a policy that we just had up there about program level, to fund the program level. We can't, we're saying two different things. I want to clarify something that was said, and I listened to every word Mr. Williams said. And if you think about what he said today and think about what he said yesterday, he said he really didn't know. He said he doesn't have the answer. And so, we have time to do the research, but I just want to think that somehow it's illegal unless it's clear it's illegal or not, right? Funding, writing one check for 120 million versus writing 20 checks that add up to 120 million is still funding the sheriff's office and giving the sheriff's office flexibility.
Administrator Schmidt.
I do think you need to take a break because everyone's a little tense right now, and I have a motion for you, Commissioner Savas, that addresses what he asked for. I need
All
time to
right,
talk
brief
about
recess.
So,
And we will reconvene. I'm blank, sorry. Gary.
Thank you. Just call me Gary. All right. I just need to know if you intend on being here tomorrow. I have to notify staff right now. So I know you're not done yet, but if you feel you can't finish tonight, I need to know right now so I can get staff prepared to meet tomorrow.
I don't want to do
Do you intend to be here tomorrow?
I don't. I feel like we're getting close. So
yes,
So you'll
That
stay
appears-
tonight as long as it takes to finish.
absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Karn.
Well, hurry.
Mr. Chair, I understand and believe that there's going to be 3 motions that may be presented to this committee in an effort to bring, I guess the word might be clarity, at least for me. I know that we may be able to hear these motions before we actually make a vote on these motions. And I would suggest that we get the opportunity to hear all 3 motions before we move into voting on them individually. Thank you.
So have them read or discussed before actually being made. Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking. Thank
Can we
you.
have them put up there by chance?
Assuming that they're written out, yes, we can put them up there. So, Commissioner Savas, do you have a motion you would like to, that you're considering, or Mr. Rhodes?
We're on the same page?
Commissioner Savas, can I have you turn your microphone on, please?
Okay. Sorry, microphone's on. So, Andrew, could you put on the screen the one that starts with, or the one that ends with, last sentences from the budget by more than 10%?
I'm sorry, I've had him edit it, so it's gonna read like this.
Oh, okay.
But it in essence is the same thing, and it's on the screen now.
Okay. So let's all look at it.
Mr. Rhodes, would you care to read that? Not making the motion, but just for informational purposes?
The motion I'm not making will, at this time, would read as, I move the sheriff's office report its budget to actuals by program on a monthly basis to the Board of County Commissioners. Additionally, the sheriff shall provide an explanation for any differences in revenues or expenses that exceed 10% by program.
All right. I believe Commissioner Helm had a motion she was considering making.
It was actually the one that Commissioner Savas had to make the Family Justice Center whole. That was yes, that one. So I'm just going to read it. I'm not making the motion. I move to add to the personnel services categories $107,152 to the Family Justice Center program and $267,146 to parole and probation program for a total of $374,298 of additional general fund support. I think our goal is to make the FJC whole, and I think this will do that.
Okay. And then the third motion, I think, might have been Mr. Caton. Is that right? Or
No,
Okay.
the third motion, it's a revised version. I'm not opining on it because it's not going to accomplish everything we want to. And I think it's somewhat redundant in the sense that by law, it has to be followed in this manner, but there it is. So you want to, it continues on. So Andrew, we need to scroll down as you all read it. So I'll just read from it. I move to approve the sheriff, I'm not making the motion. I move to approve the sheriff's budget by fund and by category as follows. Fund 100, personnel, M&S, capital outlay. Next category, levy, personnel, M&S, capital outlay. And the third category, ELED, personnel, M&S, capital outlay. And scroll down, please.
He made it into he condensed it.
Oh, you did condense
It's all
it.
there.
Okay. Wow, okay. So that's the one. I was hoping, as staff were working on this, that would give me or give us the assurances that when we appropriated funds for a particular purpose, like the FJC, that the funds would be there and would not be shifted to a different program, right? But this doesn't do that. This really keeps. It's consistent with state law. You can't move those funds anyhow. You can't take ELED, for example, and shift funds or personnel or assets. It's restricted by law, period. So this is just really similar to what state law already says. These are completely different funds, and they need to be treated as such. So I don't have a lot of comfort with this, that's going to resolve the issue with the FJC and funding. So I believe, I may be mistaken, but I believe that there's a few here that perhaps want to approve some of the positions up to about $2 million to keep them. And I also believe that there's some of us that do not want to do that and maybe only approve the FJC. So I'm just putting that out there. I'm trying to be as transparent as I can. I just want to say for the record, I'm trying to make sure that the dollars we appropriate go to the needs and services that the budget committee and the public expects, and that we convey and discuss, and that's in the packet. So when people read the budget and they see what's been approved, that I think we all do expect that that's where the dollars are spent, that's where they go, and that's how they're expended throughout the 1 year period. And that's my concern. And my concern is we have appropriated money, in the past for a particular function, and though the monies were appropriated, the monies did not really provide the service in the end. The monies were expended, but they weren't expended in the way that we anticipated. So that's what I'm trying to get in front of, but apparently there's not a mechanism here to do that.
Thank you. Were there any other motions people are considering making? Mr. Caton?
Yeah. To that notion about the $2 million for the position, to fund the sheriff's office for positions to preserve those that were looked at risk of being lost. If the motion for the funds for the family justice system were approved, then the amount would be different, and that would be 1.625 million. Then was a motion I was going to make, that we approve funds to the sheriff's office from the general fund for 1.625 million to use towards the positions that were being considered at risk for the sheriff's office to fund those.
Mr. Rhodes, and I was going to ask, Gary, could we maybe draft language around that while we're dealing with some of the other motions?
We can. I really would suggest let us know if you're going to approve the 2 million for all of them. You don't need the separate motion for FGC. You might want to start with that one. If not,
I disagree. I disagree, because I think that funding that we are trying to protect for FJC needs to be held separate than the total. Because again, by giving the 2 million, were we to do that, it doesn't mean that that's where that funding would go.
which is respectfully exactly the same for the FJC.
Yep.
Yeah,
Exactly
but
the same.
I think the motion makes it a little more clear.
I
But
think
yes, we can, we'll need time to write the second motion if the FJC is approved.
Okay.
Staff's working on, we'll work on that.
Cindy, is your card up?
Yes. So again, you can't approve positions. If you want to add, like you're doing for the FJC, if you want to add money to X program, you can do that, but you can't do it for positions. So if you wanted to, like that $2 million or the $1.6 million, you would have to add money to each program in personnel for those.
Okay. All right, thank you. I guess, do I get to pick which order we're going to do this in?
Yes, by who you call on.
All right, Commissioner Helm.
I was just told we can't do that, right?
Yes,
No,
it's all in the wording. It's all in the wording. You can, just like you did with FJC for those other dollars.
Oh, for the other ones. Oh, I
Yes,
see.
you can do it by program.
So I can do this where okay, here, this is a motion. I'm making this motion. I move to add to the personnel services categories $107,152 to the Family Justice Center program and $267,146 to parole and probation program for a total of $374,298 of additional general fund support.
Second.
Let's discuss. Commissioner Savas, is your card up related to the motion, or? Okay. Mr. Rhodes.
I respect the motion, and I know what you're driving at. I don't believe, the positions you're talking about, one is a parole and probation position that does a bunch of victim advocacy work. That's not actually in that program. So I'm not sure that logistically this works out the way you want it to, because that P&P officer you're talking about isn't in this program, and that's not where they're funded from. They're funded from a different program. They just do work in this program.
I think it's the intention that we're going for, right? That's
That's
kind
the
of,
work-
I
okay.
think it's semantics, but I think it's the intention
Okay.
that and you know, she's sitting back here listening to us and understands.
Thank you.
Thank you. She
Okay.
understands what we're trying to do. So
Got it.
protect these
Commissioner
positions.
Savas.
So Commissioner Helm, if there's a motion that covers the positions that are in jeopardy here, and that number is 2 million-ish, and it includes those positions, are you inclined to support it? If it does it all? No. Okay. That's what I was after. Thank you.
I'm seeing no other discussion. Oh, it's hiding behind the tissue. Sorry. Can we move the tissue box? Mr. Carr.
Clarification question between the two motions, the ones Mr. Rhodes presented before Commissioner Helms. I just need clarity to make sure. So Mr. Rhodes's motion would be still encompassing for the most part, with what Commissioner Helm is asking in her motion, meaning that, for example, getting back to Mr. West's concerns about the positions that are targeted for layoff. In your motion, that umbrella covers it?
If I may respond, if you're talking about my motion being the $2 million in totality, that motion, or the motion that talks about reporting monthly?
Okay, so that's where I was confused, because I wanted to make sure whether or not they were actually all encompassing, or if that's just a separate motion.
The reporting thing is a separate motion.
Okay,
by itself.
okay,
But I
okay,
can
thank
speak
you.
to your other part about the 2 million thing. That motion, which really is Mr. Caton's motion to do the other half, is not specific by program, whereas this FJC one is specific to a program. So there's a difference. So could the sheriff use that money for something entirely different? Absolutely. I think we beat that horse to death.
Yeah.
However, I think that politically, she's asking for money to restore positions that she's going to lay off. I trust and have confidence that that money will accomplish that stated goal.
Thank you.
Commissioner West.
I'm gonna put out my little olive branch of trust. Sheriff.
I gave you candy.
Did I get some candy?
Is that where that came from?
Maybe it's overdue, but here we go. Let's see. When we talked briefly in the back, it looks like there's some flexibility even within these positions. I'm sure you're going to have to prioritize. I think there are positions here that don't necessarily need to be funded, but that's her decision at the end of the day. But I hope that maybe with some of that money, maybe one of those sworn officers that's a frozen position, that could be parole. Maybe that can come from part of this. Maybe she has some flexibility to make the best decision for the department. Maybe, there's a few more in here that are nice to haves and we like them, but she might prioritize that jail deputy or that parole deputy over some of these. It's a little bit of flexibility and trust to say, do what's best with these dollars without us going through all 16. I trust you, Sheriff, to make that decision on the behalf of Clackamas County. Because of that and because of the goodwill that we need to foster, I will be supporting the additional dollars to try to get here for these positions. And I also want people that are on this list to sleep good tonight, and then have that dealt with by the sheriff separately. I think that's the good human thing to do. And we're going to continue to make progress on this budget. Well, somebody else is, but we're going to continue moving forward as a county to make progress. So that's where I'm landing.
I see no additional okay, Commissioner Savas.
I'm trying to get comfortable as best I can, so I'm going to ask Mr. Rhodes to read this motion and make the motion.
Motion before us.
Well, can we make a motion while we have a motion before us?
Oh,
We need to call the
did you make a motion?
No.
You still have Diana's motion. It was voted on.
Oh, that motion. Okay, I'm lost.
Okay.
Exhausted.
I see no additional comment on this motion. Clerk, please call the poll.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Ms. Rader.
Yes.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Mr. Caton.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Mr. Karn.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas. I'm conflicted because Mr. Rhodes pointed out an error in there. So I will, a conditional aye, I know it's an aye, but I want to reserve the right to revisit this.
There's an error.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Cernak.
No.
Motion passes 9-1, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
What's the error?
It was about where it's.
It's a programming
Yeah.
concern. So this specifically applies funds to a program, and what that program is trying to target is a particular employee that's not actually in that program. The parole and probation officer is not really in that program, but the sheriff, as we've covered, the sheriff understands the intent.
Can the sheriff just do it?
Sheriff, would you please come to the table, because
just
this
make it work?
I thought the layoff memo says it is, so I need to
Yeah,
know exactly
that's-
where this is at.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what I was.
if it is, great, but I wasn't
She
really
gave
clear.
thumbs up.
Yes. It is in the parole and probation program. It's a victim advocate within that program.
But
I'm
it's in the
looking at-
P&P program, or it's in the
Yes.
FJC?
So it is, and that's been a little confusing. So yes, it is a position at parole and probation, general fund funded position.
That supports the FJC.
And then there is the FJC office specialist.
Right, so I guess my
It
point.
is correct.
What is correct? Because
Because it's-
this money's going to the.
Because it says parole and probation program.
Yeah, so it's
Okay,
going to the
so that- so this
two
is that-
programs.
This is, so there's no problem, and I'm wrong.
No problem at all.
Excellent, I'm
It's
happy to be
perfect.
wrong. There is no error.
She gave
I
thumbs
stand
up.
corrected.
I did give a
And
thumbs
there's a
up from the
thumbs up
back
to back
room.
that
Yeah,
all.
she gave us double thumbs.
All right.
And finance staff have confirmed that it is correct.
Is that what you wanted to say, Sandra? Okay.
Thank you.
The motion still
Think
is good.
Mr. Rhodes had his card up first. Do either of you care who goes first?
I intend to make this motion.
Okay. So sheriff just left, but, yeah, I understand. I know she's still here. So the motion passed, right? That's done. I just want to make a statement related to the conversation we just had, and this is part of my apprehension to some degree, and that is that over the weekend, when I looked at all this material, I'll say it again, and I brought it up the other day, there are programs that are in the org chart that don't exist in the programs that were handed out or that they're in the budget book, but it appears though that they might be the same people or positions and/or. So that's just one example. So the conversation we just had, which program as it is, which position, it just reminded me again that there's some things, I'm not saying they're nefarious, I'm just saying that it's things, there's a number of things that just simply do not gel. And that's my apprehension, reluctance here today, and that's why I was trying to get certainty around making sure that the funds go where they go to the program that's defined. And when we have programs that are in the org chart that don't exist, but the people appear to be the same, I don't know where the money's really going, to which really program. So that's part of that. I just want that out there on the record. And I do want to do good work, and I do want to support all of this, but I'm just really struggling. And lastly, we've talked, and Mr. Commissioner West knows this as well, we've talked for weeks and weeks, can we line item budget? And the answer was yes, 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 yes. So I've spent months preparing. I spent the weekend preparing. I went through the org chart to prepare, right? For 3 days, we've been told, can we do it by program? Yes, 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 yes. And here we are in the wee hours, and now it's no. So that's another frustration I have. So everything that I've worked on and we've worked on, all of us, has been premised on making sure, having assurances that the dollars will go to the programs directed to the staff, the functions, the services that are essential for the public out there, and yet I don't have those assurances. That's my apprehension. I yield back.
All right, before I go to Mr. Rhodes, Gary, since we do have this number, can we draft that language for the other motion?
I've already asked staff to do that, so all
Excellent.
the remaining positions on the layoff list, the amount and which program it would belong with,
Based
for a
on
motion.
the 2 million number that we had before.
whatever's left.
Excellent, thank you. And
You know, I'm really torn.
Chair, I thought Mr. Rose was going to get that motion on the floor. If not, I'll make the motion.
he is, and I want him to. I just want to make, I know there's another motion where they don't have, and I want staff drafting that while we deal with Mr. Rhodes' motion. Mr. Rhodes, go ahead.
Andrew, if you would. Thank you. I move the sheriff's office report its budget to actuals by program on a monthly basis to the Board of County Commissioners. Additionally, the sheriff shall provide an explanation for any differences in revenues or expenses that exceed 10% by program.
I'll second.
Mr. Roberts, or Mr. Commissioner, Chair Roberts, then Commissioner Sados.
And I would, I'm not sure of what kind of impact that is to the sheriff's office. I'm not sure how complicated that would be. Perhaps, maybe not complicated, but I would suggest that instead of to the Board of County Commissioners, to the county administrator. We are gone a lot. I think Gary would then have the ability to come to us at our board meetings if a commissioner was gone. Could also keep that commissioner apprised of what's going on versus coming and I think it's important for Gary to, as a financial guy, to have oversight over this. And that would be my only suggestion, is that if we were to change it, would be to have it report to the county administrator, who would in turn report to us.
And bring us any, concerns.
So did you make the motion? I second the motion if it wasn't seconded.
I thought I seconded.
He already seconded it.
Yeah.
May I? I'm sorry. That's just to address your concern. I spoke with the sheriff's office. This is not a problem. Reporting monthly, they're excited to do it. We learned from our work group, they've done great progress in trying to make this stuff timely and actual, and they look at this as an opportunity to report it. And as far as the reporting, that could be a written report, it could be an email. I mean, it doesn't mean that someone has to come stand tall in front of you, right? I just want that information to come to you in some sort of intelligent report with an explanation where they exceed on a monthly basis. It's the monthly basis and the transparency that matters most here, not the standing tall and.
And I was gonna make the comment, I'm pretty sure that Administrator Schmidt would already be involved in that process and staff to staff, and so those conversations with those reports will still happen. I don't think it needs to just be strictly to the administrator, but I don't, it's not like he's not gonna completely be in the know.
Well, could I ask Gary what your thoughts are on it?
I already receive a monthly report of all departments, where they're at with their budget, and the 10% overage is already required that I report that to the board.
Yeah, okay.
So it's restating what's kind of already done, but.
Yeah,
whatever you
that's fine
decide.
then. Sure.
Commissioner Salas.
Yeah. So I spoke to legal counsel Williams at the break, and we talked about this a little bit, and I understand that even though the word shall is there, we really can't the sheriff doesn't have to do it, as I understand it. However, I have a question for legal counsel because he's up here. Is there a mechanism in which things like this, even a question like this or an arrangement like this, can be done via an intergovernmental agreement?
We can research that. I have no idea. Who would the intergovernmental agreement be between?
It'd be between the Board of County Commissioners and the county sheriff.
But as I understand it, this is already happening. Is that correct?
Monthly financial reporting is happening, yes.
But it's not by an agreement, right? The agreement would make it binding. We already have an agreement between the Board of County Commissioners and the Sheriff's Office for operations of the ELED. So it seems that we could say, hey, by the way, we want a report. It would seem to be the answer would be yes.
Can't you just request it without an IGA?
Well, that's what we're kind of doing here. We're requesting it. But the word shall is in there, and I'm just trying to make the point. I'm trying to get, again, assurances that it'll happen. And if this is not binding, is my point, and an intergovernmental agreement would be binding.
On what basis are you concluding it's not binding?
because, well, actually, it's kind of interpreting what you told us earlier. And I don't dispute the interpretation is that that the sheriff can take the funds and without any fund or program restrictions can move those around. The sheriff does not have to show up and provide a report. There's nothing in law that says the sheriff has to report on a monthly basis.
It's my understanding, though, that what the slide says is the current landscape anyway, is that if she makes adjustments of more than 10% in a program, it may cause need for a supplemental budget, so that would be coming before the board.
Yeah, the 10% I don't dispute. That's law.
Mhm.
I'm talking about the monthly report.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just haven't heard that there was any resistance to providing a monthly report.
I didn't say there was resistance. I'm not suggesting there is.
Okay, so I guess to go back to my original answer, I'd have to research to see if there's any precedent for the IGA and what that would look like. But I come back to the question of what's the need?
So we'll go to Chair Roberts if he can, and then Administrator Schmidt.
And so I'll turn to Gary and County Finance. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that the report is in the county system. You are notified over the 10%. Isn't that true? So if
Not over, we get notified before. So when they hit 90% of expenditures and by category, and right now the category of materials, personnel, and capital
Is that right?
roll into one. It's called an operating category. But when they get within 90%, or when they're at 90%, then every transaction after that, we get notified of.
So, okay. I thought it was already in the system. Gary, sorry.
Oh, I just have an opinion on Commissioner Sapp's question. I'm not the legal authority, but you could have a letter of understanding between the sheriff and the Board of Commissioners if you wanted, just as a formality. Or memorandum of understanding, MOU. That's like less formal than an IGA, but that's just if both parties would agree to be that formal about it.
Well, I just asked that in light of, I would assume it's legal. As a matter of fact, I would assume with a great partnership that you could actually have an agreement that dedicates funds for each of those programs as well. So you could take that to another level. What's different for Chair Roberts' question, yes, it sounds like the sheriff's office reports to finance, but what says here is reporting to the Board of County Commissioners. That's what's unique, right? And, of course, any 10% overages, which is required by law. So I'm not, that's additive. It's already law. I get that. But that's what's unique, is that this is asking the sheriff to come to a board meeting and give a monthly report. That's what's unique.
I think we clarified earlier, it's not requiring a report
Right.
to a board meeting, but it could be written or email or
Right.
just a report submitted to the board.
That's not how I heard it, but that's okay. But you could interpret that way too. Yep. That's an interpretation.
Did you have a comment?
Oh, this is fun. Just reading the language, it didn't say physically report, just says a report, which
Right.
I interpret as an email myself.
Chair Roberts?
Oh, I'm done.
Okay. Commissioner West?
I mean, it sounds like I don't see the issue with having a little more solidified through an MOU or something like that, or an IGA, but it sounds like that there shouldn't be any hangups because it's, we've been notified that it's already kind of happening and they're really ecstatic and happy and want to do it. So, I don't know if this is something the board picks up later. I don't know if the motion needs to be amended. I don't think it does. I don't know. But I would agree with you that it would make sense that it could solidify a stronger relationship.
Commissioner
Trust.
Helm?
I think an MOU would probably be more, for this situation anyway, but I also think it would be a good idea for the work group to continue meeting, maybe not on a monthly schedule, but maybe, bi-monthly or quarterly, just so we have a check-in, and I think that group, we learned a lot, we got along, it was very informative, so I just would like to continue that while, since we started off well.
Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, if we can make progress on something like that in the next couple of weeks and see if there's, mutual acceptance to work on something like that in the next couple of weeks, that'll give me a little bit of confidence or not, when it comes to actually approving this in June,
Can we call the
the
poll?
budget, the final budget.
Sorry, so the Sheriff's Office Finance Working Group, that's a decision of the Board of County Commissioners, no offense, public members. I can bring that to issues to see if you want to continue the charge, because it's closed and done. I need you to direct me to reopen it if that's your intent. We'll bring this to issues in the future. Thank you.
So I don't see any other discussion. Clerk, please call the poll.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Ms. Rader.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Mr. Caton.
Aye.
Mr. Karn.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Cernak.
I'll go with the group this time. Aye.
Motion passes 10-0, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right. Do we have the drafted language yet for Mr. Caton's motion?
Question is, I want to make sure that we understand the amount of money. This, and I'll tell you how we got there. We have the positions, these are the 16 positions. However, some of these positions are already are kind of off the list
All right.
because
Could you work with Mr. Rhodes on the side to identify which positions?
we've
and what-
identified that.
Oh,
I didn't know if
okay.
the board, if the group wanted to know.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
We trust Mr. Rhodes.
Okay.
And you.
So there was if I can just. help.
Yeah, they
There was
trust you, they don't trust me.
There was an original number of 2 million, can I see that thing real quick?
58,000.
$2,058,224 was the original amount. And again, just to recap, there were 16 positions that were originally, right? So, and that excluded the ones that were unoccupied, not to be filled ever, and the one that the sheriff found funding for. So we know which positions we're really talking, which amounts to, I think, 12 in totality. Those are the positions we're talking about. That's the money to fill them. I've confirmed with the sheriff that would be adequate. And so then now that number, 2,058,000 and change, minus the $374,298 from Commissioner Helm's motion, results in a total of?
$1,683,926. So I think you just.
But we need it by program, just like for the family justice motion. That's the motion for you to consider. A line item, each position, which program is it going into?
Okay.
Oh, so we need that breakdown.
Okay, while they work on that, Commissioner Savas, did you have a motion that you wanted us to consider as well? I think you read one.
No.
Okay, then let's take a recess.
Wait.
Yep.
We're gonna organize my ride.
All right, and we will reconvene. I believe we have one more motion that I know wants to be proposed. Does
Yes, but
anyone
the
want to
numbers
do
have
anything
changed.
before we go to that motion?
It's 1.7 million.
Commissioner Savas? Or-
I was wondering if the sheriff could come up and
Commissioner Savas, is your microphone on?
just ask the sheriff if she could come up. Thank you, Sheriff Brandenburg. I'm looking at comparing the letter, the document about the 16 positions being laid off, unless there's funding, and we're here to address that. And also that some of the positions that are there have already been vacated or right? And so I want to read off what those are. And Mr. Rhodes, it was microcomputer specialist, right? That was one senior. Sheriff's Office, Public Information Officer, Management Analyst, Under Sheriff, and Office Specialist too. Are those the ones that are either,
I don't have that in front of me, but the management analyst is, I don't have it in front of me.
Give it to them like one by one.
Where's the, no,
well, this doesn't have the deletions, so.
We got one coming from the back.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
they're the ones we talked about.
I believe one of those you said was already even funded, but so it was subtracted out.
Yes. I don't have mine in front of me. The ones that will, there are some that are vacant. Under Sheriff, July 1st will be vacant. The Public Information Officer is currently vacant. I believe the Microcomputer Specialist is slated to be vacant July 1st.
And there was one more. It's four.
It's I think it's marked as the one that you funded for the victim advocacy. You found your own funding for.
Oh, and that was the one, yes, and one of the management analysts, FJC management analyst,
Yeah.
yes, is on that other list. Along with the office specialist, FJC office specialist.
Okay.
Your question was vacant, is that correct?
The ones that are, well, the ones that are, we're obviously considering providing additional $2 million or so dollars, well, actually $1,600,000 something for the Delta from the FJC, but I just want to make sure that the positions that we are filling are the ones that are occupied, right? There's currently someone there, and got a pink slip versus the ones that either left or are leaving or departing for one reason or another. So I want to make sure we're hitting the right people.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
So, thank you, Sheriff. I have one question, similar to yesterday, and that is, can you assure us that in 26, 27, those positions will remain funding if we give you the funding, that they'll be staffed and those positions will remain secure?
It sounds to me like you're going to program those, you're going to add funding to those programs, is that correct? For having no layoffs, correct?
Correct.
Correct. That will be used, as I said, the funding will be used to prevent layoffs.
Right. I want you to make sure these are the particular positions for the people that received a pink slip, right? People that are on notice, I want them to be assured that if they're listening, right, that when we leave here, if we do give the money, that their job's secure for fiscal year 26, 27. That's what I'm asking.
Correct, and that was in my ask of you at the beginning of this, if you remember back, to restore the funding for those potential folks facing layoff. And then I don't know, and I guess I'll wait to see which ones you fund, because I know you may not fund all of them that have people in them.
I believe we are doing deliberately just
Okay.
that, is funding
Okay.
the positions with people in them today.
Okay,
Sweet.
So I just looking for the assurances that those positions that we are going to fund will be filled, or not filled, but maintained for fiscal year 26, 27.
correct, and I appreciate that, and that was my ask as we started this budget process, to restore funding for those folks who are facing layoffs.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Commissioner West.
I just am a little confused. if the funding is available, the remainder of the positions that are currently not vacated, they will all be reassured that they have a job moving forward under the next fiscal year. Nobody will be laid off on this list.
Correct, with the sufficient funding that you're hopefully going to provide.
By our motion
Yeah.
here today.
By your yes.
I
Am I missing something?
I mean, I feel like I was just spun around pretty hard. I mean, we
You're
just
providing the full funding for the entire layoff list, is that correct?
So we're,
No, if I could explain,
Cindy?
what's the funding that will be in the motion takes the layoff list that you provided, subtracts out the ones that are vacant, so there are 4 positions, and then subtracts out the 2 positions associated with the FJC that you already approved. So the net would cover all the rest of them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just,
So the difference is, and I think I asked that yesterday, seems like so long ago, that you had talked about partially funding and you had talked about fully funding and would I commit? So this is fully funding, and that was my ask in the very beginning, to provide the funding that County Administrator Schmidt said was available in general fund without affecting the 30-year forecast to prevent layoffs in my office.
right. I just want to, if you see me being perplexed, I want to be careful in respecting our private conversation, but this is a little different than what, am I misunderstanding from what we just talked about in the lobby?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. So you talked about you're restoring funding for, I understand what you're talking about.
Do you know what I'm saying?
now.
You know what I'm saying? I'm
Yes, I know
confused,
what-
and I'm not
yes,
trying to
But
be-
for me,
Yeah.
our conversation
Yeah.
surrounding whether I'd fill or not fill and prioritizing, what this committee is asking me to do is to restore, because this is what I believe you said, Commissioner Savas, would you guarantee restoring funding for all the people on this layoff list? And that is what you are asking me to do with this funding and this motion. Is
Yeah,
that correct?
Pretty much. And the way I would maybe word it, which is similar, is that you are asking us to fund these positions to prevent the layoffs.
Correct.
Should be the same thing, right? So,
And yesterday, the same question was asked just specifically about the FJC victim advocacy positions, those positions, and we're getting much more of a definitive answer today than we got yesterday. And then this is right now within 5 minutes, 10 minutes. I feel like it's a little different because I thought we've always been told that the sheriff has total purview to hire and fire regardless of what we budget for on these positions. And if some of these positions under your purview were decided to not be essential and still needed to be laid off, that to make sure that those positions, if you chose to do that, would go towards a sworn deputy or officers, the conversation we just had. So that's where I'm just confused because I was just told that if we did fund these positions, that there would still be under your purview to make a different decision to fund sworn officers. That's my confusion.
And I believe the part of that, maybe we miscommunicated, was if there was anything left from that funding that could go towards sworn, that's what I would use it for. And so,
Yeah.
and I'm trying to honor the wishes of this budget committee, and your intent is to restore funding for these positions. Is that correct?
Yeah, but you specifically named specific individuals and positions in the lobby that would still probably be let go to hire a different sworn position, even if we funded it.
So you were talking about whether or not you were going to make a motion for specific programming.
Yeah.
Which tells me that you want that position in that program filled. So that is your intent, and that would be, I would honor and look at that and restore that position in that program.
Yeah, if it was done.
Versus, I'm sorry, Commissioner, versus you give me $2 million, sheriff, go forth and take care of what you need to take care of. I think that's the difference in the conversation. So I'm trying to honor this budget committee's wishes, and should you do it by program, obviously your intent is clear. You would like to fund those positions, and those folks in those positions would like to have a job.
Cindy?
I think the motion is by program and is for personnel services in those
Cindy, is your microphone on?
The motion speaks to specific dollars for specific programs. And so, and then there's a total amount broken down by program, by dollar amount. And in those dollars will go in the personnel services categories of those programs.
And that tells me your intent is to fund that position on the layoff list so that the person is not laid off and has employment with the county. It's my understanding.
Commissioner Savas?
Okay, thank you. I think we closed that loop, it sounds like.
Okay.
Okay, great. If, I can't speak for everyone else, but I think we closed that loop. So last question, thank you for being here all day. You heard the conversation earlier that I posed to legal counsel about whether it's an MOU or an IGA. And I'm thinking more broadly about that possibility, only so that in the future, as we're building trust, and again, I want to thank you for allowing your staff to participate in the work group. I appreciate your words and I appreciate the tenor. We're trying to be constructive. And I know that we have more difficult times ahead next year, right? It's not going to be easier. It's still going to be tough. But what do you think of the concept or the idea of having an agreement for details like this to make sure that certain areas that we feel are a priority and you feel are a priority are mutually fulfilled?
So I understand you're wanting to ensure that we have a mutual understanding, but to me that smacks of distrust. And quite frankly, I think that I don't think I've done anything to get that distrust. If anything, I think we've leaned in and we've done the things. And so, I don't think it's an IGA. I don't think we can do an IGA. It might be an IAA. There's different things. But to me, I think we need to talk more and we need to come and show you what we do. And so we don't have these discussions right when we have, it's difficult conversations, because there's going to be more. And so what I would be open for is to have more honest conversations when we're not under the gun, so to speak.
Yeah, I understand that. I respect how you interpret this as being a trust issue. I don't see it that way. I see it more as a lot of stuff happens in a year's time, right? And I think really what it is, it might be that, I have a priority maybe for 1 or 2, 3 operations in the sheriff's office, and maybe some of these others have a different priority. We want to see them funded and staffed, right?
Can we hurry up, please?
Yeah. And so that's what is having the assurance that that will happen, right? And you've got tough decisions to make because your budget's going to be shrinking year after year. I mean, it won't be shrinking. The costs will be exceeding, and it'll be tougher. So what I didn't get out of this whole process was, and I'm not blaming anyone, but I was trying to better understand of all the programs, if they were to be listed in priority, what those priorities would be. If I had comfort around that and was able to say, okay, I have priorities for this, and this program, and they're in order as to the highest priority to the lowest priority, I'd have more understanding and comfort that would be a priority that you would exercise, right? To say, okay, if times got tough, I would cut here first, essentially.
I think we did that exercise not that long ago when we talked about core services and what's mandated services, which is or versus what we'd like to have, which is nice to have. So I mean, that is a big ask because 607 authorized employees, and that's a lot. So I appreciate where you're coming from. I don't know if we could do that through an IAA or IGA or MOU or MOA, but I think we should have more conversations.
Thank you.
And one more quick thing. I know you, Commissioner West, you talked about I have hiring and firing authority. Actually, I don't have all of that. And so I just wanted to, there's, Gary and I have worked out a lot of those about what my role is and what his role is. And so and it's not full hiring and firing. Gary does have
Actually,
lots of.
the sheriff only can hire or fire, there's a term, unclassified, is that the, so sheriff, under sheriffs, captains, lieutenants. Anything else, she needs my permission, captains. She needs my permission for anything else in her office.
Cindy, is your card up?
No.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Sheriff. Mr. Caton?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
I move to add a total of $1,741,721 in general funds to the personnel services categories of the following sheriff programs. Program 210101, Office of the Sheriff, $198,160. Program 210103, Operational Support, $397,336. Program 210105, Public Information Office, $369,829. Program 210303, Parole and Probation, $333,494. Program 210304, Jail, $184,243. Program 210402, Public Safety Training Center, $258,659. Further, I'd like to say its expected purpose of this funding is for the FTE positions identified for potential risk of reduction.
Second.
Why,
Commissioner Helm?
why is that number different than the one Cindy? I thought it was 1.6 something.
It was 1.68, and we were looking at the positions. There's been we're trying to reconcile some files, and so the difference is, I think it was about $40,000 because the position was put in at different
Oh,
amounts.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see any other cards up, so I'll talk. I've been pretty consistent. I voted in the minority a couple of times. I don't want to give any departments any additional funds because I want to hold that for contingency. That's still my opinion. Mr. Rhodes?
This has been seconded, we're on to discussion, right? I want to be clear that my intent is to vote yes and in support of this motion. But I have some consternation about it. I have some consternation about it in general. I have confidence that the sheriff is going to meet the desires of this motion. I have confidence that that those positions that are currently facing layoff will be restored, for which I'm grateful. I'm a little, I feel bad that we're here again, and what feels like, as a member of this committee, it feels as though we're being extorted, because the sheriff's office comes with what feels like threats that, I'm going to have to lay these people off, and it doesn't feel good that burden is then put on this committee. It has become very clear to us over these days, thanks again to senior counsel, that the sheriff has the authority to manage the sheriff's office in whatever way she sees fit. But that should be happening throughout the year and throughout the budget process, instead of kicking the can down the road, be that through supplemental budget or however process we get to where we are today or this week, where the burden is thrust upon us to make it right, at the cost of roughly 16 people's livelihoods. I don't like it. I don't like the way it feels. But the public wants public safety funded. This Board of County Commissioners has said repeatedly that they want to fund public safety. And so it puts us in a very uncomfortable position. Again, I will support this motion because I think it's the right thing to do. I just don't believe it's the right way. I don't believe in the manner in which we got here. It does build distrust with the sheriff's office. It feels, to be more specific, this began with a request for $3.6 million because allegedly that was what was needed to restore these positions. And then that got changed to $3.1 million when 500,000 went to the DA's office, and then it was 3.1, and then now we whittled it down to roughly 2.1 million is the reality of what it's going to take to restore these positions. And then the fact illustrated by Commissioner West is that really the only way to make sure that those positions are funded is that we go down to the program level and plug this money in very specifically. And I find it unfortunate that we have to spend 3 days to go through this process at this level of detail and all this consternation and fighting to accomplish this, which again feels like extortion at the cost of people losing their livelihood. That's a long-winded way of me saying I don't like it. What I would like to see going forward is that we all can understand that, and we've said it repeatedly, that costs are outpacing revenue. That's not going to change. It's going to get worse, especially when we look at a levy and those things. These positions that we are potentially about to fund could, should, and will be restored, but the sheriff's office is going to continue to face cuts throughout the year. And it's very likely that one or more of these positions will ultimately be laid off again in the future, or a different position. And again, that's the sheriff's decision, and she has to live within her means. I don't look forward to a reapproach for a supplemental budget to cure that problem. That's not the right solution. Supplemental budgets are not designed to just fix your staffing problem. There's going to be hard decisions that are going to be made. And what I don't want is to come back next year and have those staffing decisions kicked down the road for 12 months until we're sitting here with another list of the people that we have to lay off. Those decisions and that management of that office needs to happen starting today throughout the year, so that we're not back here next year. I had the honor of being part of a work group, which was marvelous. It covered a lot of ground, and it's clear to me that the sheriff's office, particularly the finance department, the finance section of the sheriff's office, working very hard to be better and to fix things and to work through things, be more accurate, be more transparent. They're going to allegedly be reporting monthly. I think there will be more transparency. There's more opportunity for input and dialogue over this. The sheriff seems to be interested in that. I encourage that, and I desperately hope that we can help the sheriff wherever she needs it to manage this budget and make the cost cuts and things, again, her discretion, her choices. And this committee, I'm sure, is more than willing to provide whatever help is possible to make those choices. But those choices are going to have to be made, and they're going to be painful. So here we are today. We're talking about funding $2 million for roughly 12 to 16 positions. Now, keep in mind that this is just one piece of the budget we're about to approve, right? There are other positions in other departments that were cut this year. Health, Housing, and Human Services sent home, laid off, terminated 38 FTE. Right? So we're spending a lot of time and money trying to address 12 positions in the sheriff's office. There are other families who no longer have employment or health insurance and so forth in this county from that same budget. And we didn't spend 3 days talking to Health, Housing, and Human Services about how we were going to solve their 38 FTE that were fired. But we did spend 3 days talking about the sheriff's office and their 12. We can't keep doing this, right? There needs to be better communication. There needs to be more transparency. There needs to be more thoughtful leadership and decision-making that prevents us kicking the can down the road for 12 months and be right back here again, threatening to lay people off and forcing this committee to figure out a way to fix it. I yield and thank you for your time.
Cindy, did you have a comment?
Sorry, speaking to the motion, I would respectfully request the last sentence be deleted because, again, that's getting into her role. So I think the first sentence and the list is sufficient.
I guess on that note,
The motion was made and seconded. It stands. Unless the motioner wants to amend it.
I would just say further, the purpose of this funding is to prevent the FTE positions identified. It was just like words.
I guess in my mind, it says expected purpose. That's informative. It's not an attempt to be binding.
It sends a message of the intent of this committee.
I would say
It's and that's the purpose of it, is just what the intended purpose, the expected purpose is, not that we're binding the sheriff in any way on how they spend those funds, but it's just clarifying and just agreeing on this is the purpose of these, expected purpose of these funds is to the sheriff's discretion.
All right. I'm unsure who was first
No.
here. Commissioner Savas.
Do we need more wordsmithing, do you feel? Cindy, I
No,
understand.
please move on.
No, that's all.
Please move on.
Thank you.
I want to thank everyone for their patience at 5 o'clock on a Friday afternoon. I want to, again, thank Mr. Rhodes for his comments the other day in particular, which I'm referencing with regard to the patrol and then the increase in maybe the upper management area, which, you know, I've heard for a long time has been growing. It's proof it's grown. There's no doubt that it's grown. And that's why my comments to the sheriff earlier were not about trust. That was not my inference. It was more about prioritization, and that's what I was hoping that we could get to, for example. And I asked the question today several times about prioritization. When I ran my business, in private business, you don't get steady flow of funding. It's up and down. You go with the flow. And I always had to prepare for, I knew every month that if things got worse or things got better, how I would grow or how I would shrink and how I would recalibrate. So I always had a plan. And if things got bad, I had a plan. I had my reduction in place. I knew what my priorities were. I knew where to cut and how to do that. That's just living the life. We are at the precipice, in my opinion, with regards to the future of the levy. And I agree to a degree with Mr. Chair Cernak about having that as a reserve so that we have some monies to plug into those high priority projects or positions, right, or services. So I don't have that still, you know, and I think that if there's an opportunity, whether it's a work group with a different purpose, or it's a quarterly budget committee meeting and in a cooperative relationship with the sheriff to say, let's prioritize. Let's start prioritizing what it might look like in this very difficult economic climate that's in the horizon, near horizon, whether it's the levy or whether it's just the future cost outpacing revenues. So I think that's really important, and I won't restate my other concerns that I mentioned earlier, but I won't. But I do have consternation as well. And so I hope that actually within the next 2 or 3 weeks, when it comes time for me to vote on the final budget, I feel better about some of my concerns, and I'm going to try to iron those out. I will support this today, but in my own mind, it's conditioned upon some better information and more assurances between now and the end of the month, end of June.
Chair Roberts.
Yeah, quickly, I know we need to get on this issue, so I'm not going to belabor this, but, you know, I do disagree with Mr. Rhodes on just a couple of his comments, and I'll just say this, and it's probably because, you know, I've been working so closely with Gary and Dan and the sheriff and finance, and I'm just gonna say, I feel like the system was somewhere broken. And there wasn't a lot of communication, there were a lot of hard feelings, and we have worked diligently to try and bring everybody together and move forward. And I do feel as we went along the way, she didn't kick the can down the road. If she had kicked the can down the road, we'd be in a way worse situation. She's got 40-some openings, she's cut overtime, she's cut training, she's cut fleet, and they cut materials and services in countless areas, and they are making big strides to be cost effective. And I just want to explain what the process is, because I think obviously it sounds like a lot of people aren't clear about it, is that here is the process, is you manage your budget, and as soon as we get close to going into next budget year, right, you meet with the county administrator. And the whole time you say to the county administrator, what's my number? What is my number? Because I balance my budget on whatever he gives me. I can be just right on for this year, and he gives me a number where I have to cut. And that's the process. So if Gary says, look, the budget looks like this, then she goes in to say, okay, here's my layout plan. Here's what I'm presenting. So I don't think it's kicking the can down the road. I really believe that, Gary has to make a decision on the overall budget. He tells every one of his directors, like, okay, this is where we're at. And then everybody works forward to try and balance that budget. And that is the process. If we don't like that process, and we probably ought to change it. But I do think it works. I think we all want to know sooner than later if it's going to be an increase or a decrease, right? And so, I guess I'd let Gary comment if I'm missing anything on the issue, because it really is, the process is, I've seen it.
No, thank you for your kind words. Yeah, you've covered it. Again, I said this is a year process. So, July 2nd, we're going to start on next year's budget, the staff level. And we have these conversations, and I give departments a number around January, and then it may change, and then we make the plans the whole time. So it is a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes at the staff level that we ultimately bring back to you. Thank you.
Commissioner West.
The sheriff, Sheriff Brandenburg, was imbued by the collective voters of Clackamas County to be the chief law enforcement officer. And with that role, she does have constitutional obligations and the trust of the voters who put her in that seat more than once, to make decisions that are best for the overall public safety and the functioning of her office. And the voters trusted her to do so. So who am I to hinder or put a barrier to that? I don't love this motion. It's not for a number of reasons, which at this point is now irrelevant. It's not even what I spoke specifically about what the motion may look like when I had a sidebar with the sheriff just a few minutes ago. But she will still have the authority and the ability to do what's best for the department regardless of what we decide or intend today. We can intend for these positions to still be filled. But ultimately, the overall health and functioning of that office is totally up to her, and I respect that. That is the role that the collective voters have given her and have trusted her with. And so there's an intent there, but it is ultimately up to the sheriff and her constitutional authority. And then she answers to the voters on how she managed those resources. And that's the relationship, that's the role. And I wish her all the luck and goodwill and the providence and the wisdom necessary to make these difficult decisions. Because we all want the best for Clackamas. We all want these things to be done well for Clackamas County. I want the sheriff to be able to make tough decisions regarding these things, because I really want what's best for Clackamas. I think we all do. So even though this is not quite how I would have structured the motion, I think that we've all worked hard to get here.
and goodwill to you, Sheriff Brandenburg, to do what's best for our community. They picked you for a reason, so please do well for us. And so with that, I will be supporting this motion, though I have issues, but that's okay.
So with that, I'll call for a vote.
I'm not seeing any other comments. Clerk, please call the poll.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Mr. Caton.
Aye.
Miss Rader.
No. No.
Commissioner Savis.
Aye.
Mr. Karn.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye, aye, aye.
Is that an aye or aye?
I think she's ready to leave.
Aye, aye, aye. Oh, this is a hard one. Reluctantly, aye. Yeah.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Cernak.
No.
Motion passes 8-2, Mr. Chair.
Does anybody have any other financial related motions that we're going to do? Commissioner Savas?
Yep, I do, and so here I go. I have heard from departments over the years the complaints about allocated cost. And as I told people, if you have a concern about allocated costs, start up a business and learn what it costs to run a business, okay? You're gonna find out what insurance costs, employee costs, payroll, all the stuff. And I look at some of the allocated cost when I came here, and I said, you know what, this is a bargain. You're getting a bargain for allocated costs. And granted, we've done some adjustments, inflation. Of course, the model's gonna be recalibrated, and the model's been improved. And it's always making calibrations, and we have some departments that end up having more financial legal challenges, which require payoffs and so forth. So there's a number of things built in there, just like insurance policy. If you live in a forest, your fire insurance is going to be a hell of a lot higher than if you live in an urban area. So it's just the nature of the beast. I find it strange, frankly. I don't know how to reconcile this, that we've got positions we know we can't fill. Maybe there's some positions we can fill. So I'm not saying all vacant positions aren't within the realm of the reach of being filled within the next year or two. But there's positions right now that, oddly enough, from departments, sheriffs included, past and present, and say allocated costs are too high. So it seems natural that we have an opportunity to eliminate some of those positions, right, that aren't in the realm of reach to be funded. That would reduce the cost by hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million+ and put those dollars to use on hiring people in areas where maybe there's a vacancy we need to be filled or a need. So I'm just making the pitch that here, whether we tackle it today, and I talked to Gary about this, we can tackle it afterwards as a board of county commissioners, not necessarily as a budget committee, but I'm just laying the groundwork for it. I'm sorry, it doesn't make any sense for someone who's at one point, or a department at one point, that says, geez, these allocated costs are too high, and yet you've got an opportunity to reduce them by hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Here, here.
Chair, I yield back.
Gary, did you have any comments on that?
Later. No.
Okay. I guess I'll say, I feel like that might be best addressed by the board at a later date. Unless somebody hugely disagrees with me.
No.
I think it appropriate to recess so that staff can work on a final adoption motion?
She's
or
got it.
approval motion. You have it?
Yes.
All right.
Praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord, is right.
Is this the final stretch?
Yes.
I'm a little delirious.
So I just want to clarify, you have now used approximately $2.6 million of the quote cushion that you had available based on the dollar amounts you approved up to this point.
So we have $1 million.
You have about $1 million left in cushion now.
In recurring, right? We used it in recurring.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, boop.
What is it, Gretchen?
I thought it was for everybody. She only gave me 4 copies.
The copier's broken.
Oh,
Did we break
we
the
wore it
copier?
out.
There's so
We wore
much
it out. We
paper.
ran out of ink.
It just said I quit.
Short recess.
Yeah, it just gave up and says I
Don't
quit.
anybody go anywhere.
Right.
We are reconvening. Commissioner Helm.
Oh. I move that the Budget Committee approve the fiscal year 26-27 budget for Clackamas County.
Is your mic on?
A little
It's
closer
on.
to your
Oh,
microphone.
sorry. I move that the Budget Committee approve the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget for Clackamas County in the amount of $1,528,305,199, with appropriations in the amount of $1,401,336,042, and impose the permanent tax rates of 2.4042 per $1,000 in assessed value for Clackamas County, city, and $2.9766 per 1,000 in assessed value for Clackamas County, rural, and a public safety local option levy tax rate of $0.3680 per $1,000 in assessed value, and the amount of $5,953,000 for general obligation bond debt service.
I'll second that.
It has been moved and seconded that the Budget Committee approve the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget for Clackamas County in the amount of $1,528,305,199, with appropriations in the amount of $1,401,336,042, and impose the permanent tax rates of $2.4042 per 1,000 in assessed value for Clackamas County City, and $2.9766 per 1,000 in assessed value for Clackamas County Rural, and a public safety local option levy tax rate of $0.368 per 1,000 in assessed value, and the amount of $5,953,000 for general obligation bond debt service. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner West.
I just wanted to, this is my last budget meeting. This is it. So I just wanted to thank my colleagues, everybody I've gotten to serve with on this committee. This is a big deal every single year. It's been an absolute honor, and I want to thank the voters of Clackamas County for trusting me for a little while, maybe not forever, but just for a little while, in being a good steward of public dollars. And so thank you for indulging me, and I'm glad we got through this journey together. Thank you.
Mr. Karn.
Mr. West, I want to thank you publicly for your service. It's always good to have someone who is involved, who's informed, who takes their job seriously. You showed that as you in your tenure here. And as a citizen, I appreciate when I have good people in the right jobs that really do care. So I just want to publicly say thank you for your service.
Nobody wants to hear from me anymore. It's okay.
Any discussion about the motion? Clerk, please call the poll.
Mr. Rhodes.
Aye.
Commissioner West.
Aye.
Mr. Karn.
Aye.
Commissioner Savas.
Aye.
Ms. Rader.
Aye.
Mr. Caton.
Aye.
Commissioner Schrader.
Aye.
Commissioner Helm.
Aye.
Chair Roberts.
Aye.
Chair Cernak.
Aye.
Motion passes 10-0, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further business before this committee?
Good Lord.
I'd like to thank the staff for putting up with us. I'd like to thank the staff for putting up with us and helping. No other business. We are adjourned.